Chapter 361 Spar. Chapter 361 Spar. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. While Herlous was having a good time slashing left and right, the enemies suddenly disappeared, and Han Xiao opened the door and walked in. Herlous asked, "Why are you here?" Han Xiao laughed and said, "It's boring to train alone. Come, let's spar." After reaching grade B, he had yet to get into combat and he was itching for a go. He was a noble man and would not bully the players for nothing. Plus, Herlous happened to be a senior grade B. It would only be meaningful to spar with a comparable opponent, and it was suitable for him to better understand what his actual strength was. He could only find trouble. Take action confidentially if he had a clear idea. Spar. Herlous only had one thought in his mind. With you? The grade of supers was different from cup sizes. The difference between C and B was extremely vast. They were on a completely different level. The fight would be one-sided, and it could only be called a spar if the parties had comparable strength. Herlous was not really willing. He was so strong that he might hurt Han Xiao easily if they fought. However, he felt that this act of Han Xiao's was like the other members of the mercenary group. It should be called asking for advice. Herlous suddenly understood. So that's what he means. The captain wants some pointers. No problem. Do you want to make any preparations? Herlous kindly accepted it. He was happy to tutor his comrades. Plus, Han Xiao's safety was very important to him. Making Han Xiao stronger would mean he could worry lesser. Han Xiao was not shy at all. He told Herlous to wait for a while, then moved boxes of machines in. He wanted to test all the weapons as a form of respect for an opponent so willing to help. Originally, Herlous was very calm, but as he saw more and more boxes entering the room, his face started to twitch. When Han Xiao carried a colossal electromagnetic rail cannon prototype in, he uncontrollably took in a breath of cold air and yelled, "That's enough." With Herlous' objection, Han Xiao had to give up testing the damage resistance limit of a grade B pugilist. He put on his amphiptera mechanical suit and warmed up his body. Melee combat was a pugilist's specialty, and since the space in the simulation room was limited, it was disadvantageous for Han Xiao. Hence, he stood a certain distance away before starting the fight. "Are you ready? Come." Herlous was very calm. Fighting an opponent one grade lower needed no preparation. Right as Herlous finished his sentence, Han Xiao flipped his hands. 2 electromagnetic handguns slipped out from his leg armor, and he fired rapidly with moving snipe. The muzzle was flashing with blue electric light, and the sound was different from gunpowder weapons. It was a high-frequency buzz with the sound of electric flow. Needle bullets bolted toward Herlous, dragging a faint blue light behind. His battleship slicing blade rose up in time, blocking in front of Herlous like a shield, making clanks from the collisions. Following which, Herlous' expression changed a little. Electromagnetic firearms. The mechanics' core ability was to build machinery for combat, and being able to build electromagnetic weapons meant that the attack power was on a new level. Electromagnetic guns had a high fire rate, so he almost could not react to it. Herlous has to take it seriously. Although he had energy protection, his body was not some easily replaceable equipment, so he was totally not interested in getting focus fired. Herlous did not know much about mechanics, but he knew that only higher-grade mechanics could build weapons with higher technology. Naturally, he was a little confused. Could grade C mechanics build stable electromagnetic firearms? Herlous closed in with his blade in his hand, rushing faster than a sports car. Closing the distance, Han Xiao's feet slid as he moved back, maintaining the distance. There were many firearms hidden under his armor. A handgun, assault rifle, and sniper, that had all been changed into electromagnetic versions with higher damage. Herlous was a well-deserved grade B. His reaction speed was extremely fast, and the wide battleship slicing blade was suitable for blocking. Han Xiao fired hundreds of times, but less than 5% hit. Furthermore, the damage of those hits was largely reduced by the pugilist's energy coating and strong physic, only dealing skin damage. Formidable.com. Having dealt some damage, Han Xiao saw Herlous' data panel. LV-98, grade B pugilist, high in both strength and endurance, semi-tank, quite a lot of talents, almost as many as me, and all with very strong effects. Damn, this guy has basic luck glow too. Han Xiao was so jealous. According to Herlous' self-description, he had been very lazy since he was young. He had extraordinary talent but never trained hard. Then, he abandoned combat for more than 10 years, yet he still reached grade B. Maybe this was what a genius was like. Han Xiao could not help but think, if Herlous did not die like in the original storyline, he might have achieved grade A in the end. This is one hell of a recruit. As he became stronger, Han Xiao's mind became faster. Even thinking of something else during combat would not distract him. At this time, Herlous suddenly stopped chasing. His silver flames expanded, then contracted, condensed between his palms, and became a blinding silver-white light. Boom! Veins appeared on Herlous' face, looking very exhausted. Then, with a growl, he pushed his palms forward. The light shot out as energy flew out from his palms continuously. A blinding silver-white beam shot out like a furious growling dragon, the light filling Han Xiao's vision. Han Xiao placed his arms in front of him, and the next moment, the beam collided with his arms, sending him flying and bashing onto the wall. The beam devoured the outline of his body. As long as pugilists learned shockwave blast, they would be able to shoot beams. This was one of the abilities in a pugilist's ability technique tree, just like the mechanic's knowledge tree. Compressing energy into a sphere, its power depended on the energy level. The flaw was that it required a lot of energy to use. Beams had different varieties, and compared to grade C, the beam of grade B was clearly thicker and longer lasting. Even though Herlous reduced the energy output because he was worried about shooting through the wall of the simulation room, the increased damage in the entire places clearly displayed the power of this hit. That should be enough. Wait, why did I use this? Herlous was shocked. His original intention was to tutor, but because he felt a bit threatened during the battle, he subconsciously took Han Xiao as a strong enemy and used a strong attack. He suddenly deeply regretted using such a move. Such an energy beam could even hurt grade C pugilists, not to mention mechanics. He was about to stop the energy output, but at that moment, a flash of arc-shaped lightning expanded from within the beam and slashed it open. Han Xiao jumped high up into the air, with a ferocious black scythe in his hand, and descended from the sky, slashing down. Herlous immediately raised his blade to block. The scythe crashed down on the battleship's slicing blade and caused sparks like a thunderstorm. The friction between metal mixed with the sound of electric currents. He stepped back and dodged. Then he saw Han Xiao, who was on the ground. Many parts of his mechanical suit had become red hot, and his whole body was covered in white steam from the high temperature. The energy reaction level was shocking. Han Xiao twisted his neck and said jokingly, "That was close. Almost couldn't take it," although that was what he said. His tone was casual and calm, filled with confidence, totally not sounding like he was hurt at all. Herlous' eyes widened. Someone who could tank a beam undamaged and give out this feeling was absolutely not just grade C. "You're a grade B super." Herlous was stunned. "You were not this strong back in Sunil." Han Xiao shrugged. "I've improved." How many days had passed? "And you've already advanced a grade. Are you more genius than me?" Herlous was shocked. He had always known that he was very talented. Although he was not proud of it, when he saw a super that was even more genius than him, he did not feel very good and had very mixed feelings. "Don't stop. We're not done fighting." Han Xiao reached out his arm and grabbed the air toward the location of an equipment box on the other side. The mechanical suit arm and the box had a magnetic connection, so the summoned item flew over. In midair, the box opened automatically, and the exoskeleton armor bounced out, hovered over quickly according to the position of the magnetic connection, then covered Amphiptera, turning into the siege mode like a small giant in the blink of an eye. There was another benefit to advanced electromagnetism. It could make equipment combine automatically through adjusting the magnetism of different parts, increasing the speed of equipping different armor. Feeling the energy reaction that made his heart retract, Herlous became focused. He adjusted his attitude, and the thought of tutoring was forgotten. "You're right. Our battle deserves to be called a spar." Chapter 362, Invisible Corner, 1. Chapter 362, Invisible Corner, 1. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Upon experiencing the convenience of the automatic binding, Han Xiao could not help but feel good. Magnetic connection is truly convenient. The exoskeleton armor looked rough and ferocious. It had a mechanic structure of heavy, black alloy armor combined with staggered fangs. The visual impact was very strong. The siege mode was focused on power and defense. It was like a train head when moving. The mechanical limbs were large and tough, equipped with a large number of moving gears, adding the bonus of dozens of strength points and more than 10,000 armor points. There were always pros and cons. The disadvantage of the siege mode was reduced dexterity. Amphipter itself was covered by the heavy exoskeleton armor, but luckily there was the nerves connection, so controlling the exoskeleton armor was easy. His scythe was originally a more than 2 meters long weapon, but now it was like a harvesting short sickle. Han Xiao charged forward with large steps, and the ground shook. As he slashed again and again, the scythe and the battleship's slicing blade collided with each other rapidly. Clank, clank, clank. The battleship's slicing blade left marks on the armor. Han Xiao knew specialized materials science, so he had combined advanced electromagnetism with it and created a new alloy. It was highly durable and had bonus damage reduction when filled with electric current. The strong materials used for the fusion had very high defensive capabilities. If it was normal iron, it would have been cut in half by Herlous long ago. The great mechanic Han was not so arrogant as to fight a pugilist head-on in melee combat. He harassed with his sonic spheres, of which he could control 7 at a time now because his nerves were stronger. He also used many other small weapons to keep attacking. After fighting for a while, the exoskeleton armor was covered in damage, and Herlous had also been slashed by the scythe a few times. It was basically a draw. Clank! After one last collision between the weapons, the two distanced themselves from one another like they could reach each other's mind and stopped attacking at the same time. Great fight! Han Xiao laughed. Through this combat, he had a more direct understanding of his own combat power. The bottom line of Grade B was 5,000 ona, and Grade A was 10,000 ona. The calculation of the ona number was a curve. The higher the number, the bigger the difference between each point. Therefore, the difference between those of the same grade was larger. Even if both were Grade B, the destructive power of one with 5,000 ona and another with 9,000 ona was completely different. Han Xiao's energy rank was a little more than 5,300. A novice in Grade B. Herlous has been in Grade B for many years, but he had abandoned training. Thus, his energy rank was about 5,000 as well. However, with Herlous' talent, he had a lot of room to grow. Supers with Grade B strength were able to basically protect themselves in the galaxy, but it was countless miles away from being able to act completely carelessly. Han Xiao could only better prepare for the future if he knew his strength very clearly. Herlous took a deep breath and put his weapon away. Sparring should always stop at a suitable point. There was no need to decide a winner. He would not use his trump card, and he knew full well that Han Xiao definitely had more trump cards as a mechanic. Just through the fight earlier, he had already felt quite the pressure. Han Xiao had numerous attacking methods. Like a hedgehog, he could be hurt with just a little bit of carelessness. Oh wait, he was already hurt. He dressed his wounds, and with the pugilist's physique, he would recover in a few hours. Black Star was an opponent on the same level as him. Han Xiao's combat power had earned Herlous' approval. Herlous was much less worried about Han Xiao's safety. Originally, when he realized that he was the strongest in the Black Star mercenary group, he had felt somewhat uncertain no matter what. Now that there was finally someone with the same level of combat power, Herlous' mindset had changed. To put it more directly, originally he had thought that his teammates were burdens, but now they gradually turned into reliable friends. Furthermore, having a friend with the same level of strength meant having common conversation topics. They smiled at each other and felt a sense of trust in one another. The basis of trust could only be built between people with the same level of strength. Herlous volunteered to help move the equipment boxes, and the two of them walked out the simulation room side by side. Then they came to realize that Frenzied Sword and a few players were waiting outside with surprised faces. Black Phantom, you're so strong. Stars twinkled in Frenzied Sword's eyes. Frenzied Sword was very hard-working, so he had wanted to find Herlous to trigger a tutoring event, but coincidentally, he had witnessed the earlier battle. He was stunned, as the mercenary group only displayed one Grade B, Herlous, but Han Xiao had been fighting him evenly earlier. That meant that he had to be a B too. Frenzied Sword immediately made a logical guess. It must have been because Han Xiao hit it during the test. In traditional ideals, the leader should be the strongest. Originally, when the captain was not as strong as the newly joined cadre, the players had felt rather weird. Now, Frenzied Sword and the others felt much more comfortable. The great mechanic Han's image was strong and mysterious. In the players' eyes, he could do all sorts of unbelievable things, and what he just did matched his position in their hearts. Frenzied Sword was the first follower. He had witnessed Han Xiao's rising experience step by step. Every time that he saw Han Xiao, he was glad of the choice that he had made. However, after entering the galaxy, Frenzied Sword had been somewhat upset. The team had expanded and there were more people. He felt neglected. Back then, Han Xiao gave him these high-reward missions with strange requirements every day, and Frenzied Sword could not get enough of it. However, the missions now were too formal. Frenzied Sword missed that feeling. However, at the same time, he was secretly delighted about it as well. No other players had witnessed these strange missions, not even Hao Tian, Maple Moon, and Bun Hit Dog knew what Han Xiao had been like back then. He was the only one to have experienced it. This was a very interesting and fun experience, and he thought back on it often. Han Xiao raised an eyebrow and took a step to the side discreetly. Somehow, he felt that Frenzied Sword was looking at him weirdly. "Who's Black Phantom?" Herlous was confused. Han Xiao waved. "Don't mind it. That's my nickname on my mother planet." "Oh, I forgot. You're famous on your mother planet." Herlous discreetly decided to find other teammates to know more about Han Xiao's past. He was very interested. There were few activities during the trip, and other than occasionally sparring with Herlous, Han Xiao chatted with Gashley whenever he was free to hear more about Skyring's history. They sometimes also talked about the knowledge of traveling through the universe. Gashley was an experienced mercenary. He had been to many places and had a lot of stories to tell. In terms of words, the great mechanic Han never backed off, and in terms of knowledge, 10 Gashleys tied together would not be able to match up to him. They chatted happily and had very pleasant conversations, gradually familiarizing themselves with one another. Most of the formal mercenaries were forthright and liked to make many friends. Players communicated with the other Sky Ring mercenaries often. When talking about their armor, the Sky Ring mercenaries displayed the effect of the Sky Ring armor. They were all products of compression technology. By pressing down on the triangular crystal on their chest, the humble Sky Ring combat suit would expand and become various full forms. It was truly gorgeous. The Sunil Enlistee class armor paled in comparison, so the players were all shocked and jealous. Seeing that the players were tempted by their resources, the Sky Ring mercenaries tried to tempt the players privately by promising a free Sky Ring armor after joining Sky Ring. If their recruitment was successful, the recruiter would be rewarded as well. Recruiting members from other mercenary groups was a very common activity. It was free real estate. Many Sky Ring mercenaries also belonged to other mercenary groups originally, and they had been attracted to Sky Ring due to their better offer. However, this did not work on the players at all. Tempted did not mean shaken. They were still waiting for better things to appear in the mercenary group shop. One day, there might be Sky Ring armor in the Black Star shop too. Therefore, they were in no hurry. These players trusted Han Xiao very much. The private invitations were all rejected, and the Sky Ring mercenaries were very surprised. They had not expected the mercenaries under Black Star to be so loyal, and shock naturally turned into respect for the group. When Han Xiao heard this from Bun Hit Dog, he felt warm inside. The faction unity was starting to shape slowly. This group of players had backbone. At the same time, among some asteroid belt in the Fawn Galaxy, a few scavenger spaceships were moving stealthily. They kept the information disruption force field activated at all times, maintaining their stealth mode. This was the scavenger organization that had attacked the Silvers. It was a slave trader that often sold slaves. They were notorious for their ruthless acts in the Shattered Star Ring. The hold of one of the spaceships consisted of prison cells used exclusively for containing slaves. This group of scavengers had done quite a number of jobs before they attacked the Silvers. The not-so-valuable goods were locked together, and the valuable slaves were imprisoned alone. Naturally, the 17 captured Silvers were imprisoned alone. A golden-skinned, messy-haired man walked into the prison area with a very gloomy look on his face. He was the leader of this group of scavengers, Peggy, a hybrid Godaran. The blood running through his veins was only 1/8 Godaran, but his appearance was still very similar to that of a Godaran. The Godaran genes were indeed very strong. He had tiny scales on different places on his skin and vertical pupils like a snake, suggesting that he had some kind of snakeman genes. The prisoners in the large cell immediately became riled up when they saw him. "Let me out! I'm an explorer of Holy Stone civilization. How dare you detain me? Let me go now or I will. Who are you going to sell us to?" The prisoners were very noisy, but Peggy ignored them completely. He skipped the large cell area and walked into the corridor of the single-person cells. He had yet to do a routine interrogation after catching these silvers. It was now time to test the goods. Chapter 363, Invisible Corner, 2. Chapter 363, Invisible Corner, 2. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The Shattered Star Ring was filled with criminals, so it was very rare to see visitors from other star fields. Yet there were still people who came. Peggy asked 11 of them in a row, and the results were mostly the same. These silvers were all friends and travelers, wanting to witness the edge of the visible universe, and Shattered Star Ring was one of the edges of the visible universe. They had passed by and had unfortunately been abducted by Peggy. He walked into the next cell, and the silver inside was somewhat different. The others would at least shiver a little when they heard the cell door open, but this guy was very calm and did not move at all. It was like he was not a prisoner but a guest of this ship. "Are you the leader?" The silver spoke first, his tone very calm. "I'm willing to buy my freedom with money. You can decide any price." "I'm not interested." Peggy was expressionless. His spaceship maintained information disruption to prevent getting located, to prevent risks, so they would not let the slaves use their communicators before they were safe. With a wave of his hand, his subordinate walked forward and frisked the silver's body. This silver struggled violently and yelled with rage, "I have a lot of money. Aren't you selling slaves for money?" Suddenly, a scavenger subordinate discovered something. He tore his shirt open and took out a tiny black bead from his lining. This silver immediately became much more violent and wanted to pounce over to snatch back the black bead, but he was pressed strongly on the floor, only able to growl furiously. "What's this?" Peggy took the black bead from his subordinate and squeezed it. It was very hard, and the surface of the bead was emanating a deep light with a tint of magical glow. "Give it back to me. I'm an emissary of Darkstar. This belongs to the Darkstar. If you dare take it away, destruction and death will fall upon you," this man yelled angrily. "Darkstar." Peggy laughed coldly. "You did your homework well. Despite being far away in the sea of star spirits, you know there's a Darkstar organization in our Shattered Star Ring. I didn't join Darkstar even though I'm a hybrid Godaran. You want to scare me? Do you think I'm easily fooled?" Peggy saw Darkstar as the great pioneer of liberation, and he had always wanted to join, but because Darkstar was too mysterious, he never could come into contact with them. If Darkstar gave him orders, he would willingly give his life. Silvers were far in the sea of star spirits. How could they possibly have any connection with Darkstar? He had caught them out of nowhere, and this guy happened to be the so-called emissary? How could it be so coincidental? It was nothing but intimidation. Peggy had seen it way too many times. "Seeing that you're so nervous, this bead must be valuable. I'll take it." Peggy pocketed the bead and planned to find someone to identify it when he was free. He brought his subordinates along and left the cell, then closed the gate. Outside the door, the subordinate licked his lips. His face was filled with greed as he said, "A silver has never appeared on the slave market of Shattered Star Ring before. It will definitely sell for a good price. This is a huge profit." "Boss, who are we selling them to?" "I've contacted the customer," Peggy said. "We're going to Floating Dragon Island, freewebnovel.com. The subordinate widened his eyes. "That's that man's territory. The customer this time is that guy's subordinate, very generous with money." Peggy had a gloomy smile as he walked away. In the prison cell, this silver was furious. He cursed in his mind, "Damn scavengers." Luckily, The secret message bead can only be opened with a password. They can't take out what's inside. Star Zone 4, Fawn, planet number 122, was a planet without an owner or civilization. The Silvers that sent out the missions were camping there. Since their call for aid, numerous mercenary spaceships had arrived on this lifeless planet, and all sorts of spaceships surrounded the middle and shaped a base. In the heart of it was the Silvers' traveling spaceship. Gashly's spaceship landed slowly, and Han Xiao and the others swarmed out to look around. The base was filled with voices. Most of them were mercenary groups. The Silvers' mission had attracted many renowned mercenaries in the Shattered Star Ring. Gashly brought the others toward the main team. They arrived below an even larger spaceship, and about 100 Sky Ring mercenaries were gathered here. Han Xiao looked up. This spaceship had the Sky Ring symbol on it, too. "You're finally here." A tall woman wearing hooded robe walked over. It was the 3-ring level cadre ice sorcerer, original name Goa, leader of the Sky Ring for this mission. She had light blue long hair, a cold nature, and a void-like voice, just like ice. This was a mage. Although Han Xiao could not feel the magic flowing in her, he could feel the coldness from her. Seems like she's an ice element mage, Han Xiao thought. Just like the mechanic class, the mage class also had complicated knowledge and a variety of styles. Ice mages were hard to deal with, and they had all sorts of annoying skills like slow, freeze, and stiffen. Goa glanced at Gashly. She saw Han Xiao and the others beside and asked with a frown, "Who are they?" "Black Star Mercenary Group. We just made a partnership agreement, so they're here to help," Gashly said. "Never heard of them before." Goa shook her head. Han Xiao was not bothered. Black Star Mercenary Group's name was limited to Ubayerly Hub. It was far from being famous. Compared to Sky Ring, his mercenary group was not noticeable at all. Goa thought that they were just a bunch of sidekicks, but suddenly, she felt a sense of danger. The senses of a mage reminded her that she had met someone strong. Only then did she start to seriously size Han Xiao and the others up. She noticed that 2 of them had very active cell energy in them. 2 Grade B supers. Goa's expression changed a little. Although Grade B supers were rather common, they were not everywhere. Even in Sky Ring, Grade B supers were at least 3-ring level cadres, and this mercenary group with only dozens of members had 2 Grade B supers. The ratio was very high. She was the only Grade B in this team. Their high-level combat power was not even as high as this small mercenary group. Goa stopped looking at them and said, "Our employer has hired many mercenaries. They're not short of combat power. However, the situation right now is not very good. Since everyone is here, let's head over there first. We'll speak on the way." They walked to the Silver ship, and Goa explained the current situation. This Silver had spent a large sum to hire mercenaries to save his captured friends. He was very generous indeed, but the mercenaries still had yet to start. They were stuck at an awkward stage. No one knew the enemy's location. The scavengers that had attacked the Silvers were nowhere to be found. So no matter how many mercenaries gathered, there was nowhere to start. Such intelligence-lacking missions were very troublesome. The mercenaries used various detection methods, but that group of scavengers had turned on information disruption and could not be located. They did not leave many traces during their crime either. Although they knew that the scavengers would be fencing, they did not know where they would be going to. If they were further delayed, the people of his race would be sold already. The surviving Silver was very anxious, and he released new requirements. If anyone could provide effective location information, he would give a generous bonus. Other than us, Blades and Purple Gold are here, too. Purple Gold went to find a fortune teller, so the enemy's location might be discovered, Goa said. The Blades Army and the Purple Gold Army, 2 large mercenary armies as large as Sky Ring, were also active in the Shattered Star Ring. The rewards for this mission were divided into 2 parts, the base reward and bonus reward. The base reward was the hiring fee, and the mercenaries that saved the captives would be given a bonus that was multiple times the base reward. Therefore, in these missions, the relationship between the mercenaries was not only comrades but competitors as well. Formal mercenaries competed with dignity. They would not burden each other on purpose, or their reputation would be damaged. Usually, when the enemy could not be located and there were no better detection devices, mysterious foreseeing methods might have an unexpected good result. These abilities required very special talents and strict rules, so they were rare. The players could not awaken foreseeing type powers. Even if they could learn fortune-telling in the mage class, they would only receive very little information when they used it, so it had a lot of limitations. The people met the Blades team halfway, and they walked with each other. Goa and the leader of Blades chatted casually as they led the way. Both large mercenary groups had their own uniforms. They chatted with the people they knew, and Han Xiao and the others were conspicuous in the middle of these two groups of people, as those around them sized up this unknown mercenary group. Who are they? Seems like Sky Ring's help. Think they're called something like Black Star Mercenary Group. Small group, not well known. Here to watch probably. The mercenaries chatted among themselves, and the players felt uncomfortable. They felt like they did not fit into this crowd at all. On the way, Han Xiao was pondering on what to do next. He did not know if Goa had plans to hire him, but he did not want to come for nothing. Since they were already there, he did not want to return empty-handed. Many renowned mercenaries of the Shattered Star Ring have gathered here on this planet. I came too late, and I have yet to make a name for myself. It looks like I can't play a part here. This was an event that he had not come into contact before, so he had to improvise. Just as he was thinking, they came to the middle of the base. The silver appeared in their sights. They had snow-white skin, long and cute tentacles above their heads, and stunning clothes made of unknown material that was soft and smooth, and bottom half of the face was covered by an air filtration mask. This was the first time that the players had seen a universe royalty. They looked here and there and did not realize what was so royal about them. It felt no different from other weird-looking galactic races. If a civilization is strong and ancient enough, the race ruling it will, of course, be royalty. The others will look up to their hobbies as a royal standard. This is an issue regarding societal positions, nothing much to do with their physique. Han Xiao patted Herlous on his shoulder. What did you pat me for? Herlous rolled his eyes. About this topic, the Sunil clearly did not want to talk to you about it. The silver spaceship captain was negotiating with the mercenaries, and he said, I hope you can quickly set off to save my friends. It's been delayed for too long. If you people continue to slack, you will not receive any reward. We don't know the enemy's location. All detective and tracking methods are no use, and you also did not give us any valuable intel. Thus, we can only wait temporarily. However, do not worry, our friends have already gone to invite a fortune teller. As long as you keep your promise and give the intel provider the bonus reward, I believe that there will soon be a result, a mercenary said. You people of Shattered Star Ring are really greedy and primitive, the silver spaceship captain complained. I dislike this place. No matter what, I just want results. Money is not a problem. Whoosh! The wind rolled up the sand, and another spaceship had landed. The purple gold army symbol was printed on its body. The crowd split apart, and Purple Gold Army's team walked down the ship and approached. Beside the leader was a sorcery fortune teller carrying a crystal ball, also a member of the Purple Gold Army, hurrying over from galaxies away for this mission. Chapter 364, Floating Dragon Island. Chapter 364, Floating Dragon Island. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The fortune teller held onto the magical crystal ball and mumbled, while the Silvers and the mercenaries watched and exchanged looks. Will fortune-telling even work? Herlous asked. A target that all kinds of detection devices could not find, and a fortune-teller could just lock onto it like that? Sunil was a technological civilization, so they had very limited knowledge of sorcery. They had only heard about it and never understood how it worked, so it was normal to be doubtful. Han Xiao touched his chin. That depends, there are many strange things in the universe. Something that technology devices can't do, sorcery can, and vice versa. Of course, as they both improve, the different systems will gradually have more similarities, and it all leads to the same place. The fortune-telling of the mage class is quite useful. Can't you use your foreseeing ability? Herlous suddenly remembered that there was a foreseer standing right beside him. freewebnovel.com. Mine is passive. Han Xiao dry coughed and gave a logical explanation. About 10 minutes into the mumbling, a blurred image appeared on the magical crystal ball, and the fortune teller stopped chanting. The fortune teller stared at the crystal for a while, then rubbed his eyes and said unsurely, "I saw a void dragon race." The crowd was stunned. Void dragon race? What are you talking about? The clarity of the fortune-telling results depended on the number of traces. Most of the time it would be ambiguous, but it would definitely be related to the truth. The fortune teller said, "I can only see this result. Do you have any leads?" The mercenaries surrounded the crystal ball and discussed, while Goa frowned and said suddenly, "Could it be Floating Dragon Island?" The crowd stopped their discussion instantly when they heard this. It was like someone pressed the mute button, and the mercenaries quietened down and exchanged looks. A tint of horror even appeared on their faces. Very possible. If there's any organization in the Shattered Star Ring unafraid of revenge, Floating Dragon Island is one of them. Maple Moon noticed how stiff the people were. She tugged on Han Xiao's sleeve and asked curiously, "What kind of place is that?" Han Xiao squinted his eyes and said, "Wanted criminals can't get supplies from lawful civilizations' planets, but some neutral territories dare to take in galactic pirates, scavengers, and other criminals. Floating Dragon Island is one such neutral territory. Then isn't that a gathering ground of criminals? Why don't these civilizations just get rid of all of them at once?" One-Hit Dog cut in. Not to pursue one's past sins in neutral territories. This is the unspoken rules between the civilizations in Shattered Star Ring because of one and only one reason. These long-lasting neutral territories all have a strong ruler. Han Xiao seemed to have remembered something interesting. The edges of his lips rose up as he said, "The ruler of Floating Dragon Island is someone beyond Calamity Grade." Beyond Calamity Grade, which means higher than Grade A. The players' faces changed. They finally understood why these mercenaries all had such grave expressions. They knew absolutely nothing of the strong people of this grade, but Han Xiao knew very clearly. If Grade A was a calamity at a planet scale, above Grade A was a whole new level, more than enough to become the king of an area through the galaxy. Not many civilizations wanted to mess with someone of this level. For example, at her peak, Gila could reap the souls of every life on an entire planet in seconds, making an entire planet deadly silent. When the strength of a single being reached such a level, there were not many rules that could restrict them anymore. Some galactic civilizations could not do anything to them even if they used the power of their entire race. It was horrifying indeed. Luckily, there were few monsters at this level even throughout the entire universe. In the Shattered Star Ring, there were only 4 known beings beyond Grade A, fearsomely famous and lonely. The ruler of Floating Dragon Island was one of them, and Han Xiao happened to be very familiar with that guy. In his previous life, the great mechanic Han had once come into contact with that guy due to a mission. Void dragons were galactic beings, and their bodies were tens of thousands of meters long. They lived in the universe, and the dark energy everywhere to them was like air to humans and water to fish. The bodies of void dragons contained special powers, and when they died, their flesh would turn into ice shards and ash, leaving an enormous skeleton floating in the universe, turning into a comet. When they reached close to the end of their life expectancy, the void dragon race would wait for its death beside the corpse of one of its race, hence forming a graveyard in the form of comets. Floating Dragon Island was a large graveyard. It was rumored to have 24 sets of void dragon skeletons, captured by its current ruler, then embedded into the surface of an empty planet. The ruler then used their great strength to tear away a part of the land, equipping it with all kinds of anti-gravitational, ecological maintenance devices, maintaining its galactic voyage, turning into the Floating Dragon Island it was now. Back then, when Han Xiao knew about this, other than being shocked, his biggest conclusion was, that dragon was damn rich. The people contemplated. According to the fortune-telling results, the scavengers were most likely going to fence their goods on Floating Dragon Island. So many mercenaries wanted to back away. "Sorry, I'm quitting this mission." The captain of one of the middle-sized mercenary groups made the decision after long consideration. With him as the first, more mercenaries followed and left. Spaceships took off one after another and disappeared. Floating Dragon Island was a gathering ground for criminals, An extremely dangerous place. That place did not really welcome formal mercenaries. They might just bump into their enemy there. Furthermore, saving someone in that kind of place. If they broke the rules accidentally and enraged the ruler, it would be a problem to even make it out alive. Most of the mercenaries wimped out. The silver was angry and shocked. The action of these mercenaries going back on their word made them furious. Only Sky Ring, Blades, and Purple Gold were left. These three groups had a strong background. At least the criminals in Floating Dragon Island would not dare to touch them. It was certainly different to have the confidence since they had relationship and background. Here comes the chance. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. The silver would definitely be in shortage of manpower. So he stood out of the crowd and said with a smile, "Do you still need mercenaries?" The three large mercenary groups looked over. The silver spaceship captain nodded immediately. It was really a timely offer. These renowned mercenaries were just full of promises to save the captives moments ago. Yet they all wimped when they heard the location. What good did their accumulated good name do? They did not even match up to this uninvited mercenary group. Goa frowned and said, "Floating Dragon Island is filled with brutes, pirates, and scavengers everywhere. It's very dangerous, and even though you're our partner, Sky Ring's name cannot protect you. If you get killed, it will be for nothing. That place is too dangerous for you guys, so it's best you reconsider." From what they saw, 80% of this small mercenary group's confidence to do this mission was because they were Sky Ring's partner, but she felt that she had to make things clear. If a direct member was killed, Sky Ring would take revenge, so the brutes would consider before they did anything. However, although partners could act alongside them, if they were killed, Sky Ring would not stand up for them. That was the difference. "No worries. My people are not afraid of danger." Han Xiao smiled, and his impression of this female mage became better. They clearly could just hire them as combat power, yet she actively explained the dangers involved. Although she seemed cold, she was actually quite kind. Chapter 365, Don't Wimp, Just Do It. Chapter 365, Don't Wimp, Just Do It. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. This time, Gashley explained softly, "There's no need to worry. All of Black Star's people can revive." What? Goa was shocked. She did not know about Han Xiao's team previously. Only after she listened to Gashley's introduction did she understand the uniqueness of Black Star Mercenary Group. A group of undying. No wonder they have the right to become Sky Ring's partner. She did not continue her attempt to persuade Han Xiao anymore. Han Xiao suddenly had an idea, and he said, "We only know that Floating Dragon Island is the location, but we don't know the scavenger's identity, nor do we know who they're dealing with. It would still be finding a needle in a haystack. Do you have any other ways?" The Purple Gold Army fortune teller shook his head, saying that his fortune-telling could not divine such details. Han Xiao was relieved. He coughed and started acting. "I'm a foreseer, too, and I felt something just now and noticed some new clues." The people were surprised, and they looked over. Han Xiao remembered that he still had the character summon card of Destiny's Child, and there were 5 more usages, so he could just give it a try. He asked, "If I can provide reliable intel, is there any other reward?" The silver spaceship captain nodded and said, "Of course there is. I want to suggest a reward." "What do you want?" "Mechanic class advancement knowledge." Han Xiao smiled. This was a good opportunity to make a request. The Silvers discussed for a while and agreed to Han Xiao's request. Far away in the sea of star spirits, class advancement knowledges were not that precious. They were basically everywhere. He just had to tell a friend back there, and it could be sent over immediately. It would not even cost them anything. Upon getting the confirmation, Han Xiao used his Destiny's Child card. His vision changed, entering a blurry image, and he saw some bits and pieces. After losing focus for a while, Han Xiao's vision recovered. Destiny's Child's ability was very promising, so Han Xiao already knew the customer's rough appearance. They just had to ask around, and they should be able to find the target. He described the intel, and the Silver sent the appointed class advancement knowledge into his communicator. Han Xiao used his potential points to learn it immediately, and a new knowledge entered his mind. "You have learned rapid assembly. This is the difference." Han Xiao sighed. A knowledge that he could not even learn in the Shattered Star Ring, the silver could transfer it to him easily. That was the civilization difference, and even he was tempted to kidnap these silvers. But it was just a thought. He threw that suicidal idea away very quickly. He now had a faction base, and he did not want to become someone who was chased around everywhere. After the hiring procedures were completed, Han Xiao requested for the other 2-class advancement knowledge regarding compression technology as well. Seeing that Han Xiao was the captain, Silver agreed with all of it. Supers looking for new knowledge was very common. A mission was triggered on his interface, and the basic reward was one of the knowledges required for compression technology. If he successfully saved the hostages, he would then receive the other knowledge. The experience reward was more than 4 million, plus some monetary reward. And the player's reward was only money. After settling everything, without further ado, Han Xiao and the others boarded Sky Ring's spaceship and followed the 3 large mercenary groups to Floating Dragon Island. In an unknown region of the Shattered Star Ring was a Dark Star base, where the superiors of the Dark Star organization were having an emergency meeting. The carrier this time was kidnapped. Did God Aura notice our plan? No, this is just an accident. The people over there chose the carrier to be a silver, and he was kidnapped by a slave trader. That's good then. The intel shows that the fence location seems to be Floating Dragon Island. What do? Send people over to rob those bought slaves. Find the carrier and retrieve the cargo. If outsiders don't have the password, they can't take out the mutation source and the supergene extractor inside. These 2 things cost the organization a lot, so they cannot be lost. Who do we send to carry out the mission? Since it's this important, let Ember go. He has yet to fail since joining Darkstar. Not long after, a stealth spaceship left the Darkstar base and headed toward Floating Dragon Island. Only paid for 15 silvers? Peggy was already very close to Floating Dragon Island. He contacted the customer again and came to know of the new request. There were 17 silvers in the spaceship, so 2 of them unsold. He thought about it, then told his subordinate to bring 2 silvers to him. One of them was that carrier that called himself the Darkstar Emissary. In front of the hatch at the side of the spaceship, 2 silvers were kneeling before Peggy. Scavengers surrounded the 2 of them, anticipating a good show. Open the hatch, Peggy said. A subordinate opened the inner hatch, but the outer hatch remained closed. The 2 silvers saw this and guessed what the scavengers were about to do. They were terrified and struggled more violently, but they were firmly pressed down. Peggy signaled for the other silver to be moved out of the inner hatch. The inner hatch then closed and the outer hatch opened. The body of the silver was exposed in vacuum. He slowly floated away as his eyes bulged and his limbs moved everywhere. After struggling for a while, his organs shattered, and he tragically died. Ha 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 ha. The scavengers laughed out loud as they saw this from the windows. This was the entertainment of scavengers. The carrier silver panicked and said, "Aren't you going to sell me? I'm very valuable. I have a lot of money to pay for myself. Why do you want to kill me?" Peggy's eyes were dark and cold. His face twisted. "You're my property, so I can do anything I want to you. I dislike it when people bargain with me, and I dislike high-up races like yours even more. Every time I see people like you, I'm reminded of the pure-blood God Aura * souls. Arrogant people all deserve to die." As he said that, he waved again. The subordinates did the same thing. They threw the silver out as well, and he died rapidly in a vacuum. The spaceship then sped up and left the area right away, leaving only 2 silver corpses floating in the cold universe. At the same time, the spaceships of the mercenary groups were about to land on the other side of Floating Dragon Island. This was a land that sailed in the universe like a galactic island. It had many stabilizers and accelerators at its base, and a translucent sphere covered the entire floating island, maintaining the atmosphere and gravity. The construction style of Floating Dragon Island was rough. It had a city that looked like an enormous dragon spreading its wings when looking down from above, and many mechanical digging devices were fixed on the ground. The drills acquired the void dragon skeletons underground. It was a very valuable material. Countless ferocious-looking modified spaceships were docked at the pier, painted with different symbols. These all belonged to scavengers and galaxy pirates. There were quite a number of them who were rather notorious, such as these with a wanted reward of more than 100,000 anas. The mercenary group spaceships landed successfully. After going through the procedures, the people walked into the city together. Criminals with anarchic looks could be seen on the streets everywhere. The three large mercenary groups all wore uniforms, which attracted a lot of attention. Many criminals were openly sizing them up. The air was filled with hostility, sending chills down spines. Because they knew that there was danger everywhere, they had all equipped themselves fully back on the ship before they came. The players wore Sunil Enlistee-class armor, and Han Xiao wore Amphiptera. The three large mercenary groups did a wide range of businesses, so they had made quite a few enemies. Although these people were looking at them with hatred, they did not dare to do anything due to their fear of the name of these three large mercenary group. On the other hand, Han Xiao and the others who clearly did not belong to the three large mercenary groups attracted more attention. Frowning, Herlous said softly, "Black Star, I'm feeling the stares from at least 3 supers of the same grade. They are looking at us like they want to eat us." Han Xiao smiled and said, "We're walking with the people of Sky Ring, Blades, and Purple Gold. Of course, these brutes will transfer their hatred naturally onto us. See, these people are the role models." Looking over following Han Xiao's finger, a group of galactic pirates leaned against the war and pointed at them while they were chatting, their eyes filled with hostility. The leader of the pirates spat out phlegm, which happened to land on Maple Moon's armor as she was at the edge of the team. Their expression was fearless. "Then aren't we in more danger?" Herlous was shocked. "Do you know it's called full resource utilization?" Han Xiao smiled. Before Herlous could react, Han Xiao suddenly bent his legs and started his dash toward that group of galactic pirates. Without a single word, the scythe extended, and he slashed down. These pirates did not expect this at all. They fired hastily. Ding ding ding. Fire sparks flew, and the bullets were all deflected by Amphiptera mechanical suit. Han Xiao was like a grim reaper. He slashed sideways and cut 4 pirates into half, blood splashing onto the floor. "You're asking for it." The pirate leader was right beside them. He furiously pulled out a war axe with flame enchantment and slammed the axe down on Han Xiao. This was a grade C pugilist. Han Xiao's hands grabbed the axe tightly. It could not even move an inch further. He shook the scythe, and its blade expanded into electromagnetic chain blades, which tied the body of the pirate leader like a rope. Then he activated Flaming Will, and the scythe tightened strongly. Swoosh! The health bar of this pirate leader was drained instantly. Without being able to scream, he was chopped into pieces right away. Herlous was stunned. The last second they had still been chatting, but the next second he had gone out killing. Was he really this prone to fits of anger? Chapter 366, Slave Market. Chapter 366, Slave Market. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. As a neutral territory, there were not just criminals in the floating Dragon Island. There were also residents, workers, and troops that the ruler used to maintain security called the Dragon Guards. This was a chaotic place, but no matter what, they had to pay a tax when entering the island, representing their respect for the ruler. No one dared break this rule. Floating Dragon Island was a typical low-security area. Combat there was allowed. As long as residents and workers were not killed and buildings were not destroyed, the Dragon Guards would never bother about outsiders killing each other. The atmosphere there was lawless, chaotic, and brutal. The city did not have a proper city plan, and the buildings were all over the place. There was no sun or moon in the sky, only lights from the city lighting up the floating island, making the sky a patchwork of darkness and colorful radiance. Villains liked this place not just because this was a neutral supply site, they also liked the rules there. As long as they did not cross the line of the Dragon Guards, they could use violence as much as they wanted. In this place, killing and being killed both did not seem like a big deal. Han Xiao's sudden act of violence caused a chain reaction. The sound of machines sounded in the street, and the entire street's brutes raised their guns and aimed at him, looking ferocious as if they were going to rush forward any time. At this time, all the people from the 3 large mercenary groups drew their weapons, not taking any steps back, and surrounded Han Xiao to back him up. They displayed their strong attitude to protect their friends. The villains suddenly hesitated. Overcome by fear, they sheathed their weapons and backed off unwillingly. Other than not wanting to be in trouble with the three large mercenary groups, the dragon guards would also appear if their battle became too intense. Stared at by villains from all directions, the hundreds of mercenaries walked past the street, and only then did they sheathe their weapons. They continued walking forward, and no one expressed any opinion about what had just happened, like it was just the most common thing. Goa glanced at Han Xiao and did not blame his sudden action at all. All the mercenaries backed them up, and no one took it as a big deal. It was a cooperation that needed no explanation. Not just Herlous, even the players were shocked. Keeping a low profile is useless here, Han Xiao said. You have to flash your claws and fangs to intimidate potential enemies. There is also an unspoken cooperation sense in the mercenary industry. Every mercenary on the same mission is a trustworthy teammate. As long as the trouble is not way out of line, everyone will be with you. What concerns you also concerns me. Furthermore, killing some criminals here is a norm, and it was a good way to express our toughness. No one will say anything about it. Han Xiao had skipped the quarreling and talking part straight away and jumped to fighting because here, if something could be settled with violence, there was no need to talk. Herlous now understood what Han Xiao meant by full resource utilization. They were acting together with the three huge mercenary groups, so they had the number advantage. Thus, it was a suitable chance for them to show their fists. This unspoken cooperation instantly made the players feel closer to the mercenaries. Deep into the city of Floating Dragon Island, there were far fewer criminals on the streets. They locked onto the target's identity through the customer that Han Xiao described from his foresight, Herlous, the owner of a local slave market and also the subordinate of a certain direct descendant of the Floating Dragon Island ruler. He managed a part of the business. Now this is tough. He's Floating Dragon Island's ruler's subordinate, so if we rob him of his slaves, it will be disrespectful to the ruler. On the streets, the leaders of the mercenary group gathered and discussed the issue. Sky Ring, Blades, and Purple Gold gave Han Xiao enough respect, so the four of them were discussing the action plan. The current situation was quite a problematic one. Although the three large mercenary groups did not fear any criminals there, they did not dare mess with Floating Dragon Island's ruler. People of Floating Dragon Island cannot be enraged, or we will certainly be dead. We have to think of a plan, the leader of Blades, Porter, said in a very firm tone. The Purple Gold's leader, Serlini, contemplated and said, if Herlous has already bought the silvers, we cannot snatch them back with violence. The best way would be to rob the captives first before Herlous makes the payment. Since we know who the customer is, we can wait for the scavengers to arrive, set up an ambush in advance, then snatch the captives back when they are still on their way. This way, we will not have a direct conflict with Herlous. Then, Goa said, firstly, we have to confirm if Herlous has already received the captives. As long as he has yet to buy the captives, this plan is workable. We have to contact him. But if we contact him as mercenaries, it might raise suspicion. A buyer will not want someone to have an eye on what he wants to buy. The dragon guards might cause trouble for us. This plan had a prerequisite, which was that Han Xiao's foresight was reliable. Since they did not have many clues, they could only choose to believe. Anyway, if the intel was incorrect, Han Xiao would not be able to escape the responsibility, and since someone was taking the blame, the other three leaders had no problem with it. Han Xiao recommended himself and said, I'm experienced, so I can disguise myself as a buyer to test him. The three leaders thought that this could work. They made a simple plan. Han Xiao changed into the face simulator, took off his mechanical suit, and changed his clothes. He now looked like a captain of a galactic spaceship. This kind of customer was very common. The slave market was not dirty or messy, but luxurious and gorgeous instead. Any information about the slaves was displayed in books for customers to choose from. The Floating Dragon Island had its middleman in the slave business. They bought slaves from scavengers and sold them to the large customers. I want to buy some slaves. As soon as he entered the market, Han Xiao expressed his intention, disguising himself as a normal customer. A fatty approached and introduced him to slaves of different races. There were many varieties. After not really listening for a while, Han Xiao purposely acted as if he was unsatisfied and said, I don't want these rough deformities, and I don't want these cheap low-class slaves. I want to see what rare species you have here. Do you not have anything worthy of such standard? At this time, a short and skinny guy walked over, wearing luxurious clothes. His fingers and neck were covered in many expensive pieces of jewelry. He smiled and said, of course, I have the good stuff here. Who are you? Han Xiao asked. Herlous, the manager of the slave market. Trust me, the things here can definitely satisfy your needs. Herlous did not have any doubts. He was very passionate toward customers. Han Xiao sized him up, then nodded. Seeing Herlous make a hand sign for, follow me, Han Xiao followed behind him. The two of them took the lift to the bottom floor, and a white corridor full of twists and turns appeared in their vision. There was a pure white alloy gate every so often, and the gate had a small window in it. After walking to it, only then did Han Xiao realize it was all single cells behind the gates. Inside was fully white and very clean, and there were many different creatures. Please allow me to introduce you to these high-quality slaves. Herlous smiled confidently and explained smoothly. Han Xiao occasionally responded as he observed every slave in the cells. Most of them had a numb face, and some of them were scratching the walls in rage. Quite a number of them were supers. The slaves here were indeed more valuable and precious. The corridor end came very soon, but there were no silvers in those 100 or so cells. Herlous stopped the introduction and asked, "Who have you picked?" Han Xiao dry coughed and said, "Are there any other goods?" "Haha. Looks like you're a picky customer." "I love a challenge." Herlous laughed in a very exaggerated way, then snapped his fingers and said, "There's one last good product. She can definitely satisfy your requirements." The wall at the end of the corridor opened, showing a new space. Seeing that, Han Xiao felt relieved. There was only one cell, and it did not look like it had silvers inside, which meant that these captives had yet to arrive on floating Dragon Island. He walked up, looked at the window curiously, and suddenly he stopped breathing completely subconsciously. Inside was a woman whose beauty was almost unbelievable. From the aesthetic standpoint of humans, she had an almost perfect face. The great mechanic Han was astounded by the very first look. This woman looked very young. She had long hair, and covered in blurry stardust, she looked almost transcendent. She appeared to be a normal galaxy human race. She wore heavy alloy cuffs all over her body, a type of cuff specially made for supers. The material used could make energy flow slower to a certain extent, making it hard to control it, hence reducing supers' explosive power. She wore a self-destructive collar, so any strange movements would decimate her skull. Yet this woman was very calm. Completely different from other slaves, she was neither numb nor enraged. She closed her eyes and sat in the corner, very relaxed, not caring about the situation that she was currently in at all. When Han Xiao was observing her, this woman opened her eyes in a flash, and a pair of attractive eyes that looked like they contained the sea and the galaxy looked into Han Xiao's eyes. She was staring into the one-way window in the prison, but it was like she knew someone outside the window was looking at her. Looks like a very strong super. Han Xiao thought and went back to being calm. When he was shocked by her beauty, it had been a completely subconscious reaction. He got rid of this emotion very quickly, and after looking at her, he realized that he did not know this woman. Just as he was about to look elsewhere, a new mission was triggered in the interface. The trigger was obviously this woman. Chapter 367, Erosia. Chapter 367. Erosia. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. You have triggered the mission visitor from afar. Mission introduction. From your first look at her, these eyes were already printed on your heart and soul, mysterious like the fog. Like a dark well, a deep abyss, a voice appeared in your heart. You want to bring this woman away. Mission requirements. Save her from the slave market and stay by her side for 6 days. Reward 1,800,000 experience, 1 unknown reward. Is this mission introduction an introduction to a love game? Han Xiao was covered in goosebumps. Just one look triggered the mission. This woman was certainly not ordinary. He had never seen this character in his previous life, so he had completely no impression of her. Maybe back then no player discovered her, so she was one of the hidden characters that had not been exposed. What's special about her? Han Xiao asked. The projector shows her body structure is not a normal universe race, Herlous said. She has the blood of some kind of an ancient creature in her body, and no match could be found. It's unknown what race hybrid is she. Through the energy detector examination, the energy reaction in her body far exceeds normal creatures, and it fluctuates. The lowest is at least at grade C super level, and the highest even went beyond grade B. Why is such a strong super controlled by you people? Han Xiao was surprised. He pointed at the cuffs and self-destructive collar and said, "These things can't kill a grade B super." Herlous rubbed on his ring and said with a smile, "Of course, we don't have the ability to control supers above grade C, but she doesn't know how to use the energy in her body. She has no combat power. Plus, it was her own choice to stay here." Han Xiao was stunned in place. There are some problems with her memory, so she can't remember most of her experiences, only language, but her intelligence level is not like an infant. She has very high intelligence and can speak and communicate, so she suffers from amnesia? Haha. It's not that simple. Herlous pointed at his head and said, "Normal people suffering from amnesia will be afraid and curiosity toward their identity and the environment they're in, but her mind activity is very unique. She does not search for who she is, why is she here, or what is she going to do. She does not have that curiosity and impulse, and she does not panic at all from not having memories, like a person who's dreaming half awake. She's staying here peacefully, without any intention of searching for her memories. Her life form is very special, and it seems like she does not have instincts or desires. She needs neither to consume food nor excrete. Such a unique being." Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. The stranger this woman was, the bigger the secret it contained. Thus he became quite curious. "What's her name?" "I named her Arosia Sekalama Duranis." The name had a total of 56 words, and it took Herlous quite some time to finish rattling it off. "I usually call her Arosia." Han Xiao's eyes twitched. "What's the point of giving her such a long name? Do you have too much spare time?" The experience of this sudden mission was quite an amount, and there was also an unknown reward. The reward had a certain correlation with the mission difficulty, so Han Xiao decided to give it a try. Since he could not rob Herlous, he would use money to purchase her. "How much is she?" freewebnovel.com. A standard businessman's smile appeared on Herlous' face. "Not expensive at all, only 300,000 anas. Farewell." Han Xiao turned on the spot and left with an expressionless face. "Are you learning from me? Why does a profiteer have to make life hard for another profiteer?" Herlous chased hastily and yelled, "We can negotiate if you feel it's too expensive. How about 200,000? 100,000? No? 50,000? Okay, count it as I'm making a loss. I will sell it to you at 10,000. That's the lowest." Han Xiao was full of doubts. A discount of 97% off. Why would there be such a thing? Something strange was going on. Thinking of the 6 days in the mission requirement, he was alarmed. After some consideration, Han Xiao temporarily placed this mission aside and continued his testing. "Now that's a good price, but I still want to buy other rare slaves. Do you not have any other goods?" Herlous grinned and said, "Haha, you're quite lucky. There's going to be a new batch of rare goods coming in very soon. When they come, you can take a look again. This badge of new goods should be the silvers. Luckily, they're not here yet. The ambush plan still has a chance." "That's great. I will come to look at the goods again and buy that Arosia at the same time." Han Xiao purposed acted contented and expressed his sincerity in wanting to buy, but he did not pay the money no matter what. As he was getting ready to leave, Herlous had no choice but to let his subordinate send Han Xiao away. Herlous was the only one left in the underground prison cell corridor as he mumbled, "What will he pay then? He definitely doesn't want to buy Arosia." When he took over this slave market, Arosia had already been locked here. The last owner had told him that there was no need for special treatment. Just sell her normally. However, there was one customer who bought Arosia, and a few days after, Arosia appeared out of nowhere in the prison cell again, giving him quite a shock. The customer rushed back in rage, and only then did he know that Arosia would suddenly disappear after being brought away. then returned to the cell in an extremely strange way. Horlade asked the previous owner. Then he came to know Arosia had already existed not long after Floating Dragon Island was built. The owner back then reported the situation to the superiors, and this message went to the ears of Floating Dragon Island's ruler. That beyond great a boss came to take a look, and with his belief of, if he didn't understand it, kill it, he wiped Arosia out, turning her into ash. Yet, a few days later, Arosia appeared once again as if nothing had happened. The boss then came to kill her once again, and after repeating for more than 30 times, a conclusion was made. This was a space wonder, an unexplainable strange phenomenon. Through observation, only one Arosia would exist at one time. If she died, she would revive again after some time, but the memory of the time that she spent before she died would disappear, going back to her original state of amnesia. If she left this cell, she would also disappear from the other places. No matter what building was there, she would go back to where the cell was. From the concluded pattern, whether she was dead or bought, Arosia would not leave there for more than 6 days. Floating Dragon Island's ruler was very carefree, so he let the slave market deal with a space wonder. The owner sold her as a slave, scamming the buyer's money and making money with zero cost. Horlade shook his head. He subconsciously looked at Arosia's cell, and Arosia, who had originally been sitting in the corner, was now standing in front of the window suddenly. He could only see a pair of deep and calm eyes through the window. Horlade was shocked. He took a while to calm down, and only after that did he leave. In the cell, Arosia's eyes moved, following Horlade. However, this was a single-sided window. The outside could not be seen from inside the cell. I've asked around, and the silvers have yet to arrive. Upon returning to the team, Han Xiao shared the intel. The other 3 leaders felt energetic. Great! The rescue plan can be carried out. Purple Gold's leader, Serlini, said. Time is scarce, and we don't know when will the scavengers arrive. Since we don't know their identity, it's best to split up and lay an ambush on every route toward the slave market. There is only one chance, and we can't miss out on any suspicious target. It's a must to save the silver captives before they are sold to the market. They decided their division of labor for the ambush. The ambush areas extended from the pier all the way into the slave market, and there had to be mercenaries in every street and every intersection. By using the distance from the slave market as a measurement, the ambush could be divided into 4 layers. The first layer was the furthest away, near the pier. The 4th layer was the closest to the slave market, right beside the market. The 3 leaders had considered that, unlike them, Black Star was not unafraid of criminals, so Han Xiao was in charge of the 3rd layer. This location was a little safer than the pier full of criminals, and the last layer locked down by Goa's team. With some simple disguises, every team went to their position, set up the ambush, and waited. Chapter 368 Scrimmage. Chapter 368 Scrimmage. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. A bronze bullet was thrown in the air casually, and a fixed star bolted past the floating island at this moment. A flash of light passed across the buildings on the street and shone on the spinning metal bullet, reflecting the light onto Han Xiao's handsome face just centimeters away like an arc mirror. The bullet spun a few rounds and reached the peak point, then fell slowly. At this moment, a droplet of bright red blood splashed this way, like a shot from a precise sniper. It hit the dropping bullet. Pa! With fingers closed, the bullet was caught. Han Xiao opened his hand, and the bullet was lying there quietly in the middle of the black mechanical suit glove, painting a warm tint of red onto the cold metal. Not far away, an arms fight was underway between 2 groups of brutes that looked like galactic pirates. The sound of growls, ferocious laughs, and firing mixed together into a deafening noise. The brutes who fell onto the ground and died found their peace, and blood splashed across the entire street like leaves rolled up by the wind. At the side of the street, a group of Floating Dragon Island residents were watching the show stealthily. Han Xiao and a few players sat on the scaffolding of a drilling machine by the side of the road and watched this fight from afar. TSK, another fight. How many times has this happened in the past 2 days? Han Xiao shook his head. He was covered in the mechanical suit at this time, but his helmet was folded, exposing his head. The players beside him were wrapped completely in Sunil Enlistee class armor. "This is the 7th time," Bunhit Dog replied instantly. Reporters sure had a good memory. They were waiting. The Black Star mercenary group was guarding the 3rd layer. They had split up and were standing by around various intersections. It had been 2 days, and in those 2 days, just the street that Han Xiao was in charge of had already witnessed 7 group fights between brutes. The temper of the criminals was like a fuse, easily lighting up with just a tiny spark. It had made the player realize clearly how dangerous this place was. 3 of those 7 times had been different brute groups provoking Han Xiao. The great mechanic Han was very civilized and kind, so he helped them to cremate their corpses for free. After wiping out 3 batches of brutes and showing their fangs, they had a much more peaceful time. At this time, the brutes in the midst of the intense fight fired a cannon in the wrong direction, collapsing a small half of a house. It made quite a loud noise and killed many residents who were watching the show. In a split second, all the brutes stopped fighting, and terror appeared on their faces. They ran in all directions without caring about anything else. Not long after, the sound of a flying device shooting across the sky could be heard. 3 small, low-altitude flying devices, which were about 8 meters long, had appeared. They were covered in full dark golden color, designed like a dragon spreading its wings. A tiny dragon symbol was carved on the ship body. They were the Dragon Guard's transportation. The 3 flying devices caught up to the brutes, and rows of cannons extended from below their bases, which shot out golden lasers, penetrating these brutes with ease. After chasing for a while and killing more than half of the escaping brutes, only then did the Dragon Guards turn around and leave. Only the Dragon Guards were allowed to operate combat flying devices in floating Dragon Island. If civilians were killed, the Dragon Guards would be out to enforce the law immediately. Han Xiao had seen scenes like that a few times over the past 2 days, and he felt that this rescue plan was really dangerous. If they could not save the captives quickly and accurately, the risk would increase largely if they got stalled. At this time, Goa sent him a message. Blade's people locked onto the suspected target. Action. freeabnovel.com. Han Xiao received the location information. All the mercenaries had joined the same channel and shared the location of the suspect. The suspect had just landed at the dock, and they were guarding many large metal boxes. It was indeed a slave trader team. One mercenary in the Blades team could shapeshift into a half-wolf, half-dog beast, so his smell was extremely sensitive. He could smell that these slave traders had the scent of silvers on them, so they locked onto the target. Serlini of the Purple Gold Army commanded, "Do not alarm them, continue following. Porter, Black Star, you guys bring your people and gather here secretly and set up an ambush on their route. We outnumber them, so we must defeat them with one fast and heavy wave of attacks. Don't get stalled. Goa, bring the people of Skyring and guard the exterior. If we fail, you're our insurance." Since the target was already locked onto, there was no need to continue waiting. The plan sounded quite reliable. Of course, Han Xiao did not have any objections, so he summoned all Black Star members, split up, and headed toward the ambush location given by Serlini. It happened to be the junction between the dock and the city area, a very chaotic place. Peggy walked down from the spaceship. All the slaves were in large, electrified boxes, controlled by cuffs and self-destructive collars, waiting to be brought to the buyer. Thinking that they were going to make a huge fortune, these scavengers were filled with excitement. Peggy was not that excited, however. He brought the team and headed toward Horlade's slave market. Entering the dock streets, this slave trader team was very conspicuous, attracting the attention of many brutes on the street. Many people were tempted to make a move, and there were also people who recognized Peggy. They greeted each other from far away and did not have any further communication. Peggy was a renowned slave trader in the Shattered Star Ring, so he had done business with quite many pirates and scavengers. He had some prestige, which meant that would not be attacked on floating Dragon Island. After walking for a while, Peggy suddenly stopped. His pupils constricted almost into a vertical line, and his head gradually turned flat like it was going to turn into a snake head. The snake scales on his body became clearer and harder, and he opened his mouth and flicked his forked tongue in the air. Peggy was a shape-shifting esper. Some kind of snake blood in his body had gone through atavistic changes, so he had extremely sharp senses. He noticed that he was being followed and a hint of murderous intent in the atmosphere. His strong intuition told him he was going to meet something if he kept walking ahead. The smell of enemies, they came for me. Who could it be? Peggy's eyes were cold. He flicked his forked tongue in the air and stopped walking. Then, he waved his hands to command his subordinates. Return along the same route, back to the spaceship. Then he turned on the communicator. My dear Horlade, I've arrived at Floating Dragon Island. Come to retrieve the goods yourself this time. What happened to you? You normally bring the goods yourself. Why do I need to go there this time? And why are you shape-shifting for nothing? You look just like a snake, so ugly. I noticed murderous intent. Someone is on to me, Peggy said impatiently. It might be related to the captives. I feel someone wants to cut off our goods. I'll wait for you in the spaceship. It's too troublesome for me to retrieve the goods, Horlade said unhappily. I don't want to go to the dock filled with pirates and scavengers. Then you can invite the dragon guards to protect you. You're the ruler's subordinate, after all, so you certainly have the ability to order them. You're making this hard for me. Horlade's expression collapsed. He did not have the authority to order the dragon guards. Although they belonged to the same organization, he definitely had to pay if he wanted to ask people for help, and he was unwilling to do any actions that increased the cost. However, Peggy insisted he trusted his sense for danger. Horlade could only compromise, irritated, before they hung up the communication. In the dark, the tale from Blade's army was confused as he reported the information to the leader porter. Why are they walking back? Furthermore, Han Xiao, Serlini, and Porter had already set up their ambush along the streets ahead. When they received the message, they all frowned. Caution, the target did not continue ahead. According to the route, he seems to be going back to the spaceship. Did the deal go south with the buyer? Porter doubted. As Peggy had finally shown his face, Serlini searched him up in the database of his army, and he found Peggy's intel. He was shocked and said, "This isn't good. That scavenger is called Peggy, and his esper power is shape-shifting into a snake. He has extremely strong senses, almost like short-term foresight, so he might have noticed danger." Originally, their plan had been to not raise any alarms, but this snake was too sensitive. The opponent had already been alarmed. At this moment, Goa, who was guarding the exterior, sent a message. She said with a heavy tone, "There's an issue. Horlade has left the slave market, and he seems to be heading toward the dock. It's highly likely that their terms changed into the buying retrieving the goods himself." The people's expression changed. Han Xiao pondered and said, "Then there's no other way. We attack straight away and make the rescue. We can't have the two parties meet. We have limited time, so it's best to act immediately." The original plan had not been bad, but reality was full of unexpected changes. Serlini felt that Han Xiao was right. The only way now was to attack urgently. He commanded the people and approached the target rapidly. At the same time, he gave another order to a few people and told them to start the spaceship in advance, so when they snatched the hostages, they could enter the spaceship and leave as fast as possible. Peggy went back to the dock filled with brutes, and when he was still hundreds of meters away from the spaceship, the mercenaries finally closed in on him. "Go!" Serlini did not have the time to care about anything else. With a yell, more than 200 mercenaries tore their disguises apart. Their combat suits shapeshifted, and all kinds of powers exploded and dashed toward Peggy's team. The helmet quickly extended from the mechanical suit with one thought of Han Xiao, protecting his head. He turned and said, "Let's go, too." He took out an electromagnetic firearm and fired from far away while charging forward. Behind him, more than 50 players wearing the same style armor were holding high-caliber machine guns and firing, like a wave of iron, swarming forward. There really are enemies. Peggy narrowed his eyes. Fortunately, he had been cautious. He ordered his subordinates to quickly pull out their guns and fire, and as the cunning man that he was, he secretly shot other brutes to pull other groups in. The dock was a large square, and there were no residents. This was the most dangerous place. The mercenaries exchanged fire with Peggy and his men, and quite a number of stray bullets hit the brutes nearby, bringing waves of growls. "Who's hitting me? My eyes! Damn mercenaries, you want to kill us?" The dock was most chaotic. Groups of brutes were affected and joined into the battle. An intense scrimmage soon broke out. Chapter 369 Dropped Bead. Chapter 369 Dropped Bead. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Bang, bang, bang. It was a hail of bullets. There were more than 200 mercenaries, more than 100 people at Peggy's side, and hundreds of brutes joining in. As if that was not enough, there was a total of 7 Grade B supers in the battle, so the dock was chaotic and filled with the sound of explosions. The target of the mercenaries was very clear: get straight to the camp to rescue the prisoners. However, Blades and Purple Gold had been stopped by the brutes halfway. They had encountered 2 Grade B pirates and were in an intense battle. The two of them could not withdraw. Han Xiao's troops entered the battlefield from the weak side, quickly past Blades and Purple Gold's team, and closed in on Peggy. Seeing this, the 2 mercenary groups immediately changed their battle tactic from charging to protecting Han Xiao's team forward. Serlini said loudly, "Black Star, we will take care of your surroundings." The battle had caused too huge a commotion, so the dragon guards might appear any time. The mercenaries' most important mission was to rescue the captives and leave. It was a race against time. The players showed their powers, tearing open a gap ahead like a sharp knife. Herlous swept with his battleship slicing blade, and anyone below Grade B was all thrown to the side. He was very fierce, and white flames shot out like he had an infinite amount of them. Suddenly, a blazing pugilist beam shot them from the side. Han Xiao's mind made a command, and the hovering shield shuttle turned into a shield and protected him. He was blown back more than a dozen meters, hitting a few brutes on the way. Not far away, a Grade B pugilist pirate was attacking the Black Star mercenary group. "I'll deal with him. You continue ahead." Herlous immediately turned and dashed toward this person. He reached out his hand and swept the battleship's slicing blade, sending out a brilliant flash of light. Then he entered an intense fight with that pirate, energy flames surging. All the strong enemies were stopped by his teammates, so Han Xiao could concentrate on the objective. Peggy's people were retreating to the spaceship, and there were only a few dozen meters left. They could board in less than 10 seconds, while there was still a wall made of brutes standing before Han Xiao. No time to delay. I'll have to use an explosive method. Han Xiao's eyes turned firm. Blinding electric current burst from inside the mechanical suit, covering his entire body with electric snakes. He had activated Snake Devil. His attributes were doubled, and the enemies around him were blasted away. Then, he activated the magnetic connection on aggression armor and Batwing's flying device with nerves connection. These 2 pieces of equipment flew out from the equipment boxes hovering in midair, rapidly assembling onto his body. With 2 modes both equipped, his speed rose steeply. Like a shovel, his arms flipped the enemies in front of him away, and he quickly charged into Peggy's team. Boom! A loud bang, instantly flipping many people over. Peggy's subordinates fell like wheat. The bullets that they fired lit up countless fire sparks on Han Xiao's armor, but they were all deflected. They could not penetrate Han Xiao's defenses. "You lot, don't fight. Board the ship immediately." Peggy's body expanded, tearing his clothes apart, turning into a bright golden python more than a dozen meters long. His snake body tried to wrap around Han Xiao and stall Han Xiao all by himself. He just had to do it for a few seconds, and the dust would settle. With the energy from the power burst, Han Xiao turned all the mobility modules to their maximum output. The ground cracked and he shot up into the sky. Like a mirage, his mechanical palms grabbed Peggy's snake head, slapping Peggy onto the ground. At the same time, the power structure of the exoskeleton was boosted, and the gear-turning speed soared. Amphiptera's biological muscles suddenly expanded, and a huge force flew into his arms. Bang! The snake head was crushed into the ground, and cracks spread out. The head was covered in exposed flesh and blood, and his body twitched rapidly. He was just a Grade C shapeshifter, He could only be crushed when facing Han Xiao, not even lasting 1 second. Peggy was dizzy. Iron fists were seen in his snake eyes once again, and terror appeared in his eyes. His snake body disintegrated into tens of thousands of small snakes and spread out. This was a special way to use Peggy's shape-shifting Esper power, and his last rope to hang on to save his life. He had escaped many deadly crises by relying on this ability. Han Xiao's punch missed, and he saw the small snakes scattering in an instant, blending into the chaotic battlefield. He shook his head. His goal was to rescue the prisoners, so there was no time to waste. He had to put away the thought of chasing. He turned around and defeated Peggy's subordinates, snatching the metal boxes with the prisoners inside at a crucial moment. Peggy's scavengers lost their will to fight and scattered. Seeing this, the mercenaries of Blades and Purple Gold was rejoicing. Serlini said, "Send the people back to our spaceship immediately. Do not continue to fight. Withdraw from the battlefield quickly." Freebnovel.com. Snatching the silvers meant that half of the mission was completed. They changed direction, aiming to return to the mercenary spaceships and leave Floating Dragon Island immediately. The mercenaries turned from offensive to defensive, protecting the boxes of prisoners through the chaotic battlefield. At this time, 5 Dragon Guard flying devices appeared. Horlade was in the leading flying device. When Peggy was attacked, Horlade had immediately been informed. Knowing that the goods that he wanted had been cut off, Horlade had become very anxious. He had immediately spent some money and invited a Dragon Guard team captain that he knew, who picked him up the flying device and quickly dashed toward the dock. "Captain Theon, these mercenaries robbed the things I wanted. Don't let them escape." Horlade looked down on the battlefield and immediately saw the conspicuous mercenaries. He was gnashing his teeth in anger. Beside him was the Dragon Guard's small team Captain Theon, wearing their uniform. Theon gave a faint smile and said, "Don't worry, just brutes causing trouble. No one can fight us on Floating Dragon Island. All units, fire." The subordinates controlling the spaceship asked, "Captain, who are we attacking?" "Everyone," Theon waved casually. 5 flying devices fired toward the ground. The density of the golden laser was like heavy rain, pouring down and killing brutes one after another. The brutes fighting immediately fled. No one dared to fight back. Even Grade B supers could only escape. The cannon fire followed like a shadow, chasing the mercenaries. Mercenaries were knocked down from time to time, and the Dragon Guards made a broadcast. "Everyone listen. Stop running immediately. Surrender without resisting or die. *T, the Dragon Guards is involved. We're being targeted." Porter was furious. He could see the flying devices following right behind them, obviously targeting them. The good situation had taken a sharp turn downward. With the Dragon Guard's firepower, by the time they arrived at the spaceship, they would have suffered heavy casualties. At this time, a laser hit near the Black Star mercenary group, causing an explosion, and a few players were blasted away, including Li Gu. Li Gu was on the ground, his bum hurting. He was about to stand up when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a black bead on the floor. When Peggy shape-shifted and tore his clothes apart, the black bead that he had taken from the silver had also fallen out, rolling onto the battlefield. "What's this?" Li Gu picked up the black bead, and a notification popped up from the interface. "You have received an unknown item. Giving it to a special character will give you a very high reward, or you can take it to be identified." Unknown item? Should be something good. He just did not know where it came from. Li Ji's eyes flashed. He hid the bead secretly without informing anyone and went back to the team with a plain expression. Chapter 370 Sudden Change. Chapter 370 Sudden Change. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. "This team of Dragon Guards is together with Horlade," Goa hastily said in the communication channel. "Their target is the silvers as well." Serlini's expression was not looking good. If they surrendered, since the guards and Horlade had already made a deal, the silvers would still be taken away and given to the buyer, which meant that the rescue mission would have failed. If they did not surrender, the price of so many casualties would be too much for them to pay. He was in a dilemma, but the gunfire did not stop. He had no time to think. As long as the dragon guards can be kept under control, the problem will be solved, Han Xiao said in a low voice. This was what the others thought as well. Following his train of thought, Serlini yelled, "Are you crazy? Killing the dragon guards is the biggest crime there is here. In this territory, committing a crime and attacking the law enforcers were a completely different thing. With that beyond grade a boss here, even if these dragon guards were mostly normal people, they could do whatever they wanted to the brutes and the wanted criminals. I never said anything about killing or injuring. We have an ice mage here. She can freeze their flying devices." Not waiting for Serlini to respond, Goa brought the people and arrived at the dock. She immediately said, "I'm attacking." Without any delay, her eyes suddenly turned into snow-white color, and a magic symbol appeared on her forehead. She murmured the spell, and the magic ring on her pale white fingers was flashing. The magic energy in the air gathered, fused, condensed, and formed. The magic language was deconstructed and then reconstructed into the laws of nature, changing reality. Suddenly, a large amount of low-temperature water vapor appeared in the air. Frost spread out from under Goa's feet, extending all the way to near the flying device. 5 ice pillars rose from the ground and captured the flying devices like claws. The low temperature made the flying devices shut down. The flying devices continued to fly forward with their inertia, and the ice pillars extended with them, turning them into ice sculptures. The ice pillar became the bridge between the ground and the flying devices, freezing the 5 flying devices in midair. Goa was a grade B mage, so she had a very strong control. Although the flying devices were frozen, nothing was hurt or destroyed. The driver of the aircraft pressed around on the control panel in panic. All systems are temporarily out of order. Restarting? Hiss! So cold. Thean was furious. How dare they fight back? Report to the above. Request backup. Don't let them escape. Since what was done had already been done, the mercenaries could only seize the opportunity to run away. They gathered and boarded their own spaceships. Like before, Han Xiao boarded Skyrings. The pilot, who did not take part in the battle earlier, had started the spaceship long ago. When everyone had boarded the spaceship, it slowly rose and flew away from floating Dragon Island. The Blade's shape-shifting scout had confirmed that there was the smell of silvers in the boxes long ago. When they opened the boxes, as expected, inside were 15 silvers, hugging each other and cowering in the corner with terror on their faces. They could not see what had happened outside. The sounds of explosions all along the way had already frightened them very badly. When the box was opened, the silver screamed in terror, and the antennae on their head trembled so fast that they even formed afterimages. It was really cute, and it made Han Xiao feel an inexplicable impulse of wanting to pull them out. "You're safe. We're mercenaries hired by your friends here to rescue you." Goa casually used a calming spell and calmed the silver's emotions. She told the team members to take out translators for these silver so that they could communicate. After quite some convincing, these silver finally calmed down. Goa contacted the employer, and the 2 groups of silver met each other and broke into tears. The employer counted and said with surprise, "Only 15. Where's the other 2 of my friends?" "Short of 2. Goa was shocked. If they had missed 2 people, the reward might be reduced. The rescued silver said with faces full of sorrow. They were thrown into space by the scavengers. Hearing this, Goa breathed a sigh of relief and said softly, "Lucky, lucky. They're just dead." Han Xiao was surprised by what she said. There really aren't any good people among mercenaries, such a black heart. The following morning, the employer said, "You have completed the mission very well. Please send our friends back. I will pay for your reward as we agreed." After working hard for so many days, they could finally earn the reward. Joy appeared on every mercenary's face. Knowing that he was about to get the last 2-class advancement of the compression technologies, Han Xiao was secretly excited. Boom! Suddenly, the spaceship trembled violently, and they almost fell down. The pilot said hastily, "SH*T. Floating Dragon Island has sent spaceships after us." Their expressions dropped. They came to the window and looked behind the spaceship. The three mercenary group spaceships had already left the floating Dragon Island's man-made ecological hood and entered the space. They were gradually going further from the floating Dragon Island. However, a few floating Dragon Island spaceships had followed them out, chasing behind their spaceship and firing at them. Beams hit the shield one after another, making their ships tremble continuously. Theon had reported to the superiors with a lot of added components, saying that the mercenaries attacked the guards first and broke the rules. Hence, the floating Dragon Island spaceships planned to chase them even to the edge of the universe. On the floating Dragon Island's dock, groups of brutes were watching this ongoing chase. Floating Dragon Island wanted to make an example, expressing that anyone who disobeyed the rules would have to pay. We only froze their aircrafts. What's the big deal? Porter was raging. Quickly activate the jump engine. As long as we enter the jumping state, they won't be able to chase us, Goa ordered loudly. The driver mercenaries controlled the spaceship and dodged the attacks the best he could. Cracks started to appear on the shield, but at the same time they were speeding up as well. The artificial intelligence sound echoed in the spaceship. Activating jump engine power 2%, 7%, 14%, 83%. Powered up successfully. Starting pre-jump warm-up. The spaceship gradually shook the enemies off as its speed increased rapidly. The universe outside the window turned blurry, and they were about to enter the jump. However, something unexpected suddenly happened. Just 1 second before they entered the jump, the mercenary group spaceships became stationary without any sign. All energy and inertia disappeared without a trace, and the mercenaries did not even feel any vibration. Suddenly, the air inside the spaceship started buzzing. It was like everywhere was filled with sound, turning into a horrifying wave of sounds, almost deafening. Not only did they started to wobble, they even fell onto the ground. You people attacked my adorable subordinates right in my house, and yet you want to leave this easily? The mercenary spaceships flew backward from the same route like they had been grabbed by an invisible, enormous hand. All thrusters stopped working, and no matter how the driver tried to control the spaceship, it was all useless. The players were shocked. They did not know what exactly was happening. The Silvers were just as confused and shocked. Freedom was right before them, and the enemy spaceships had already been shaken off. Why were they all controlled all of a sudden? The faces of the mercenaries had already changed long ago. She's here, Serlini said with a very long face. Freeobnovel.com. Goa was filled with shock. We only caused a small kerfuffle. How did it attract floating Dragon Island's ruler's attention? Maybe she was just too bored. Han Xiao was very speechless. Even he did not expect floating Dragon Island's ruler to get involved personally in something so small. It was like two ants fighting on the side of the road. How bored could a person be to stop and get involved? The mission was almost completed, but an accident came out of nowhere. Furthermore, the cause of it was someone that he could not match up to at his current stage at all. He felt extremely unlucky. Han Xiao stared at Herlous with disappointment on his face. What the hell? I clearly brought along a main character type person. How could we be this unlucky? Has this main character expired? Is it too late for a refund? The struggle of the spaceships was useless. They were pulled back to the floating Dragon Island's dock by the invisible force field. The doors were pulled open by the force field, too, and the mercenaries braced themselves and walked out. In front of such great power, there was certainly no point in resisting. Han Xiao did not have any good ideas for the time being. He could only improvise. The dock was gathered with people at this time, all extending their necks and enjoying the show, and that floating Dragon Island ruler was hovering in midair. When the people on the ground looked up, their faces were all filled with admiration. This was the respect toward absolute power. The throne made of void dragon skeletons was hovering in midair, and a tall, curvaceous woman sat on the throne with crossed legs. One hand was placed casually on the throne handle, and the other was holding her chin, looking down on the people with the legendary boss sitting position. The smooth black long hair hung from the throne. It was at least 2 meters long. She was wearing a tulle-like black dress with a wide-open neckline, but there was no gully, meaning that she had a flat chest. The crotch of the skirt was very high, exposing two snow-white long legs crossed over each other. The black dress and white legs made a very strong visual impact, giving out a seducing feel. Her body was enchanting and seductive, but her face could not be considered beautiful or stunning, although it was quite charming. Age had left no mark on her face, and her eyes were full of intelligence. The edges of both her eyes had symmetrical black marks. The marks were like black thorns. She was glancing through the people with curiosity. This woman had many names: Floating Dragon Island's ruler, Land Ripper, Absolute Power, and so on. She was the creator and ruler of Floating Dragon Island, Dragon Emperor Ames. Ames was a force field esper. The strength of her force field could even tear apart land to create Floating Dragon Island, so controlling a few small spaceships was a piece of cake. Chapter 371, Differential Treatment. Chapter 371, Differential Treatment. Translator: Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Talented, intelligent creatures could awaken super genes. Through various training, the cells would create special power. This was energy. The energy was like a running river. Cells and genes were like the stones under the river. As the river grew larger, after days and days of flowing, the genes would start to evolve, gradually becoming perfect. It was like compressing the million years evolution. Grade A was a benchmark, also called calamity grade. It was a high-level power in the galaxies, and supers fortunate enough to reach this grade were very uncommon. When the genes evolved to a certain level, it would meet an indestructible barrier ahead without exceptions. In other words, there were no road ahead anymore. In the exploration era before the galaxy calendar, the three large civilizations had still been fighting each other intensively. The world had thought that all types of power were different from each other. That was until Professor Stuart Ona of the Federation of Light invented the energy rank theory. Only then did everyone know that energy was a similarity that all supers shared. Then it was fused into a large system, forming today's grading standards. Back then, Grade A was seen as the finishing line of evolution, and no one broke through the barrier of Grade A. The war was a double-edged sword. Countless talented Grade A supers died, but at the same time, the war was also a catalyst. The potential of those who survived would be forced out to the maximum extent. Toward the ending stage of the war, there was finally one super that broke through Grade A. It was a completely different level, and it shocked the world. The civilizations never thought the strength of an individual could reach such a level that could match up to the strong armies of the three large civilizations. Although it was still small compared to the endlessly vast galactic battlefield, no matter how strong the group's strength was, it was not as shocking as when an individual had this level of power. The existence of an individual beyond Grade A was intimidation on its own, and this was one of the many reasons that lead the three large civilizations to stop the war. When peace came, the existence of beyond Grade A individuals still had a very deep meaning, and their position was very high. Gradually, the grades above Grade A gained detailed divisions. One grade higher was Grade S, and there were even higher grades. However, people still called supers above Grade A beyond Grade A. It was a memorial in history and a respect for the strong. In the current galaxy calendar, there were only 4 known beyond Grade A supers in Shattered Star Ring, all with fame, glory, and countless titles. Ames was mostly known as Dragon Emperor, containing both the meaning of her throne made of void dragon skeletons and the creator of Floating Dragon Island, which was the most famous thing that she had done. At this time, Ames was hovering in midair. Everyone on the dock felt pressure deep in their hearts. More dragon guards had arrived, surrounded the mercenaries, and pointed countless firearms at them. The members of the 3 large mercenary groups could not figure out Ames' attitude toward them. They were scared. The silver prisoners stood aside, and Ames knew roughly what had happened with just one look. She said with an interested tone, "Silvers. I see, so you're the mercenaries hired by Silvers." Her voice was not crisp at all. It was rather husky and magnetic instead. "Yes," Goa said. "Silvers were getting sold to Floating Dragon Island. So we chased here. We are very sorry for dealing accidental damages. But we hope you can let them go." She wanted to make a final attempt. She could only hope that Ames would forgive them for the sake of the Silvers, since the Silvers were universe royalties and had a very strong background. Ames only smiled faintly, completely not caring about the silver's status. This is the shattered star ring, not the sea of star spirits. Then, she controlled the throne and flew toward her residence in the heart of the floating island while leaving a sentence behind. Bring all the mercenaries to me. The dragon guards brought everyone to the center of the floating dragon island, and the mercenaries had no choice but to follow. At least Ames did not kill them immediately, so there might still be hope. However, they did not lighten up at all. Looking behind, the silver captives, which they had gone through so much hardship to rescue, were being brought by another group of guards toward the slave market. Herlous was in the team, too, and he had joy all over his face. The silver's issue in Ames' eyes was just a small matter. She did not want to bother about it at all. It was just because she had heard the report of someone making trouble, only then did she decide to casually strike. The other issues were left for her subordinates to deal with, which benefited Herlous. Herlous had retrieved the silvers finally, and regardless of whether Peggy was alive or dead, he did not even have to pay, making him the biggest winner. The mercenaries' rescue originally made him very anxious, but now he only felt it was funny. These people spent so much effort, yet it had led to him getting the biggest profit. What a complete joke. Herlous felt very good. He sneered at the mercenaries and left with the silvers. The people of the three mercenary groups were very upset and downcast. Porter was straightforward. He had been cursing all along the way in his native language. Nobody liked the feeling of everything going to waste. The team escorting them happened to be Theon's team. Theon pushed Han Xiao and sneered, "You people are done for. You dared to attack the dragon guards. Lord Ames will definitely use her great power and turn you people into powder." Having been pushed, Han Xiao turned around and glanced at Theon. "What you looking at? Keep walking," Theon yelled. Han Xiao was pushed again. The strength was like a weak breeze, not able to move him at all. Han Xiao shook his head and forgot about Theon. He pondered about the upcoming situation. From what he knew about Ames, as long as her subordinates were not killed or hurt, there was a possibility to turn the situation around. Although Ames was protective, willful, and her mood was very hard to guess, she could not be considered bloodthirsty. The center of the floating dragon island was Ames' residence, a huge fortress-like palace with dragon bone decorations everywhere. They passed one room after another until they reached the luxurious hall, waiting to be dealt with. After some time, Ames floated in from the side gate of the hall. The throne stopped before them. She held her cheeks and said casually, "You attacked my subordinates. Although there was no injury or casualty, I need to punish you. Wilsander, what's our rule?" Someone walked out from the side. He was almost like bamboo, making people worry that a slight wind would blow him away. He had a pair of horns on his head, red skin covered in lines, a tail and bony wings behind his back. This was a hybrid as well. He had some kind of demon gene. This guy was called Wilsander, the commander of the dragon guards and Ames' direct subordinate. He stepped out of the crowd, narrowed his eyes, and casually stroked his beard. According to the rules, all who fight back will be executed. The people all became nervous. Ames nodded and said, "Then the people of Sky Ring, Blades, and Purple Gold shall be imprisoned. Tell their army captain to pay a ransom." Ahem. Wilsander coughed and said cautiously, "The rules say executed." "My words are the rules," Ames said coldly, showing her dominance. Feeling wronged, Wilsander's eyes twitched. "Then why did you ask me?" With an innocent look on her face, Ames blinked. "I was just asking randomly." She basically did not do any management and had forgotten what rules she had set before. She only asked because she felt like it, and she changed it as she liked. She was indeed very willful. "Contact your captain and tell them to make the payment. Then I will let you go." Ames had a bit of a relationship with the three large mercenary groups. She occasionally hired them to do some stuff. The three armies never asked money for it, and every time the captain personally did the things for her, all to create a good relationship with her. As the saying went, don't slap someone with a smile. Ames did not want to make things difficult for the people of the three large mercenary groups. Hearing this, Goa, Serlini, and Porter heaved sighs of relief simultaneously. They did not know that Ames knew their captain, They only felt that they had escaped death. However, Ames turned to look at Han Xiao with a playful face and said, "Now it's your turn. If you have nothing much to say, I'll start attacking." Unlike the three large mercenary groups, this small mercenary group was a nobody. There was no need to give them special treatment. The atmosphere became tense, and the emotions of the three large mercenary groups changed. These mercenaries were not unaffected. They had fought alongside each other and had already made a connection with each other. They could not watch their comrades get killed in front of their eyes, and they all became anxious. The air around became stagnant. It was Ames' force field starting to gather. Oi! This differential treatment is way too obvious. Herlous felt like his bladder was shivering. Chapter 372. Getting Employed 1. Chapter 372. Getting Employed 1. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. So, it has still come to this. Han Xiao had already thought up many scenarios on their way to. He had a certain understanding of Ames. The air of a powerful being revolved around her. With her level, most things that were unsolvable to most other people could be fixed with a snap of her fingers. However, she was not one to be fond of thinking, and she mostly just did whatever she wanted. If they could, who would not want to live life like her? The power that Ames possessed guaranteed her a free life. On the other hand, this also meant that she was not a very ambitious person. The other four powerful beings who had surpassed Class A had all built up their own factions, with Ames' forces being the most carefree. She basically did not care about managing her faction. Ames seemingly did not have any ambitions, so the other civilizations and major powers in the Shattered Star Ring left her to her own devices as they did not want to get into conflict with this neutral party. The best way to deal with this kind of neutral character was to bait them with benefits. As long as they were treated kindly, and if could present to them with something of interest, then he most likely would not be in any serious danger in front of them. Han Xiao just so happened to have something that might just pique Ames' interest. As the force field slowly inched toward them and froze the air in the process, Han Xiao cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, "Please wait a moment, Your Excellency. I hope to offer a piece of information in exchange for the lives of myself and my group members. I believe that you will be interested in this." Ames lifted her finger, and the force field immediately stopped expanding, instead acting like a shapeless barrier that surrounded the group. Second Prince tried to poke at the barrier a few times and felt that the air just 20 centimeters away from the group had become rock solid. Ames remained silent and looked at Han Xiao with amused eyes, as if telling him to speak quickly. She was not fond of killing people, so she wanted to hear what this little mercenary had to say to save himself. One struggle at the brink of death often made for the most entertaining show, and it might be able to cure her boredom for a short while. She did not care that these people were as good as formless ash in front of her and was willing to give her time to listen, just like how humans studied other animals. Han Xiao prepared for a bit and then started his performance. "It hasn't been long since I came to the Shattered Star Ring, and I have mostly stayed in the Ubarely hub. One day, I met a person on the street. He looked like your usual galaxy human and didn't seem to be too old. He was also dressed like an ordinary traveler. Just as we passed each other, he called out to me and said something made zero sense to me at the time." "What did he say?" hurried Herlous. He noticed that Ames was starting to yawn, seemingly losing interest in this story, and quickly tried to get Han Xiao to get into the main topic. Han Xiao coughed and continued. "I was completely confused back then, as I didn't know the man, let alone what he was talking about. But now, I finally got the meaning behind his words. Oh my God! Come on!" Herlous gritted his teeth. They were already at the point where they could almost see the Reaper's scythe on their necks, yet he was still trying to act dramatic. He still had a planet to save. He could not die there. He said, "When you meet Ames, tell her to stop waiting. I still don't want to see her." Bang! The force field collapsed instantly, knocking the surrounding people out of the room before they slammed back onto the ground. They were still grimacing from the pain when they saw Ames lazily getting up from her throne. However, her face was no longer expressionless and was instead filled with both joy and anger. It was like she had finally received the news that she was waiting for, but it turned out to be bad news. The people present were shocked as they did not know what could cause someone as powerful as her to suddenly lose control of her emotions and power. Ames slowly floated down to the ground, and her black hair cascaded down to her legs. She stepped onto the warm and bony ground surface with her bare feet and slowly walked toward Han Xiao, with her power blasting out at maximum. She then questioned threateningly, what did that person look like? The lower-ranked dragon guards were all knocked out by the force field's collapse and were struggling to get back up on their feet even after they have recovered their senses. Han Xiao had to let out a deep breath to calm his nerves. Ames approached him with such a tremendous pressure around her that it was as if she could use the conqueror's hockey one. It was difficult to just open his mouth. I don't remember the details, but he looked like a poor person with messy hair, and he didn't appear to be different from the average passerby. Oh, I remember. The most notable thing about him were his eyes. His pupils were sort of shining like he pretended to be unsure about it, as if the word was stuck on the tip of his tongue. His eyes are dark like the emptiness of space, while his pupils are like a bright star in the endless darkness, lighting up the whole universe despite its flickering light. Is that what you mean? Asked Ames. Yes, that's it. Han Xiao could finally let out a deep breath. Ames must have thought about the person that he wanted her to think about it. The situation was under control. Ames seemed to dwell in her memories as she murmured to herself, "Why don't you want to see me? Does our promise mean nothing? Didn't you agree to find me again when I became a big name in space?" The guard captain, Wilsander, was shocked. He had never seen this side of his boss. It was as if she had become an abandoned teenage girl in love, and he could hardly take it. Ames was like a goddess in his heart, strong, beautiful, and mysterious. He had been moved to his core the first time he saw her, and he had decided to give up on developing his own faction to instead work under her out of respect for her. He had stayed under her wing ever since, managing this chaotic dumpster day after day. Yes, he was secretly in love with his boss. This was also his motivation for doing his work. At this moment, Wilsander could not have been more jealous of those underlings who were blasted away by Ames' sudden outburst. If he had been knocked out like them, he would not have had to witness this shocking scene. Who is that man that she's speaking about? Can't be her lover. Wilsander felt bitter in his heart, but he also felt a strong sense of curiosity toward this mysterious person. After Ames got back to her senses, she returned to her throne and stared at Han Xiao for a good while before saying slowly, "Since he has already chosen you to send the message, I will give you two options. Disintegrate into dust or work for me." "I am more than willing to work under you," said Han Xiao. Becoming Ames's employee was much better than getting a game over on the spot. Ames' past was full of mystery, but Han Xiao knew her secret. A powerful character like Ames had been a focus of the players' attention in the past. The players were able to put together her story from various mission descriptions, and this information was then released onto the forums. Han Xiao basically knew more about her than she did herself, as he also knew about her future. With the advantage of information, Han Xiao had finally chosen this plan to save himself and the others. The mysterious person that he had spoken of was a special person to Ames, and he held an important position in her heart. However, this person had gone missing a long time ago, and Ames had been constantly trying to hire mercenaries to look for him. That person was someone with genuine foresight ability. Making himself the messenger for that person automatically made Ames think that Han Xiao was important to him, and his life would no longer be in any immediate danger. Ames had also never told anyone about this, so she would never suspect that Han Xiao somehow knew about her past and was using it to his advantage. In her eyes, it was far more probable that Han Xiao was simply a random small-time mercenary that person had predicted would go there and so was used as the messenger. Who knew that even someone as strong as Ames would not even suspect Han Xiao's words? Although the great mechanic Han did not like being a replacement, he would not let his pride get in the way of his survival. Whenever his strength was clearly not enough, he would not foolishly try to fight his opponent head-on. Even if he had once been someone who was worshipped by all, he would never let this restrict his actions. Han Xiao had only been able to escape from Germinal all those years ago because he was able to hold himself back. He had no problem of doing it again. But of course Ames was much better than Germinal. At least she was maintaining a neutral position, so Han Xiao would not be forced to burn any bridges with anyone. However, she was 1,000,000 times more powerful than the Germinal organization, and this meant that trying to escape from her clutches would be astronomically more difficult than getting out of the Germinal base. Even if Han Xiao tried all sorts of ways to make himself stronger, it would still undoubtedly be a long and arduous journey. This was not an optimal scenario for him, but even he could not go against the universal law of the strong ruling over the weak. freewebnovel.com. Han Xiao sighed secretly. He was afraid that, for a good part of his future, he would have to tightly wear the label of the Dragon Emperor's subordinate around his head. That label was to be both a protective charm and a new responsibility. You have made contact with a new faction, Floating Dragon Island. Cold 0/300. Chapter 373. Getting Employed. 2. Chapter 373. Getting Employed. 2. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Ames seemed a bit lost and floated away after signaling for Wilsander to deal with the rest of the matters. The mercenaries were shocked. Just what was happening? She was just about to kill everyone in the Black Star mercenary group a short while ago, yet now they had become her underlings? Were they really people in the same line of work? How come I didn't know about anything you said? Herlous said quietly. You couldn't have been lying, could you? You don't know a lot more things, replied Han Xiao with a calm expression. She is someone at the top of the food chain. Do you think it would be that easy to trick her? That makes sense. Herlous took what Han Xiao said at face value. If Han Xiao could not even trick him, how could he trick the Dragon Emperor of the Shattered Star Ring? Just as the guards were about to take away the other people from the three big mercenary groups, Goa shuffled close to Han Xiao and said, We're getting locked up, and you're the only one who can move around freely. Now that you've become Ames's underling, see if you can convince those people to let the silvers go. You're now the only one left who can complete the mission. Porter, Serlini, and the others also all threw glances at Han Xiao as they were getting dragged off, telling him to improvise. Those mercenaries had been rendered completely useless within an instant, and although they did not understand how Han Xiao suddenly became Ames's subordinate, he was now their only hope. The silvers rescues all on you now, buddy. Wilsander walked over and led the others out of the hall to go to another giant building. Don't worry. Since Ames has already recruited you, we're now colleagues. Ames treats all her subordinates decently, so you don't have to worry. I'm now taking you to go see the head butler. She will assign you with your duties, explained Wilsander passionately. Han Xiao nodded. He was obviously familiar with the pros and cons of working under Ames. Most of her underlings were random fodder, and she only had 3 important subordinates. The first was the head butler, who was also her cousin. The second was Floating Dragon Island's logistics manager and a skilled mechanic. The last was Wilsander. Although he seemed like quite a pushover right now, he had once been a big-name pirate who roamed the stars. The 3 each took care of their own jobs and were Ames's trusted people. Some called them the Dragon Guard Trio. Most of the players in the past who came to Floating Dragon Island received missions from these 3. Han Xiao went back and forth with Wilsander for a while to get close to him. He had a certain understanding of Wilsander and was able to quickly get on the latter's good side. After chatting for a while, Wilsander could not hold back his curiosity any longer and held Han Xiao's shoulder as he asked, Hey, Black Star, the person you were talking about earlier, what's his relationship with Ames? I've only met each of them once. How would I know? Han Xiao's eyebrows rose up as if they sensed something. It seems like you have feelings for Ames. Wilsander did not become awkward at all upon hearing the remark and instead laughed aloud. Haha, although she has never answered my pursuits, my handsome appearance and bravery will surely be able to win her over sooner or later. Handsome. Han Xiao carefully scanned the other person. If we go back the demon tribe standards, then maybe your looks would at least be considered to be normal. In truth, that person was not Ames' lover or anything of the sort. That person was her teacher. In the player's eyes, that person was an extremely mysterious traveling merchant. Chance encounters with him could give them the opportunity to buy unique items off of him, and they might even be able to trigger some legendary questline. That person actually did not want to meet Ames. so Han Xiao was not really lying to her. He even let her know about this news earlier so that she did not have to continue waiting for him all that time. Aim's past was clouded in mystery, but it was not because she came from some extraordinary background. She had originally been a very normal girl. She had been abandoned by her family at a very young age and taken in by her teacher. She had then awakened her powers and built her foundations as an esper under her teacher's wing. These two went way back, and the teacher had left her with a promise before leaving for an unknown reason, to find her again once she had made her name known throughout space. However, after she had rose up to her current heights, her teacher was still no way to be seen, giving Han Xiao chance to pull the earlier trick. They arrived at a tall building. It was the administrative center of Floating Dragon Island in name and was there for people to conduct their daily business. When the group arrived at the rooftop, they saw a large office with 10 or so assistants working their *C's off inside. The head butler was giving out documents behind a table. Aim's cousin had the appearance of an ordinary woman and was Aim's close friend. "Jenny, these are the new recruits. See if you got any jobs for them," said Will Sander the moment that he walked into the room. Head butler Jenny did not even look up at and continued to deal with the documents. Name, power. Her words came out so fast, as if she did not even have a second to spare. Black Star, mechanic, grade B. Han Xiao and the players each stated their basic information. Right after they finished, Jenny said, "Black Star, go report to the logistics manager. They're in need of a new skilled mechanic there. The others will all join the guards. Your information has already been registered. Uniforms and badges will be given to you in 2 days." The players had become part of the guards while he became a logistics worker. His mechanic skills just so happened to be good enough for the manager. He did not mind this arrangement, and the officer feature of the faction interface could finally be put to good use now that he was splitting up with the players. After they left the hall, Han Xiao said in a quiet voice, "Herlous, you will be the temporary leader of the other members. Protect them and make sure that they don't cause any trouble." "I know." Herlous nodded. "You be careful, too. Having Herlous as the leader should decrease the chances of the players doing something stupid in his absence." However, aside from the few idiotic players, most of these pro players could handle themselves well enough. Although they were slightly shocked by the sudden turn of events, they trusted Han Xiao and would take things one step at a time. "Haha, I will take care of your team. They will get to form a squad of their own." Although Will Sander did not look the type, he was actually a very easygoing person. Han Xiao had also been able to get on his good side from their earlier conversation, and so he was willing to lend a hand to help. Floating Dragon Island's logistics work mainly included the repair and maintenance of the device that kept the floating island afloat. Han Xiao went alone to the logistics department and was met with a massive high-tech garage. This department had the lowest number of people compared to the other two on the island. As Han Xiao stepped through the door, he saw a 6-armed, human-sized, 2-legged insect walk up to him. What was interesting was that this creature had a mechanic's uniform on. "You must be Black Star. Welcome. We're currently very short-handed right now, and it's nice that we finally got a new mechanic." This arthropod was the logistics manager. Its species could only make clicking noises when they spoke, and the special communicator that he wore turned that voice into that of an old man's. His translated name was Higher. Higher was a very high-level mechanic who had been working for Ames for a long time. Han Xiao had already met the 3 top dogs on the island within the short period of time since arriving on the island, and he could already tell how carefree Ames was with choosing her subordinates. The head butler was her cousin, Jenny. The guard captain Will Sander was of Demon Tribe and even used to be a pirate. The logistics manager was an arthropod. Our work includes maintaining the island's boosters, anti-gravity device, life-sustaining device, and mineral collector. We also sometimes create and repair spaceships. Although Higher had a scary appearance, he was actually very kind and took Han Xiao on a short tour around the logistics department after his short explanation. After learning about his work, Han Xiao was pleasantly surprised. Logistics work could actually be quite beneficial to him, and he did not even have to work that hard. With the interface, he could create a lot more blueprints from doing all the repairing and maintenance. Moreover, the logistics department did not really set any strict rules or regulations on its employees, so many spent their free time working on their own machines. Although this was never explicitly stated, it seemed like they could also use the rare and unique materials on this island for themselves, such as the void dragon skeletons. After the standard introductory procedure, Han Xiao officially became one of them. For the next few days, he followed higher to familiarize himself with the work on the island. He was quickly accepted as another member in the department. The players were also faring quite well on their end. Most of the other dragon guards were normal people, and they did not dare cause trouble with the team of supers led by Herlous. After being dispatched on and completing a few missions, they slowly transformed from random outsiders into the enforcers on the island. In the slave market, Herlous was very excited when he found that the silvers had been captured. He had been trying to find a client for these past few days. Many buyers had secretly offered him their prices, but he was not happy with all of them and was still in the middle of the bargaining stage. That day, Herlous received a communication request from the base. "Haha, you're still alive." Herlous made fun of the caller. "I almost died." Peggy had a raspy voice. He had nearly kicked the bucket after getting beaten up badly by Han Xiao and barely made it out alive and back onto his ship. He wanted his money. "The silvers have already been handed to you. Where are you going to hand me my pay?" "What pay? What do you mean?" Peggy frowned. "Are you not planning on paying me?" No. You need to understand something. Your cargo was taken away by the mercenaries," Herlous slowly reasoned. "I had to work to get them back. Why would I pay you money?" Peggy had an ugly face as he switched off the communicator. "Filthy merchant." The silvers were a super valuable cargo. He knew that he had no way of dealing with Herlous. He was the one who had gotten beaten up and lost the cargo. Nothing could be done no matter how mad he got. A criminal lived by the code of the survival of the fittest, and even he could not do anything about Herlous breaking their promise. That bunch of stupid mercenaries. Compared to Herlous, the mercenaries were the biggest reason that he had failed so badly. He hated them to his bones and gritted his teeth as he smashed apart the communicator with his palm. Just as Peggy was getting angry all by himself, an ordinary-looking spaceship docked next to him. "Ember, we're here." Chapter 374, Your Friend Darkstar is now online. Chapter 374, Your Friend Darkstar is now online. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. This spaceship had specially been dispatched for a mission by Darkstar, and it had been re-outfitted to look like a normal traveler ship. A group of people walked off the ship and stepped onto the floating Dragon Island's docks. The savage inhabitants of the island who were at the docks glared at these seemingly unsuspecting common travelers. The Darkstar people kept their heads low and headed into town. After making several twists and turns in the streets, just as they were about to pass by the alleyway between two houses, a muscle man walked in front of them and blocked their path. A group of brutes also appeared from behind them, pincering them. "This isn't the kind of place that ordinary people should visit. I suggest you guys pay up for that advice." The pirate who acted as the leader of the ambushers said this as he calmly pointed his gun at the newcomer's leader. The other pirates also smiled creepily. However, their leader failed to make any more sounds after that sentence, and they started to feel like it was odd. One of the lackeys lightly shook the leader's shoulder, and suddenly, the leader's head came rolling off and fell onto the ground. His clothes also fell onto the floor, and black-colored dust wafted off them. The pirates' hesitation instantly changed into fear, and they ran. However, they could not get very far before they all disintegrated into dust particles, leaving piles of clothing on the floor. The Darkstar's people could not even be bothered to spare another glance before they quickly went on their way, as if they had long become used to this scene. This was their captain's ability, Ember. The ability could, to an extent, control carbon molecules, making it a huge control to all carbon-based organisms. As long as his enemies had even a speck of carbon molecules in their bodies, he could deal some devastating true damage to them by a thought of his mind. Even energy-protected supers would be dealt with heavy damage by this ability. His Esper Powers potential rating was an A+. Ember was a member in Darkstar's plan to nurture a new generation of trump cards. The information in the secret message bead had been bought from a research organization in another part of space at a very high price. Darkstar had already been working with the other group for many years, and this time, they each sent disguised parties, the carriers of mixed species and races that, coincidentally, came to the Shattered Star Ring to do business. The Silvers were responsible for transporting the goods this time, but they got into an accident, and both the carrier and the secret message bead were lost. This team was specifically dispatched the lost secret message bead. Ember brought his group to a hideout to rest. There were anti-detection devices already prepared in the room for them. He then sent out some of his men to search for information. The men returned before long, and the whole group gathered in the room for a meeting. We got the info. The Silvers are confined in a local slave market. We have already marked the location on the map. We should now try to get in contact with the carrier. So, what's the plan? Do we raid the slave market and rescue the carrier directly? Only saving the Silvers would be too suspicious. If we're going to do it, we should break all the slaves out. After everyone had finished discussing with each other, Ember slowly opened his mouth and said lightly, "Let's not use to resort to force yet. We are, after all, in the Dragon Emperor's territory. I will go look for the slave market people and try to buy the Silvers back." Beside a large mineral burrowing device on floating Dragon Island stood Han Xiao. He was currently carrying out repairs for the device with a group of workers surrounding him as they watched him work. freewebnovel.com. After screwing in the last nut, the device whirred back to life, and the workers were able to go right back into their work. Han Xiao turned and left while opening up the interface. The machinery on floating Dragon Island is all gigantic, and the level of technology used is also much more advanced. Although I still don't have enough knowledge to reverse engineer blueprints for them, I did manage to come up with the blueprint for the Dragon Guard's aircraft. He had been secretly learning the fighter aircraft's blueprint over the past few days of logistical work. Its name was Dragon Butterfly Aircraft. It was an anti-gravity hovercraft capable of atmospheric flight, and it was extremely fast and agile. Its size was average and allowed it to carry 6 to 10 passengers. This was a blueprint that Haier had developed himself, yet Han Xiao had been able to learn it without anyone knowing. The great mechanic Han had always been thinking about building a multi-passenger transport. With these new blueprints, he could finally overcome the technical difficulties that he had faced in the past, as well as greatly increase the capability of the transport that he had in mind. He constantly utilized the free time given to logistics workers to design the structure for his new transport. After he returned to his personal garage, Han Xiao was faced with a giant sphere-shaped machine that was hung up in the middle of the room by several chains. His manufacturing speed had increased several folds recently in part due to the instant deconstruction and assembly ability that he had obtained from the Silvers. He had already put in 10 potential points to max this ability out. The best part of working for the logistics department was that he had mountains of raw materials that he could use whenever he wanted. He did not even have to care about production costs. However, only Haier was allowed to use the more valuable materials, such as the Void Dragon's bones. Han Xiao was incredibly envious about this. Void Dragon's bones were unbelievably hard, and even on their own, they were harder than all types alloys that he could currently produce. One of the more advanced blueprints for a higher-level battle suit required Void Dragon bones as the material for its core. That suit was even stronger than Amphiptera without the bones, and being imbued with the Void Dragon's special power made it several times stronger than Amphiptera. That blueprint was not too hard to learn and could be obtained as long as one had the necessary knowledge. The hard part was gathering the materials required to build it. Floating Dragon Island was one of the only few places in the whole Shattered Star Ring that produced Void Dragon bones. If he could get his hands on enough of those bones, he could build himself new battle armor that would be upgraded from the Snake label. Aside from the bones themselves, the liquid that could be extracted from the Void Dragon marrow was also extremely precious. However, Haier carefully watched over the stock of these materials. This was a clear show of the benefits that the floating Dragon Island carried with it. Even without Ames managing the island's affairs seriously, it was still able to amass countless goodies. Now that I have finally blended into the crowd, it's about time that I went to find Horlade to talk about the silver issue. I am also in a much better position now to make deals with the island's people. Han Xiao knew that he could not trust the people from the big three mercenary groups and could only rely on himself for this. Once again, Han Xiao visited the slave market. However, unlike usual, someone hurriedly called out his name just as he was about to stride in through the main gates. Black Star. Please wait. Thean rushed over while out of breath. Oh, it's you. Han Xiao gave him a glance from the side. Thean's face was currently badly beaten up, with bandages all around it, and he looked like he had gone through a botched surgery. His subordinates who followed behind him did not look any better. Thean coughed with a horrified look on his face. Could you please stop your subordinates from bullying us? What are you talking about? We're colleagues, man. To improve the capability of the Dragon Guards, I have tasked my group members with carefully organizing combat practices with you guys. How could you call us bullies? Han Xiao said with a meaningful tone. I did wrong. I really did wrong. I will apologize however you want. Thean sobbed in the open, and it was unthinkable how this was the same person who had been acting so high and mighty just several days ago. Thean's pride came from the sole fact that he was part of the guards, and he had thought that he could look down on all the foreign visitors of the island. However, Han Xiao had suddenly become his colleague. He did not even know that misfortune could arrive so fast without notice. A few days ago, Han Xiao had been too lazy to teach this guy a lesson himself, so he had just thrown a few missions for the players. They were part of the guards anyway, and they were just about getting a kick out of beating him up. Even after Thean went to find the guard captain to complain about this matter, Will Sander simply turned a blind eye to it and could not be bothered to step in. Thean could not stand being beaten up all the time like this anymore. However, he was not brave enough to just quit his job either. He was like an ant on a flaming hot pan and had been waiting for Technician Han every day over the past few days. Haha. Why were you apologizing? Han Xiao said cheerfully. You were only following orders and didn't do anything wrong. How can I get you to forgive me? Said Thean with tears and snot all over his face. If he had known that this would happen, he never would have acted so unreserved like he did before. There's a saying that one's well-being is invaluable. How much do you think your well-being is worth? Han Xiao's smile turned to a wicked one all of a sudden. Thean felt his body shudder at that sight, and he said through gritted teeth, 1,000. The great mechanic Han was shocked and let out a gasp. You price yourself that low? Then it's 1,500. Han Xiao shook his head and clicked his tongue. Looks like my friends need to help you establish a sense of self-worth. 2,000. That's all I have in my account. It's my savings over all the years. I'm begging you, please. I only have this much. Sigh. Let's just consider it as me giving you a discount. Too bad I'm just this kind-hearted. Right? Han Xiao then took out his communicator and pulled up the transaction menu before swiping his eyes over Thean's underlings and chuckled. How about you guys? His smile was basically that of the devils to the group of people. They were all horrified and made the transfers without a second word. After hearing the sound of the successful transaction, Thean felt his soul leave his body. Not only did he lose the portion of the money that Herlous had secretly paid him earlier to get him to act, he had also lost most of his life savings. Han Xiao was all smiles and sunshine once more when his purse was filled up with the 34,000 anas from the guards. He swung his arms around as he turned and entered the slave market. Thean's team receiving the money in secret was one of the main reasons that the mercenaries' rescue operation had failed right at the end. It was not Han Xiao's style to just get a little revenge when he could. He would take back what he had lost because of Thean with full interest. After he entered the slave market, he was led to Herlous' office by the workers. Herlous' face scrunched up into a smile as he welcomed Han Xiao passionately. Take a seat. Would you like anything to drink? Don't bother. I will be going straight to the point here. I'm taking the silvers away. Name your price. Han Xiao went into topic without any delay. Herlous knew that he was the mercenary from earlier, and he also knew that he had now become a colleague, hence the passionate tone. But Herlous was considered someone who worked under the head butler. Since violence would obviously not be a wise choice, he came this time to negotiate. Herlous put on a fake smile and said, "What happened earlier was a misunderstanding. I'm sorry for any inconvenience that it may have caused you. However, what's done is done. The silvers are now on the market. Things are also not easy for me. I hope that you can understand. Han Xiao raised an eyebrow, as he smelled the smell of someone in the same line of business as himself. Don't bullsh *T, you already have a plan, Herlous chuckled. I've heard that your client cares a lot about their own. I believe that they will be very generous with opening up their purse. How about this? You help me convince them about the deal, and I will give you 10% of the transaction fee. How much are you planning to ask for? Asked Han Xiao. 200,000. Per person. Herlous raised up a single finger while smiling creepily. This price was, without a doubt, ridiculous. It was several times more than the market price. It was obvious then that the silver client was the prey that Herlous had laid his eyes on. Chapter 375, Customers First. Chapter 375, Customers First. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Han Xiao squinted and stared at Herlous without saying anything. After a while, Han Xiao shook his head and said, I won't help you to persuade them. Keep the money. Herlous was surprised. Why? Everything has rules. Although the reason Han Xiao became a mercenary was to earn cash, since he had already started this job, he would follow the rules in the industry. He had strong morals, as betraying the employer was the worst crime that one could commit. Thus, he declined Herlous' offer to trick his employer. Don't you want to earn money? That's the reason you choose to be a mercenary, right? 15 people could sell 3 million anas. Let's say if you only get 10%, that's still a lot of money that you can't earn while serving others. Because I'm your colleague, that's why I decided to share some of the benefit to compensate the reward you lost after your mercenary group failed the mission. Do you really want to let go of this opportunity? Herlous asked as he shrugged. Sorry, my creed is honorable. I don't do shady business. Han Xiao was not lured by the amount of cash. He did not want to follow Herlous' intent. He wanted to have an image of being trustworthy. Moreover, he had accepted the mission from the silver. However, it was not for money but to earn knowledge. On top of that, the mission still had to depend on whether or not the silver would reach an agreement on the negotiation. If they did, then what was the need for mercenaries? Han Xiao would not get any reward. Herlous made a duck face. All up to you. I will talk with your boss myself. Han Xiao took out the communicator and called the employer. The face of the silver showed up on the screen. The silver was surprised when they saw Han Xiao. After thinking for a while, they finally remembered that Han Xiao was one of their mercenaries. They asked in confusion, Why did you call us? Where are the guys from Skyring? Oh, right, where you are now. When are you coming back? Han Xiao shook his head. There have been some accidents. We got attacked and the hostages were sent to the slave market. The people from Skyring, Blades, and Purple Gold have all been captured, so I am in charge of the mission now. I found the manager of this slave market, and he wants to negotiate with you. Hee. Your comrades are in my hands. Herlous straightened his clothes, and he started to list his demands. The silver raged. That's too expensive. We can't accept that price. Sorry, you are in no position to talk back. Herlous said back in a deep and firm voice. The hostages were in his hands, and he was confident that the silver wouldn't abandon their people. 3 million anas was a lot, but the silver's pockets was deep enough so they could still squeeze enough money. We'll need time to discuss. The silver ground his teeth, but he could not reject the offer. Call me after you reach a conclusion, but there is a time limit. A lot of our dear customers really want to buy your friends, so you are not the only buyer, Herlous threatened. Han Xiao turned off his communicator and left without any expression. Herlous wanted to wave, but he did not move an inch, sitting on his chair. As Han Xiao stepped outside of the door, a man wearing a mask was trying to get into the room. They brushed past each other's shoulders, and time froze at that moment. Han Xiao's hair all stood up, and he felt something sharp pointing on his forehead. Both of them looked at each other as if they exchanged punches. The scene froze in place, the environment all lost its color, and only their eyes were visible. The next second, color and sound broke the ice. They acted like nothing happened and kept on walking. After several steps, Han Xiao looked back at the man. With greater power, he also had a better sense on the outside world. He felt endangered after getting close to a powerful being, and that was the feeling that the man in the mask gave Han Xiao. It was not only strength, but the aura of the man hinted the smell of blood of the dead. Only people with strong senses could notice this detail. Han Xiao's instinct told him that the masked man was also here for the silver. I wonder where he is from. Han Xiao shook his hand and contacted the employer. The silver was upset. Why are the ones rescuing captured? Now what? Do we have to pay the money? Don't rush to a decision, Han Xiao replied. It seems that the hostages are still safe. I will think of another way. Okay. Remember, you must prioritize their safety. After the call ended, Han Xiao grabbed his hair and felt a headache coming on. What should I do? The hostages are all with Herlous. Right now, I am a member of Floating Dragon Island, so I can't draw attention. There's only one way to force Herlous to give up the hostage. I need to persuade Jenny and Ames. He suddenly had an idea and hurried to formulate this plan. At the same time, Ember, the masked man, also went to try and buy the silver. How much are you offering? Herlous asked. 50,000 per person. Herlous shook his head and seemed disinterested. Ember frowned. This price is already 50% more than the original price. Why are you still refusing? There's someone who's paying more, Herlous replied. 70,000, Ember added. Herlous still shook his head. 100,000. That's my final offer. Not enough. Then how much do you want? Ember was patient. Herlous laughed. The generous buyer is offering 210,000 per person. Of course, the deal is not yet settled. But if you are able to pay more than 200,000, then that fact might change. Okay, I will think about it. Ember nodded and left the slave market. Leader, how's the negotiation? His team member asked. Ember took off his mask and calmly said, change of plans. We will take the hostages by force. Darkstar had the money to pay, but it was not worth it. Even if they settled on the price, there was a chance that the manager would increase the price again. What kind organization was the Darkstar? They were the bad guys. If they obeyed such orders, what would happen to their dignity as villains? On the planet of the Fawn Galaxy, there was conflict among the Silvers. They have already named a price. What are we waiting for? Let's get the money. Wait a second. This whole thing looks sketchy. Did the mercenaries work together with the slave market managers to scam us? Everyone in Shattered Star Ring is a greedy goblin. We need to prepare for this possibility, someone in the group said. In the end, safety comes first. Sky Ring, Blades, and Purple Gold have all fallen. So how can we trust this Black Star group? If they push over their limit and try to be heroes, they might bring more danger to the hostages. Let's just give the money. What if they don't release the hostages after we meet their demands? One man said in worry. After some chaotic discussion, in the end, the captain stayed calm and made the decision. The reason they failed last time was because they were outnumbered. I am going to trust them one last time. We will have the Black Star mercenary group try one more time, and if they can't do it, I believe they will give us an accurate reply. Giving the money is our last option. A team of players rode an aircraft and scouted around an area. freewebnov.com. Li Gu was on the aircraft. He dodged out of everyone's sight and took out the secret message bead. What is this thing? Li Gu mumbled to himself. The instructions say that there will be a bonus reward if I give this to a specific person, but there is no hint on who the person may be. I do have to activate it myself. Li Gu had a lot of experience in gaming. With items that did not have clear instructions, the player would have to take the initiative and show this item to different NPCs. If an NPC reacted differently compared to the rest, that should be the specific character. Let's do this. Li Gu made up his mind. Chapter 376, Steel Body. Chapter 376, Steel Body. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Goa, Serlini, and Porter's teams were all locked inside the floating dragon prison. They contacted their respective leaders and paid the bail. They could not leave before the higher officers went to pick them up and apologize. During the time of imprisonment, Everyone was disconnected from the outside world. They were bored to death. The only topic that they could talk about was Han Xiao. I wonder if Black Star saved the silvers, Porter muttered. Even though Black Star is working for Ames, what can he do? There's no way he'll be able to save them. Serlini was pessimistic about the situation. He shook his hand. Well, I can't blame him. If I was in his situation, I wouldn't be able to do anything either. On top of that, he is with Floating Dragon. We can't be sure whether he will still be a mercenary or not. We have already asked him for this favor. Let's just trust him. Goa frowned. Serlini was frustrated. I want to believe that he can do it since he is our last hope. But is there anything that he can do? I don't know. Goa sighed. The mercenaries' morale was low. They tried to trust Han Xiao, but their brains told them that this mission had already failed. Are you looking for Ames? She's not here. Left a few days ago. Jenny read the documents without looking up. Where is she heading? Han Xiao was surprised. Ames always stayed on Floating Dragon Island. She said she was in a bad mood, so she wanted to fight someone. Jenny replied with a cold voice like a businessman. She adjusted the data storage glasses and said, she was unpleased with the message that you brought back. Han Xiao's eyes flicked. The only people that could match Ames were the 3 supers of the same grade in the Shattered Star Ring. He hoped that there would not be any crazy news a few days later. He planned to fudge Ames to release the silvers, so he had to wait for her return. Han Xiao did not want to revolt when Ames was not home since there was too much risk. There was also no need to do that as the Floating Dragon faction gave him some benefits. Head butler Jenny was tough unlike Ames, and Han Xiao barely even considered persuading her. Since Ames is not present, according to the management rules, I am temporarily the highest officer, Jenny said. We strengthened the defense of Wilsander, and higher is protecting the gravitational core. Everything is in order, so don't you dare make other plans, or else you will regret it. Han Xiao understood the hidden message of Jenny. He had only joined the faction for a few days, and although the other members did not reject him, Jenny still kept an eye on people from the Black Star mercenary group. It was her responsibility as the head butler to clean up Ames' mess. Jenny wanted to warn Han Xiao to not do something stupid. Han Xiao smiled and ignored Jenny's warning. He left the office, went back to the logistics office, and got his next job. Hire took half of the workers to camp around the energy core of the floating island. The rest of the workers were on standby in the headquarters while dealing with the daily maintenance tasks. Han Xiao was assigned to remain in the headquarters. After losing half of the workforce, the workload suddenly increased. Everyone was extremely busy, and the great mechanic Han had to spend his time fixing aircrafts and equipment without doing anything else. A few days later, in the slave market, Herlous made a call to Han Xiao and asked, "Has your employer decided to pay the price?" "Not yet," Han Xiao answered while fixing a burro collector. "Hey, don't waste my time. Tell them that I will only wait 3 more days, or else I will sell to other buyers." Herlous was pissed and hung up the call right after he finished his sentence. He took a sip from a hallucination drink and got high. If the silver is not playing, then the man in the mask is the next highest bid buyer. In his eyes, Ember was his plan B. No matter what happened, he would certainly end up with tons of cash. Thinking about the huge sum of money, Herlous smiled even wider, thrilled. He chugged the drink and hummed a delightful tune. At the same time, pairs of eyes were hidden in the shadows, staring at the slave market. That was the day Darkstar would attack. Ember had made an infiltration plan to steal the hostage rather than have a straight-on battle. They did not know that Ames had left, so they were being cautious. Ember's Esper potential was Class A+, but he was still developing, so he was currently in Class B+. Against Ames, who could one-shot him, even Ember had to swallow his pride and be meticulous on his operation. Following the Darkstar team were the Galactic Pirates. When Ember was undercover, he found a few new teammates. He made an empty promise that he would evenly split the profit while showing part of his plan, and that was enough to bait the pirates. The pirates could help them to cover Darkstar's real purpose. If they were exposed, the pirates could also draw attacks from them and create chaos. "Have you cut the power?" Ember asked in the communicator. I just infiltrated the floating Dragon Island's main system. I'm planting the disruptive device now. I need 2 more minutes to temporarily cut of the electric supply to the district of the slave market. The surveillance system will be down, and the system won't detect anything. The whole thing will last for 17 minutes. It should be enough for your operation. Good. Ember nodded. For this operation, Darkstar was equipped with high-tech equipment. They had slit the team in 2, with one going after the electric supply and making it look like a technical problem. Although there would be some movements, it would not trigger the alarm. This created the opportunity for Ember to do his job. As soon as the 2-minute mark hit, the entire lights in the district shut down, and the place was plunged into darkness. Then the whole street turned noisy, with people wondering what had happened. Ember closed his eyes and used his Esper vision. He felt the carbon particles around him and the objects that he had hidden in the slave market. He flicked his fingers and released his Esper power. Inside the slave market, the stones on the corner of the wall cracked, and small metallic balls dropped out of the cracks. The balls then released a strong, invisible sleeping gas, which filled the entire building. The gas only affected the nervous system, so it would not do any harm. Flop, flop. The workers of the slave market fell on the ground one after another. Horlade was shocked at the sudden power outage. Before he could get up, he had already passed out from inhaling the gas. Ember's Esper power could control carbon molecules to a certain degree. He could split and combine molecules to turn carbon into different states, such as from solid to gas. There were a lot of materials containing carbon, and with his current power, controlling a few rocks was a piece of cake. Under the cover of darkness, the team infiltrated the slave market. The room was pitch dark, but the carbon remains were lying around, which showed the structure of the room. Ember quickly found the underground prison and confirmed that their targets were there. Because of the power outage, all the locks in the slave market had deactivated. Ember and his team walked through the prison with ease as they opened the door. The prisoners all rushed out of the room with tears dripping down, as if they were being saved. "Are you here to save us all?" the Silver asked with surprise as they walked out, thinking that they were the mercenaries rescuing them. But they quickly found out that they had jumped out of the pan and into the fire. The members of Darkstar all wore their masks. Ember said to the other thrilled pirates, "As promised, I only want the silver. The other slaves are yours." This time, a group of brutes walked out of the crowd and said, "It's not fair. The silvers are the most valuable. Who do you think you are?" Ember did not wait for them to finish. The expressions of the brutes turned sour and filled with pain. They opened their mouths, but no screams came out. Starting from the skin to the flesh, everything turned into ash, and their bodies collapsed in an instant. "Anyone else want to talk?" Ember asked coldly. Everyone froze. They could not believe their eyes, so they quietly obeyed the order and gave up the thought of getting the silvers. Target acquired. "Let's get out of here and do the interrogation in a safe house." The members of Darkstar quickly left the scene. A few minutes earlier, when the power was cut, the logistics office received a report. The system gave the task of repairing the problem to Han Xiao. Emergency mission? Han Xiao was repairing a burrow nearby. He dropped everything and headed to the slave market district. Seeing that there were no lights nearby, Han Xiao turned on his detection radar. He suddenly stopped as he could not detect anything in the slave market. It was evident that there were disturbance frequencies in the area. "Something's fishy." Han Xiao's face turned serious as he realized that something bad was happening. He activated his jetpack and rushed toward the slave market. As soon as he reached there, he smelled the dense sleeping gas. "You inhaled strong anesthetic gas." Calculating the effect. "Your END is over 100 points. You are immune to hypnosis. Your END is over 150. You are immune to drowsiness." The place was dead quiet. He activated on his night vision and saw the workers lying around. What is happening here? Did someone rob this place? Who has the guts to do this? Han Xiao raised his suspicion. At this time, sounds of footsteps came from the stars. Ember brought the silvers up the stairs, and he saw Han Xiao standing at the doorway. "They found us." On the other hand, Han Xiao was even more shocked upon seeing someone rescuing the silvers. Who the F***ck took over my job? Did our employer find another mercenaries? Are we on the same side? Han Xiao could not determine the identity of the other man. Before he could say anything, Ember tried to control the carbon molecules in Han Xiao's body and turn him into dust. The Esper power went directly through the armor and acted on Han Xiao's body. You received Ember's carbon atom deconstruction attack. You received 1146 true damage. You received Ember's carbon atom deconstruction attack. You received 988 true damage. freewebnovel.com. Your ability Steel Body activated. All true damage is nullified. Through the interface, Han Xiao saw the -0 damage that filled his screen. Nothing happened. Ember's expression froze behind the mask. He could feel the carbon molecules in Han Xiao's body, but he could not move them like those of other people. He suddenly felt the molecules in Han Xiao's body tighten and become as hard as stone. Looks like he's an enemy. Han Xiao focused, and the armor covered his body. He entered battle mode and used Wrath of Garrett without hesitation. Chapter 377. Seize the Opportunity. Chapter 377. Seize the Opportunity. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The burning light beam burst like a golden spear breaking through the darkness, hitting Ember's face. Boom! Flames exploded. Before the light had vanished, a shadow rushed out swiftly. Han Xiao's reaction was exceptionally fast. The handle of the scythe popped out from the armor and slipped into his hand, expanding into a large black scythe with one swing. The scythe and the shadow clashed. Clank! freebnoll.com. The sound of metal colliding. A crystal-clear hand grabbed the scythe, and the two of them competed in strength. Han Xiao glanced at the hand. The skin of Ember became like a diamond, and the blade could not slice through. The ground below him moved, and the carbon element was extracted, turning into dust particles, climbing up his legs and rapidly hardening. Han Xiao hastily jumped back in shock, dodging before the mud hardened, tearing apart the yet to form diamond. Carbon elemental control? Troublesome power. The analyzer in the mechanical suit detected the material that was controlled. It was all carbon. Han Xiao was experienced, so he immediately guessed the opponent's power, and he felt it was quite hard to deal with. This kind of atom-controlling Esper power was very rare. Its effects were usually very well-rounded, able to attack, defend, control, and even building materials. Many natural materials contained carbon, and the opponent's power happened to be the nemesis of carbon-based life. Han Xiao was discreetly shocked. Luckily, he had the true damage immunity talent, otherwise he would have died. Steel Body had come from the Germinal organization leader. Of course, at this stage, the leader's strength was not a big deal anymore, but that old man was a main character-type figure after all and a boss to boot. The effect of this talent was very strong, and it gave complete immunity to true damages. True damage ignored all resistance and could be very dangerous. Even the tankiest pugilist would suffer from true damage, and with this talent it was insurance for safety. Up till now, Han Xiao had gained 2 molding abilities in total. The other one was basic strength and life, which gave him a lot of health. His health could even match up to pugilists of the same level despite being a mechanic. It was disgustingly tanky, and Ember was suitably disgusted right now. Carbon atom deconstruction was a new way to use his Esper power that Ember had only obtained after reaching grade B. It was a lethal skill to low-grade supers. It worked by directly breaking down the molecular structure of the opponent's body. The difference between the opponent's energy and level needed to be determined before taking effect. If the target failed to match up to a certain standard, the target would then take true damage. Usually, anyone whose grade was lower than Ember's could not match up to that standard. But Han Xiao was different. Although his level was lower than his, he happened to have true damage immunity. Run! Ember suppressed his shock. His trump card did not work, and his other powers were all ordinary combat methods that did not have enough destructive power. It was not the time to fight, and there was no time to think. The power field spread out. The ground and the walls rippled like water, and countless carbon molecules were extracted and reformed. The powder-sized molecules surrounded Han Xiao like black silk, then quickly hardened into diamonds with various shapes. Spikes, barriers, cages, and so on, stalling Han Xiao. Clank! Spinning carbon dust was everywhere, moving around like waves, solidifying from time to time. The arbitrary shifts of material form were magnificent. Han Xiao bared his teeth. The dust ribbon was dense, hard to predict, very swift, and kept attacking, so it really tested his reaction speed. Amphiptera quickly planned the dodging route, allowing Han Xiao to maneuver around and dodge, barely avoiding the attacks one after another. The movement was very difficult to do. He was like an epileptic patient doing a street dance, but it was very effective as well. Despite looking like he only barely made every dodge, he was very steady. As Han Xiao was stalled, Ember took the silvers and escaped out the doors. Han Xiao, of course, could not let the silvers be just taken away like this. Just as he was about to give chase, the mechanical suit suddenly activated a warning, notifying that there was a high-energy reaction behind his back. He slid and dodged. Boom! All kinds of attacks hit where he originally stood, creating a large crater. Han Xiao looked back to see those pirates that had taken slaves for themselves firing at him. Dozens of supers surrounded him with murderous intent. Quickly, kill the witness. He's alone. Let's attack together. Han Xiao was surrounded and could not withdraw. Ember and the others vanished from his sight. He frowned and had no choice but to deal with those brutes. He was alone, so the opponent used their advantage of outnumbering him. He could not defeat them quickly. Han Xiao decided to use the communicator in his mechanical suit to call for help. After fighting for a while, these galactic pirates realized that they could not defeat Han Xiao at all, and Han Xiao even defeated quite a number of them. Quickly, they started to get anxious. This guy is quite strong. Don't waste time anymore, we have to go. No, he saw our identity. If he reports it to the guards, we will be immediately exposed. These brutes had disagreements. Half of them wanted to retreat, but just as they were about to leave, the roof of the slave market was suddenly blasted away. Everyone was shocked. They looked up in surprise, and a few dragon butterfly aircrafts were circling in the air, shining their searchlight down. There were more aircrafts heading here from afar. These guards were all players that Han Xiao had called. Taking advantage of their job, they arrived at the scene to back up very quickly. Herlous waved behind the high-concentration glass. All the brutes were startled. It was like a thief getting caught by the police during the act. Han Xiao withdrew and backed off, leaving the area covered by the attacks as the tip of his mouth raised. Want to gangbang me? I have backup too. All the aircrafts fired lasers at the brutes. Boom, boom, boom. Golden lasers poured down like a thunderstorm, and the pirates fell in swathes. They were terrified. It's dragon guards. Run. Split up. They were panicking and could no longer afford to care about Han Xiao. They scattered and fled, and the aircrafts split up to chase them. Han Xiao did not chase after them immediately. The dragon guards were up in the air and could chase more efficiently. He did not want to act on the ground, so he was waiting for his bat wings to arrive. Ember escaped first and was already long out of his sight, but Han Xiao had not only watched him escape, he had secretly left a mark on him. Herlous, a group of mysterious people had snatched the silvers away. I've marked them on the radar, and the intel has been sent to you. Don't let them get away. Han Xiao drew a glowing route on the map and sent it to Herlous. They have a super grade B as well who can control carbon molecules. Be careful, maintain the shield. Don't get into combat with him before I arrive. Okay, I see them following now, Herlous replied. At this time, Will Sander sent a communication and asked in a very low voice, what happened? Han Xiao described what happened, emphasizing heavily on the fact that the enemy attacked floating Dragon Island's property with malicious intentions, and that he was the star that stopped the enemies. Look at how arrogant these people are. Completely disrespecting you. Guard captain. If you don't go ahead and thrash them, aren't you ashamed? He was worried that Will Sander might not have heard the key point and repeated this part 3 times. Okay. All right, I got it. Will Sander hung up the communication hastily, fearing that Han Xiao might repeat it a 4th time. However, Han Xiao had already achieved his goal. This phrase cycled in Wilsonder's head, and he could not forget it even if he wanted to. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Exactly, who doesn't know that us dragon guards control the entire city? Yet, these people dared to violate the rules. They're completely disrespecting the guards. Are they challenging me? Today, these people dared to rob the slaves. Tomorrow, they will dare to bomb the island. Unacceptable. If I don't thrash you people, what kind of guard captain will I be? Wilsander thought for a while and turned furious. He ordered the guards directly under him to move out. Ames happened to be out, so the guards were on standby all the time. They were at the highest alert level and were very efficient. Aircraft soared through the sky one after another. The residents and outsiders on the ground all looked up surprised. They had never seen all the guards striking at the same time. What happened? Han Xiao looked at the mess around him and saw the unconscious Horlade. His mood immediately improved. You deserve it for wanting to trick me of my money. He wondered, when Horlade woke up and saw all his slaves gone and his home destroyed, what expression would he have? Thinking of the face that Horlade had back then when he got the silvers, Han Xiao felt warm inside. He looked at the interface. There was a new message. It said that he had caught the criminals in the act, provided the intel, and stopped the enemies. His relationship points with the floating dragon island had increased by 400, rising from cold to neutral. Han Xiao suddenly thought of something. Making use of the time during the wait, he walked down to the underground prison cell, came to the secret door's location, bursting through the wall with violence, exposing Aroshia's cell. Those brutes had not discovered this secret door, so Aroshia was still locked inside. Ember had actually noticed the secret door, but his target was just the silvers, so he did not bother to tell the others about it. Han Xiao tore the cell door open and reached out his hand toward Aroshia. He still remembered that he had the Visitor from Afar mission, which required him to bring Aroshia away for 6 days. Back then, he did not buy her because Horlade asked for money, so now was the chance. If he did not seize the opportunity like he always did, he would regret it. He was not going to leave anything for Horlade. Aroshia looked up and stared at Han Xiao's hand. Confusion appeared on her face, and she did not move. Right, she doesn't have memories and curiosity. Han Xiao thought of Horlade's introduction. He decided to simply go forward and open her cuffs and collar. Then, he grabbed Aroshia's hand and walked outside. As expected, Aroshia did not resist. She let Han Xiao pull her away with a calm face, like a boat floating along with the waves. She stared at Han Xiao's face the whole time. Although she acted like a puppet, her eyes were very bright at this time, like she was in deep thought. Chapter 378, Confidentiality Failure, Dark Star Exposed. Chapter 378, Confidentiality Failure, Dark Star Exposed. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Who? The bottom of the equipment box shot out a blue flame and flew over from afar. The parts assembled automatically, and Amphiptera turned into flight mode. Report position. Han Xiao quickly geared up, grabbed Aroshia, and flew into the sky. He did not worry about Aroshia being hurt during the high-speed flight at all. She had extraordinary power inside her body. Even if she did not know how to use it, the resistance that she had still protected her. Herlous sent the coordinates, and the tactical screen displayed a three-dimensional map, marked with Herlous aircraft. The spinning speed of the turbos on Han Xiao's wings soared, shooting out a jet plume, turning from stationary to high-speed flight in an instant. No buffering was needed, the mechanical suit could eliminate most of the load, and Han Xiao could endure the rest. Aroshia was held in front of his chest. Her hair was dancing, and her eyes were closed, but she was not hurt. Feebnovel.com. After Han Xiao derived the Dragon Butterfly aircraft, he had made improvements to his bat wings, adding anti-gravity thrusting technology, substantially increasing their speed. During the flight, Han Xiao contemplated the opponent's identity. Ember's carbon element control made him think of a theoretically existing, remarkably strong Esper power, particle control. It surpassed the limit of a single element control, almost almighty, able to form and deconstruct any matter. If the energy was strong enough, it could theoretically control the deconstruction and reconstruction of planets, form lives, or even change the particle construction and create antimatter. With preparation, it could complete particle collisions without any machinery, simulate all sorts of phenomena, or even carry out high-concentration compression, creating black holes. This type of Esper power relating to the origin of matter was too horrifying. It was like the Almighty Creator, listed in the extremely dangerous Esper Power Restriction Treaty by the 3 universal civilizations. Inside was about 100 theoretically possible, highly dangerous Esper powers. For some powers, even existing was a sin. However, individual pursuit usually conflicted with the masses. The highly dangerous Esper powers inside the treaty were ranked by someone, turning it into the most desired Esper power list. Luckily, most of these Esper powers never appeared. Particle control was always in the top 5. There were not any witness reports, and it was rumored that it could not be individually awakened, only formed through fusion. Another rumor was that Esper power was a live creature with consciousness, some types of energy field type life, expressed as a large stream of energy, floating across the vast universe. It was said that the host of that power had appeared before, but because that person could not withstand that enormous energy, the host died of gene collapse. However, there were no witness reports, so no one knew if it was true. After all, there were countless rumors in the universe. Some people even spread the rumor that Dragon Emperor Ames was actually a man. Although carbon molecule control was far from particle control, there were similarities. It was very iconic and unique. Furthermore, the name Ember, in the combat information that he saw, felt a little familiar. Suddenly, Han Xiao had a flash of insight, and a part of memory surfaced in his mind. Code name Ember. Carbon molecule controlling power. Dark Star's strongest individual. Han Xiao was shocked and surprised. From the little information that he had exposed from that short contact with, Ember had allowed Han Xiao to guess his identity. Ember wanted to keep it confidential, but he had already failed in front of Han Xiao. The reason that Han Xiao could confirm the target was that the combination of the code name Ember and that power in one person were too iconic. In his previous life, with the mutation disaster as the boundary, the fight between Ghidorah and Darkstar turned direct. Ember made a name for himself then. His power was very hard to deal with, and the war forced out his potential. When he reached Grade A, the strength of his Esper power made a huge leap, and he then became the strongest super in Darkstar. Millions of Ghidorahs died at his hand. One quote that he was known for was very popular among the players in the Darkstar faction in that version. I was fated to become Ghidorah's nightmare, to make them reflect on their backward traditions with slaughter. The bloodline belief that they firmly hold onto goes against the ways of reproduction and nature, and it was this mindset that created us. After their confession, they will then swallow the fruit that they have created through the thousands of years of pure blood belief. On their ruins, Darkstar will rebuild Ghidorah. By then, there will be no pure blood, no one superior because of their bloodline. Discrimination will no longer exist, and no one will be inferior from the moment they are born. Hybrid is inclusion, progress, and equality. We will eliminate the decay. Let life and hope bless Ghidorah. Praise Gal. Of course, although this sentence sounded very epic, Darkstar marked themselves as revolutionaries. They believed that revolution needed sacrifice and the resolve to reach their goals by any means necessary. Other races like Sunils were heavily damaged because of that. In the eyes of lawful factions, no matter how good Darkstar made themselves look, they were still a chaotic and evil terrorist organization. The ironic thing was, Ember was not a hybrid Ghidorah. He belonged to another race, but he had been raised by Darkstar from a young age, forming a firm hatred. However, this hatred had absolutely nothing to do with him. As seen from this, the indoctrination of Darkstar was certainly rather good. Ember was still in the secret cultivation stage, not yet achieving his peak. Han Xiao was the first outsider to know Ember's identity, and he was doubtful about it. Darkstar's actions always had a purpose. Everything that they did was to go against Ghidorah. Why did they target the Silvers? Does Darkstar want to use this group of Silvers to threaten the Silver civilization? Impossible, this is just a group of tourists. They don't have that much power. Even if they caught the entire Silver Parliament, the Silver Civilization won't be threatened. What does Darkstar want? Han Xiao's eye moved around. Could it be? These Silvers have other secrets. The sight of aircraft appeared ahead. The hatch opened, and Han Xiao flew in. Herlous approached. The target has no intention of fighting back. They don't have a fixed route, and I don't know where their destination is. Continue chasing. Herlous nodded. He saw Aroshia beside and was shocked by her beauty. He said with surprise, "You are?" "Don't ask. I'll explain next time." Han Xiao temporarily did not have time to deal with Aroshia's problems. He stared at Ember and the others through the window. "We can't shake off this aircraft. The other guards are coming to help, so we'd better withdraw as soon as possible," a subordinate said hastily. Ember's expression was very serious. The aircraft following them did not fire, making him feel an imminent pressure. The plan had been very complete originally, and the root cause of the current situation was the witness that entered the scene amid the chaos. It would all have been fine if he had killed him in an instant, but not only was that witness a grade B super, he was even immune to his carbon atom deconstruction. Unbelievable. He had never failed when he used this against anyone weaker than him. It was a known fact that AIM's organization was weak. However, the thinnest camel was bigger than a horse. There were very unique people under the Dragon Emperor. The survival of the witness had messed up all his plans. That person was definitely one of the Dragon Guards, which was why he was able to call the guards there. Ember was speechless, and he could only feel that luck was not on his side. Luckily, he found other criminals to act together, with these brutes drawing their attention. Floating Dragon Island would not know their identity of belonging to Darkstar. They could not wait till it was safe to begin the interrogation of the Silvers. Ember made an eye signal, and the team members exchanged code words in the middle of escaping. It would increase the risk of being exposed, but they could not care so much anymore. However, an accident occurred. All the Silver were confused, and no one matched the code word. The carrier was not among these people. The expression of the Darkstar people changed instantly. They were stunned. Chapter 379 Slaves? I don't see it. Chapter 379 Slaves? I don't see it. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Ember's expression changed. He glanced at the expressions of all the Silvers, and the horror in their eyes did not look like they were faking it. They really did not know the code word. His composure almost collapsed. Luckily, he thought of another possibility in time. "Do you have any other friends?" The Silvers did not dare to not answer. One of them said while trembling, "There were originally 17 of us, but 2 people were thrown into the universe during the trip here. They are already dead." The carrier died and was thrown into the universe? The Darkstar people were stunned, not knowing what to do. The carrier's dried corpse could have floated anywhere by then. There was no way they could find it. Ember was stunned as well, but suddenly he thought of something. The slave traders definitely would have searched through the carrier's clothes. If the carrier did not hide the secret message bead properly, the slave traders might have taken it. There was still a chance. However, this would mean that they had rescued the Silvers for nothing, and they were targeted by Floating Dragon Island. Ember's face froze. He felt miserable. If they had known earlier, they would have gone to find the slave trader first. But before this, he did not know what happened to the carrier. Rescuing the Silvers first was a logical assumption for their next act. The carrier belonged to a partner organization, and after they retrieved the secret message bead, they would rescue him if they could. If they could not, they would just kill him, but now this step was skipped. That damn slave trader had completed their job, but the bead was lost. Furthermore, Ember initially only wanted to steal the people secretly. All this commotion was an accident. Phoebnovel.com. In conclusion, he was extremely unlucky. Truly frustrated, Ember waved his hand, and countless dust shot out from the ground, turning into a silk-like curtain, shrouding the aircraft chasing them, blocking its vision. This layer of dense black dust was made of graphite, so the image from the detection device immediately became twisted and blurry. The aircraft was blinded, and it hurriedly slowed down. "I'll chase, Herlous, but don't follow me. He can kill you easily." Han Xiao stopped Herlous from jumping out of the ship. He did not want this cadre that he had spent so much effort obtaining to be killed, so he flew out alone. Breaking through the graphite barrier, Han Xiao focused and looked over. Then suddenly he was a little stunned. Ember and his people had fled with their powers and vanished without a trace, only leaving the Silvers behind, who were hugging each other while shivering. They were meaningless to Ember now, so they had been abandoned. Not only did that make it easier for them to escape, it would also calm the dragon guards down. At this time, the graphite barrier was dismissed and fell onto the ground. This meant that Ember was already far away, and the aircraft had left the area of his power. He ran so fast, Herlous was surprised. As he was about to make the order of continuing the chase, Han Xiao suddenly raised his hand, stopped him, and said, "Don't chase anymore. No point. Why? Is it okay to let them escape? Just say we can't catch them." Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. "Didn't you guys notice? These brutes have really helped us." They were stunned before looking over at where Han Xiao was pointing at to see the Silvers on the ground. Then, they realized, and surprise appeared on their faces. "That's right. Our hiring mission is to rescue the Silvers." After so many things, the Silvers had finally been rescued in a strange way. Furthermore, they were in Han Xiao's hands. Han Xiao was not going to let go of this opportunity. The difficult part of rescuing the Silvers was Horlade, and this part had been solved just like that. He almost wanted to thank Darkstar. Han Xiao's words were even more useful than the guard captain Wilsander. They all listened to him and stopped the chase. Very soon, the other players came in aircrafts, protecting the Silvers again. Wilsander requested for communication. "The other brutes are all captured. The people you're chasing are the only ones left. How's it going?" Han Xiao shook his head. "They escaped. There was a very strong super. Why are you guys the only ones with a problem? If this gets out, these outsiders will doubt the authority of us dragon guards. More and more people will challenge us, threatening the security of floating Dragon Island, destroying the peace of the residents. The long balance will be broken, and the world will turn into chaos. I don't even dare imagine it. When Lord Ames returns, my position in her heart will collapse." Wilsander complained non-stop. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. "Don't you have any idea? Your impression in Ames' heart was collapsed from the start." He did not have the heart to break Wilsander's fantasy. They would not be playmates if he did. Actually, creatures at their grade were the same as parameciums in Ames' eyes, and her subordinates were just domestic parameciums. Han Xiao cut off Wilsander's complaints and said, "Don't worry, I know who they are." At this time, a new idea surfaced in his mind. The reason that Ember did not have fears was because they kept things confidential. However, he did not know that his identity had been revealed by Han Xiao, and when his identity was exposed, he would definitely be very confused. Not knowing where he exposed any information, he would never be able to guess what was unique about Han Xiao. Since he was the only one that knew about this intel, he could take advantage of it, revealing Darkstar's identity to floating Dragon Island. Coincidentally, Ames had not been in a good mood recently. If someone beyond grade targeted Darkstar, even Han Xiao would pity them. "Darkstar doesn't want to cause trouble? No problem, I will help them cause tons of trouble. I'm a man who wore the red scarf before after all. Helping people is something I should do." Because of mutation disaster, Darkstar would definitely be his enemy, so he was very happy about this plan. Furthermore, Han Xiao made a new discovery. Even Ember was sent out. These Silvers definitely have a big secret, and Darkstar is trying to do something huge. He asked the still horrified Silvers, and after that, he caught a few key points. Firstly, Darkstar did not want to rescue all the Silvers but a certain one. Secondly, this person had definitely been in contact with Darkstar before, or they would not have exchanged code word. This person was likely a secret employee, and even his friends did not know his identity. Thirdly, one of the two Silver that died was Darkstar's target, so Ember had just retreated temporarily. It definitely did not mean that he had given up. Fourthly, this was probably not the first time that a similar operation had been carried out. By connecting these points, Han Xiao smelled a conspiracy. It was so confidential and cautious. This thing was definitely very important to Darkstar. He was suddenly very motivated. If he could break Darkstar's plans secretly, not only would he anger them, he might even profit from it. Furthermore, he was in the shadows, and the enemy was under the light. This was his biggest advantage. The only problem was, he did not know what Darkstar wanted to do. There was a serious lack of intel. The guards cleaned up the ruins of the slave market. Unconscious people were carried aside, and Horlade's eyes opened slowly. He had finally awoken. Horlade looked up. He was still lost and confused. Then, he stared directly at the ruins before him, slowly coming to recognize this familiar outline. His mouth gradually opened wide, and his expression turned horrified. Then, an almost deafening scream soared into the sky. Arg! The guards beside hastily covered their eyes and felt shocked. TSK, this high note is comparable to a psychic blast. After he finished screaming, Horlade fell flat on the ground. His heart was twitching, and he almost suffocated. He still remembered the last thing that he had seen before turning unconscious. He had been sitting in his luxurious chair, sipping on a drink, and feeling excited about the huge sum of money that he was going to receive. Alas, now his home was gone, and he had suddenly become broke. He had fallen from heaven to hell in an instant. His composure collapsed. Horlade's luxurious shirt was covered in dust. He was in a mess. He hastily grabbed one guard from the side and asked with a trembling voice, "What has happened? Why did my home turn into this?" The guard described what had happened. Knowing the enemies had been captured, Horlade's eyes sparkled, and he hastily asked, "Then what about my slaves? Where are they? Give them back to me now." At this time, a voice full of justice appeared from the side. "Horlade, don't worry. I will definitely catch back all the slaves for you, minimizing your damages." Horlade turned and looked over immediately. He was very surprised. The owner of the voice was Han Xiao. He walked over with wide strides, and behind them followed all the slaves, including the silvers. This group of slaves had all been rescued by the guards. Han Xiao had just discussed with Wilsander and received the authority over the slaves, so he had gathered all of them. "These are all my slaves." Horlade was overjoyed. Han Xiao's face was filled with justice. He patted his own chest and said, "Don't worry. If the slaves are found, I will return them to you immediately. We are colleagues after all." "Found? You have already brought the slaves. Quickly return them to me." Horlade was confused. Han Xiao widened his eyes, looked around, and said, "Where are the slaves? Tell me. I will definitely catch them for you. Stop playing dumb." "Right behind you." Horlade was agitated. "Behind me?" Han Xiao looked back with confused, then shook his head and said, "Only those wearing cuffs and collars are slaves. I only see a group of free people. Where are the slaves you're talking about?" Now Horlade understood Han Xiao's intention. His expression changed instantly, and his lungs almost exploded out of rage. Chapter 380 released. Chapter 380 released. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The brutes had snatched the slaves, so they no longer belonged to Horlade. Then, the slaves had been rescued by Floating Dragon. Han Xiao had unlocked all of the slaves' shackles, so no one could prove that they had once been slaves, and no one could object if he said that they were free people. Horlade could not defend himself. When slaves were lost, they could only be caught back, but he did not have the authority. The only way was to bribe and request the guards to do it. However, Guard Captain Wilsander was standing right by the side at this time, with no intention of intervention, clearly in favor of Han Xiao's position. With approval from the guard captain, who would dare act? Horlade saw Theon among the guards. Theon trembled and hurriedly retreated to the back of the crowd. Seeing this, Horlade knew that he could not rely on Theon. This guy was completely fearful of Black Star's people. Looking at Han Xiao's calm expression, Horlade was furious, but for the slaves, he could only endure that anger. No longer proud, he came to Han Xiao. With a voice that only two of them could hear, he said angrily, "All right, you win. You only need the silvers, right? They're yours. The other slaves have nothing to do with you. I can buy them back. Give me a price, Han Xiao had the upper hand, and Horlade could only endure the pain and give up the silvers. He was ready to make a huge sacrifice in exchange for other slaves, otherwise his business would be done for. I just said, there are only free men here. Han Xiao shrugged. Horlade got the wrong idea. His expression turned livid, and he said, don't go too far. You want all the slaves. But the head butler won't let you get away with it. Take it all? Hee. Don't you understand? They are not slaves anymore, Han Xiao said coldly. Are you insane? Horlade said in a shocking tone. He had thought Han Xiao wanted more money, but now he understood. Han Xiao was planning to let all the slaves go, really giving them freedom. It was too wasteful. He found it difficult to understand. What did Han Xiao want to get out of saving those unrelated slaves for free? At this time, an aircraft landed. Head butler Jenny and her people rushed to the scene. Horlade's eyes lit up, as if he had found someone to rely on. He gave Han Xiao a stare and hastily ran up to Jenny. Head butler, I hope to have my slaves back. Horlade explained what was going on and complained, that newly joined Black Star wants to release my slaves. How can he do that? He's disrespecting you. I know. Jenny nodded lightly and walked toward Han Xiao. Horlade immediately felt confident. He followed behind and kept sneering at Han Xiao. Jenny came to the front of Han Xiao and said, Black Star, you did a good job. If you had not disrupted the enemy's actions, they might have succeeded. It would have been a heavy blow for the Dragon Guard's prestige, and it is just when the Dragon Emperor is not at home. You did well. I will add this contribution to your file, increasing your trust authority. People who make contributions will receive physical reward. You can ask for monetary reward or something else. She paused and added, although it's a little late. Welcome to Floating Dragon, plus 300 Floating Dragon reputation. Current relationship, neutral, 700/1000. Han Xiao nodded, not surprised by Jenny's attitude at all. When he was chatting with Wilsander earlier, Jenny had joined the communication channel as well. He had contacted Jenny privately long ago and achieved a consensus. Only Horlade had been in the dark, still thinking that he had found a life-saving straw. The more Horlade listened, the more he felt something was wrong. Why did Jenny not sound like she was helping him but was praising Han Xiao? He suddenly could not sit still any longer. So, he carefully cut in and said, Head butler, about the slaves. Jenny glanced at him and said, We only buy and sell slaves. We never catch them ourselves. Since they are free, let them go. As always, Jenny handled official things the official way. Floating Dragon was a neutral organization, and they would at most partake in the slave trade as an intermediary business. They would not catch slaves themselves. Since Han Xiao was the hero of this case, she would take care of this, giving him a suitable amount of privileges, agreeing to Han Xiao's actions. Moreover, the profit of the slave business was basic, and every year, Horlade also corrupted part of the sales numbers. She had always known but just did not bother, so that day, she had no reason to speak up for Horlade. Boxno vel koem. Horlade was stunned. A sense of indignation echoed in his chest, almost exploding it. Looking at Han Xiao's mocking expression, he said uncontrollably, I suspect that the attack was led by Black Star in the first place in order to save the silvers. Yes, it must be so. The brutes were all his hired helpers, and by the way, he also let go of a group of them. That group was certainly his people. The more Horlade spoke, the more agitated he became. Although it was a flash of insight, he felt that it was a very logical guess. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and said casually, We are colleagues? How can you frame me? Although Horlade dumped the pot to him, which was a very malicious act, this guess did not make sense at all because they had an alibi and it came from Jenny. Jenny had been unsettled by this new guy, so she had arranged people to monitor them secretly, and this time, that became the most powerful piece of evidence. Therefore, Jenny was completely unaffected. She frowned and said, That's it, Horlade. You're attempting to frame your colleague for nothing. You're temporarily suspended, and when you've calmed down, I'll give you a new job. Horlade's heart turned cold. Knowing that the situation had not been fixed, he gnashed his teeth in hatred. Suddenly, he remembered that he had dealt with Han Xiao earlier with this method too, and Han Xiao took revenge with the same method. This time, he became the helpless party. A sense of weakness flooded his body. His eyes rolled, and he fell straight down, passing out once again. Anyway, nothing could be changed, so he might as well sleep for a while longer. That way, he would not die from the anger from being laughed at by those around him. Not caring about Horlade, Han Xiao coughed and said, "Jenny, you should call me Head." "Forget it. Call me by my name then." A strange look flashed by Jenny's face. Usually, only Boss Ames, Wilsander, and Hire called her by her name because her style made her subordinates fear her. This was the first time that she had heard a subordinate call her by her name, so she felt a little strange. "I know the identity of the people who fled. They are not ordinary brutes." Han Xiao kept his voice low and said, "They come from Dark Star." Jenny's eyes focused, and she said with a low voice, "When you're done with the things here, immediately find me to do a detailed report." Then, Jenny hurriedly left with her people, leaving only the logistics group there to clean the ruins. Han Xiao and others came to the side. All rescued slaves were staring at him with different looks on their faces. They finally had their freedom, and they did not want to lose it again. They were not sure how they were going to be arranged next. Han Xiao stepped out of the crowd, looked around, and said, "My name is Black Star, leader of Black Star Mercenary Group. Remember my name. I gave you freedom, so you owe me. Maybe, if one day we meet again, I might need your help. Now go." All the slaves froze. One asked while trembling, Can we really leave?" Han Xiao waved his hand and signaled that they could go at any time. A man carefully walked away, looking back every few steps. Eventually, after a few dozen meters, he found that no one had stopped him. He was overjoyed. "We're really free." The crowd could not believe that freedom had come so easily. The slave that walked out first did not run away immediately. Instead, he turned around with a face of gratitude and gave Han Xiao a native sign of appreciation. He shouted, "Black Star, I will remember this name." One by one, the slaves left with gratitude, showing Han Xiao a variety of etiquettes. Han Xiao did not feel much, but the players behind him felt a sense of accomplishment and comfort. They held their heads high and felt that they had done a good thing. Herlous was the most empathetic. He patted Han Xiao on the shoulder and praised, "Beautifully done." All members looked at the figure of Han Xiao with eyes full of goodwill, and at this moment, their approval of Han Xiao increased. To have the players love a character in addition to strength, there was another condition: charm and approval. Han Xiao had been creating a very positive image in the eyes of the players, and the act of releasing the slaves made his image increase once again. Bunhit Dog recorded this scene faithfully. Han Xiao turned around. Surprisingly, there were several slaves of the same race who remained in place and did not leave. "Why don't you go?" These few people obviously knew each other. They looked somewhat similar to one another. They exchanged looks, and one of them said, "Us brothers were once mercenaries, but when we followed a small mercenary group and carried out a mission, we were met with danger. Most of the members died, and only the few of us here were fortunate enough to escape. However, we were then caught by the slaver and imprisoned for more than a year. Our team has long been destroyed, and we have no place to go. We hope that you can take us, give us a job. You are our savior, so we are more than willing to work for you." Chapter 381, One Step Ahead, 1. Chapter 381, One Step Ahead, 1. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Han Xiao was quite surprised. He had initially only wanted to let the slaves go, so he had thought all the slaves would be in a hurry to leave. He honestly did not expect someone to stay voluntarily. He asked in detail and decided to take in those 3 people. The 3 Volga brothers were Tamihalatinians, a small civilization in the Shattered Star Ring. Its advancement was similar to Sunil before the disaster, able to navigate the universe to a certain extent. They belonged to the magic-type civilization, focused on the spiritual branch. Their race specialty was mind communication, and through one look at each other's eyes, the exchange of information could be completed, omitting speech to a certain extent. This had the strongest effect between close siblings. The cornerstone of the civilization was the magic mines. They used materials containing magic power as energy to power their technology. They had religion, and their fertility rate was very high. They reproduced through mating and were oviparous one. Their hatching time was about 1 year, but while the average human gave birth to one in a year, Tamahalatinians gave birth to many at once. They had always been troubled by the expanding population. Tamahalatinians looked similar to humans but shorter. Their average height was 1.6 meters, and they had white skin with rune patterns. The more conspicuous characteristic was that they had white pupils like a whole piece of white crystal. Tamahalatinians had high psychic talent, and if awakened, most would become a psychic. The oldest brother and second oldest were both psychics, and the youngest was a mage, all grade C supers at about LV 70 or so. Although their strength was average, they happened to make up for the class vacancy in the mercenary group. With them, the mercenary group finally had the 5 superclasses, filling up its ability. Mages can bless and enchant, adding new abilities for machinery, and they are able to indirectly enhance my combat capability. Han Xiao was contented. The Black Star mercenary group had gained 3 new cadres, increasing nearly 10,000 faction reward quota, which had reached 185,000. The 3 brothers' faces were filled with admiration. They were very grateful and accepted the Han Xiao's arrangements. Even if they were free, they still had to continue to serve as mercenaries. Rather than acting alone, it was better to join Han Xiao's group. In addition to repaying his kindness, they could also look after each other. Boxno vel Koem. After taking in the 3 brothers, next was to solve Aroshia's problem. Han Xiao thought about it. The mission requirement was to take her around for 6 days. There had to be a reason, and it would not be completed smoothly. Although he was not clear about the specific reasons, he just had to do as he was required. What made him troubled was how to deal with Aroshia's identity. Should he make her a mercenary as well? However, although Aroshia had high energy response, she did not seem to know how to use it or battle with it. It was not clear as to whether it was her racial talent or personal strength, and she had completely lost her memories. He was unable to uncover her identity as there was no way to communicate. Everyone else was waiting for Han Xiao to explain the origin of this beauty. Her name is Aroshia, also a rescued slave. Temporarily, she will be following us, Han Xiao said. Frenzied Sword was puzzled. Why keep her? Why does she not speak? He had wanted to ask this question for quite some time. Since she had appeared with Han Xiao, Aroshia had not once opened her mouth. Although she fitted extremely well with the human aesthetic and stunned the players, they were also puzzled. What in the world is wrong with this beautiful woman? Amnesia. Han Xiao pointed at her head and said, "That is why I worry about her running around and simply took her away. Anyway, she has no place to go. Such a beautiful girl is sick. How unfortunate." Second Prince shook his head. You don't know sh*t. It's called seizing the opportunity. Bun Hit Dog gave Han Xiao a look that felt like he was saying, I understand you, brother. Maple Moon and Rainy Kim beside glared at him. Han Xiao rolled his eyes. These people, why do they have such pure thoughts in their mind? Frenzied Sword looked at her here and there. He felt Aroshia behaved too calmly to be a person who had amnesia. I think she is strange. Can she communicate? This reminded Han Xiao that Horlade had said that Aroshia still remembered how to speak. He immediately put a translator on her and asked, Can you speak? Aroshia sniffed. Finally, there was a reaction. Yes, the voice sounded like a clear stream, crisp and ethereal. Listening to it made all of their hearts comfortable, as if a pair of soft hands were soothing their ears, which made the players very satisfied since they had enough of Bun Hit Dog's noisy voice. Do you really not remember anything? Han Xiao felt energized. Being able to communicate was good indeed. Yup. Then are you willing to follow us temporarily? Sure. Then do you need anything? Anything. You lost your memories. Don't you want to know who you are? It's fine. Hearing this answer, the people took a breath of cool air and felt like they could see a holy glow. How can this amnesia patient be so calm? No, this is not just amnesia. It's time to take your medicine. Beauty. Han Xiao was completely out of ideas. He smiled helplessly and said, All right then, my team will take care of you. You, at this moment, Aroshia suddenly approached Han Xiao, leaning to his face. Her nose sniffed like a puppy, then said, I think I can feel some sort of presence on you. Han Xiao froze. He was surprised and asked her about it, but Aroshia shook her head and said, I don't remember. It just feels familiar. Freeobnovel.com. Strange. Han Xiao could only suppress his doubts. He told his people to settle down. Anyway, Aroshia did not eat, drink, or excrete. She was very easy to raise. This was supposed to be a characteristic of energy life forms, but Aroshia was a normal biological life form. He did not know the reasons, but regardless, the benefit was that he did not have to worry about starving her. Han Xiao took the aircraft all the way to the office building before going to the top-level office to see Jenny. Jenny looked serious and asked, Can you confirm that they were from Dark Star? Nodding, Han Xiao described what happened in detail, hiding about the interface and other private secrets and changing it into the fact that he recognized Ember. Then at last he added, Ember is the next-generation ace-level combat power cultivated by Dark Star. Their action this time definitely hides a huge secret. Although we are a neutral organization and the conflict between Dark Star and Ghidorah has nothing to do with us. Since they dared to cause trouble on Floating Dragon Island, they have to pay the corresponding price. Jenny nodded and pushed her glasses. Then she frowned and said, Dark Star has never had any conflict with us. There was definitely a reason for what they did this time, but I have no interest in understanding their intentions. I just want someone to be held responsible. Fortunately, you recognized their origin, otherwise Dark Star would really have done a hit and run. When Ames returns, Dark Star will pay the price for this. Having successfully caused trouble for Dark Star, Han Xiao nodded secretly. To deal with a large organization, methods like this were the best way. Dark Star was secretive and strong, and unless he waited for the storyline to begin, Han Xiao had no way to deal with them. However, Dark Star had handed him a chance. How could he not seize it? With Ames' personality, coupled with her recent bad mood, Dark Star really walked into the barrel of the gun. Unfortunately, Ames was not on Floating Dragon Island at this time, or she might just have wiped out the future ace of Dark Star in his growth stage. That would have been a very heavy blow for Dark Star. Floating Dragon's side would not disclose this information, so that Dark Star would think that they were safe. Then, Floating Dragon would deal with it when the time came. Only because Han Xiao had joined Floating Dragon Island could this new plan succeed, and Floating Dragon was one of the biggest organizations in Shattered Star Ring. All this time, Han Xiao had played his advantages very well, and at this time he finally flapped his wings in the galaxy. The intricacies of the relationship between various civilizations were hundreds or even thousands of times more complex than on planet Aquamarine. Even small waves could turn into monstrous tsunamis after going through many catalysts. Chapter 382, One Step Ahead, 2. Chapter 382, One Step Ahead, 2. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. You made a contribution. What reward do you want? Jenny asked. I want to gain access to the Void Dragon Bones, Han Xiao said. Jenny nodded. Hire is in charge of the warehouse. I'll let him know to give you a limited amount of Void Dragon material. Hire managed logistics, so the movement of all rare materials required his approval. Han Xiao's request was very normal, and Hire naturally would not refuse. Han Xiao was content. Void Dragon materials had a price but no supply. It could be regarded as a type of faction specialty. Whether he was going to sell the materials or keep them to build machinery, Void Dragon materials were of great use. After Han Xiao left, Jenny leaned back in the chair, and her eyes behind the lenses were flashing. Black Star Han Xiao, not the kind to succumb and tremble under Ames, has many secrets, claims to be a foreseer, and all of his subordinates are immortal. With such power, if their number was higher. Alas, although such a person of great assistance, I don't know if it's a good thing. After a pause, Jenny stopped frowning. Never mind, it doesn't matter who he is. As long as Ames is still here, it's enough to suppress all accidental factors. Walking out of the building, Han Xiao was content. He had reaped quite a good harvest this time. He intended to take a good bath, go to the warehouse to collect the materials, and then count his profits. But all of a sudden, he had a flash of insight, and a possibility surfaced in his mind. Box Nouvelle Coem, Darkstar's goal is the 2 dead silvers. If I was them, with the remaining silvers being a dead end, the next step would be to find other stakeholders. So, there's a great chance Darkstar will find the slaver that escorted the silvers. Han Xiao realized this with a shock, and his footsteps paused. He immediately changed direction and rushed to the dock, quickly disguising himself on the way. He took off the recognizable mechanical suit and weapon, and he put on the simulation mask. He was secretly glad that he had become aware of this in a timely manner. Little more than an hour had passed after the attack, so there was a good chance that Ember and the others would hide for a period of time to avoid the limelight. It was the best time for him to seize the opportunity and understand Darkstar's motive. Let me see what the Darkstar really wants. Han Xiao grinned, revealing a malicious smile. At the same time, on some street of the exterior of Floating Dragon Island, Ember was hiding in the shadow between the houses with the others. An aircraft passed by from above and did not see them. Ember and the rest had escaped from the reconnaissance range, so they were basically safe. This operation ended up with no result, so no one looked happy. Ember suppressed his annoyance and ordered in a low voice, "It's not good to delay. We need to find that slaver to complete the mission as soon as possible. We can't stay long on Floating Dragon Island." A mechanic who was good with electronic equipment said, "Found the information. The slave trader is called Peggy, still in Floating Dragon Island dock. Good, he has not left Floating Dragon yet. This is very advantageous for us." Ember's morale increased as he took the others and rushed to the pier. He had a hunch that Peggy definitely knew the whereabouts of the secret message bead. The dock had far fewer spaceships than usual. There were 2 reasons for this. The first was that there had been too much unrest in recent days. During the last scrimmage in the pier, Ames had struck and shocked many brutes. They had hurried away and did not dare to stay, afraid of getting into trouble. The second was that the route of the Floating Dragon Island was about to pass by the borders of 2 civilizations in Angelic Star Cluster, which was a sensitive area that often had friction. Energy detection buoys and patrol fleets were everywhere, and the degree of alert was very high. If they left Floating Dragon Island in this area, the risk would largely increase. The patrol fleet would not save their cannons on a group of wanted criminals, so many people chose to leave before this. Peggy had such thoughts as well, so he was preparing to leave Floating Dragon Island. Although Horlade had made him lose a large chunk of income, there were still other slaves on board his spaceship. He sold them to other individual customers, making up for the cost of the trip. However, he still did not make a profit, so his unhappiness was not hard to imagine. Therefore, an hour ago, when Peggy had heard that Horlade's slave market had been blown up, he had laughed like a 200-pound fat man, making no attempt to hide his glee. That profiteer deserved to go down the drain. Peggy was in a very good mood. His legs were on the control panel in the captain's room, and he murmured, "The silvers have been rescued again. Unfortunate. If I can rob them." Then he shook his head. The possibility existed only in his imagination. He fully understood that the silvers were now a hot potato. In addition to the mercenaries, other unknown forces coveted them. The water was very deep, and his group of slavers had no ability to intervene anymore. He had no desire to die yet. Han Xiao, who he had encountered, had almost beaten him into snake soup. In retrospect, the fear of that mechanical suit warrior still lingered in Peggy's heart. "Start the engine. Let's go." Box Nouvelle Coem. Numerous drivers controlled the spaceship manually. The bottom of the spaceship spewed plumes, and just as it was the fixed rail of the dock, an announcement came to the spaceship system. "All captains, please note that we will encounter large meteoroids ahead. 3 minutes till contact. By then the shield will be fully activated. No spaceships will be allowed to enter or leave." The observed image from the radar appeared on the screen. A large, dense patch of white blocks were approaching at high speed, all meteoroids. This situation had made it too dangerous for an aircraft to move alone. Peggy hastily told the people to extinguish the engine and stayed, relying on the protection ability of the Floating Dragon Island and make plans after this wave of meteoroids. The people in Floating Dragon Island could originally see the universe through the artificial atmosphere, but once the shield was activated, the sky seemed to be concealed by a golden curtain. The whole of Floating Dragon Island turned into a golden American football. The plasma energy core operated at its highest power output, and the golden shield surface shot out high-energy light arcs from time to time. Not long after, the overwhelming group of meteoroids arrived. Their size varied, and the largest was equivalent to 1/3 of the floating island. Yet, Floating Dragon Island simply rushed in head-on. Numerous meteoroids hit its golden shield, bursting circles of golden ripples. The collision energy waves spread far in the universe, leaving traces behind. On Floating Dragon Island, the ground was obviously vibrating. Han Xiao had just arrived at the pier at that time. He had changed his clothes, taken off the mechanical suit, and put on black hooded robe bought from a shop on the street, making him look very mysterious. His face had changed because of the simulation mask, so no one could recognize him. Coming to the dock of Peggy's spaceship, Han Xiao turned on the communicator and searched for nearby channels. He found Peggy's and sent a communication request. Not long after, the communication was accepted. Peggy's face appeared on the screen, and he said, "What do you want?" "I have something to ask you about the silvers." Peggy's heart tightened. He had already decided not to intervene in the event of the silvers, so he did not expect that he would still be implicated. He calmed down and asked, "Who are you?" "Dark Star." Han Xiao kept his voice low and used the name of Dark Star. Peggy's expression suddenly became strange. His first reaction was to not believe him. This sudden stranger was not a hybrid Godarin, and he felt just like the silver thrown out of the spaceship, just using Dark Star as an excuse. After all, Dark Star was very famous in the Shattered Star Ring. Many people liked to use it to intimidate others. "Do you have proof?" Peggy doubted. Han Xiao acted tough and said coldly, "I'm the one asking now. The 2 silvers that you threw out of the spaceship had something that we want. As for my identity, I do not need to prove to you. As long as you try to refuse me, you will know that the person who killed you is from Dark Star. Of course, if you cooperate, I can pay some money for this information." Because the intel was limited, there were only the 4 points that he had speculated earlier, which was why Han Xiao said this. Fortunately, it had hit the right spot. The carrier had exposed the fact that he was a Dark Star's carrier to stay alive, and only a few people knew this, including Peggy. Peggy did not believe it initially, but when he heard Han Xiao's words, he immediately thought of the bead. Most of it made sense, and he was suddenly stunned. **T, was that silver really a Dark Star emissary? Did they really come to find him? Most of his doubts were gone. Now Peggy was apprehensive and excited. In his mind, Dark Star was the great pioneer of saving Ghidorah. This time he had hit the jackpot. However, he killed Dark Star's emissary, so would there be a problem? He suppressed his excitement and hesitated, still uncertain of the authenticity of Han Xiao identity. Although he mostly believed, there was still a trace of uncertainty. Chapter 383, excellent as always, but don't touch the trophy. Chapter 383, excellent as always, but don't touch the trophy. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. After hesitating for a while, Peggy felt that he would rather believe than not. He explained earnestly, "There was a silver who claimed to be the emissary of Dark Star. I found a black bead on him. I don't know what it was, but I thought it was valuable, so I kept it with me. But a few days ago during the scrimmage at the dock, the bead was lost. It might have been picked up by someone. Since the bead was no longer in his possession, telling the truth would cost him nothing. The other party was likely Dark Star, not to mention his idol, just based on Dark Star's style of doing things. If he refused to disclose information, the end could be imagined. According to the risk estimation, compromising was the safest." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. "Bead? What is that? I've never heard of this event before in my previous life. Could it be a hidden storyline?" Han Xiao thought it was seemingly possible. The fact that Dark Star had sent Ember meant that it was a very important matter. Perhaps it was a large-scale secret mission that no one had triggered in his previous life. "You are very cooperative. I will pay a reward for the information. Box no vel coem, I don't need to be paid. Peggy rubbed his hands and said, I just want to be able to join the Dark Star. Then it occurred to Han Xiao suddenly. No wonder Peggy did not bargain before revealing the information. He turned out to be a hidden supporter of the Dark Star. At first, when Han Xiao saw Peggy's information as a hybrid Godarin, he had already guessed as much. The reason that he had chosen to act as Dark Star was not only just to cause trouble. He also wanted to try his luck. As it turned out, he had hit the target. In fact, the reasoning was not difficult. Peggy was a hybrid Godarin and a wanted criminal, so he was likely to be supporting Darkstar. Han Xiao had dared to use the name of Darkstar because he considered that Ember would use another identity and keep his identity a secret even if he came to ask about it first. If they used the identity of mercenaries, Peggy would definitely hate them. They might not necessarily get the information, and they also might expose themselves. With a cough, Han Xiao said seriously, I've seen your convictions. You're a Godarin with resolve. Our great cause is in need of hot-blooded men like you. Before Peggy was happy about it, Han Xiao's words took a turn. However, we have strict screening procedures for new people. To prevent spies from getting in, there is one thing that needs your help. There's another force on this floating island. Before me, did anyone ask the same questions? No. Great, we're one step ahead. This is your chance to do something for the organization. Just like me, they might very likely find you in a while, asking the same questions, and you should tell them that the bead has been thrown into space. Han Xiao held back his laughter and said, After you complete this, Darkstar will accept you at the right time, taking you to the secret base for formal training. Got it. Peggy was convinced, his face solemn. He did not think that the Silvers would be involved in so much and could not help but be curious about what secret that bead had, attracting these large organizations to secretly compete for it. At the same time, Peggy was also annoyed. If he had detected how special the bead was back then, he might have benefited even more from it. However, it was too late to regret. The communication ended. Han Xiao turned away from the pier and changed to his original clothes when there was no one around. So, what Darkstar wants is a black bead, but its whereabouts are unknown. Although he did get something, the intel was still not enough. If he used normal methods, the trail would end here. However, Han Xiao did not use normal methods. Since the goal is known, I can try to use Destiny's Child's card. Hopefully it will give me some valuable information. Since he at least needed to know what the target was, Han Xiao decided to use the Foreseeing card. Although the intel from Peggy was very little, it happened to just meet the requirements. You used Character Summon card, Destiny's Child. Usages 3 of 5. The familiar hazy fog appeared, like a dream scene. Han Xiao's line of sight passed through the fog, and a black bead appeared in front of his eyes, caught by a palm. Looking up along the arm, a handsome face fixed in the eyes of Han Xiao. After a full 2 seconds, the image shattered. Han Xiao was back to the original environment, as if he had experienced an illusion. Leak. Han Xiao's eyes opened wide. He really did not think that a bead would have been picked up by the players and picked up by this naughty kid at that. No wonder it had not been given to him. Just 20 minutes after Han Xiao left, Ember rushed to the pier and looked for Peggy. Peggy remembered Han Xiao's advice, and his expression slightly changed. These Darkstar competitors did indeed come very quickly. Who are you? What do you want? I am a mercenary. My employer is one of the Silvers. The prisoners have been rescued, so you are no longer our enemy. Now I want to ask you something. Did you kill 2 Silvers? We want to know the details. I can pay a certain intel fee for it. Ember chose to impersonate a mercenary. Only mercenaries knew about the 2 dead Silvers, so the motive of asking about it was reasonable. Otherwise, it would have caused a lot of suspicion, and they might have gotten reported as the people who attacked the slave market. In his mind, he had not been exposed, so no one would know their Darkstar identity. But his choices happened to cause a coincidental phenomenon. Han Xiao and Ember's identities switched. Peggy was convinced. He thought that Han Xiao was Darkstar, and Ember, who really belonged to Darkstar, became regarded as Darkstar's enemy. More coincidentally, because everyone only had a part of the intel, both Peggy and Ember were kept in the dark. Only Han Xiao could barely see the truth, and the actions that he took led the two of them to deviate further from the truth. "Are you a mercenary?" Hatred appeared in Peggy's eyes. It was the mercenaries who had made him make such a huge loss. Yet they wanted intel. "If not for that Darkstar agent's advice, I wouldn't even talk to you." "As long as you are willing to answer," Ember said, "I can pay 50,000 to make up for your loss." This is a large sum of money. Darkstar had deep pockets. Ember directly transferred 10,000 deposit, and he had confidence that he could make Peggy talk. Even though Peggy was not a money slave, he was also shocked by this generosity. It did not look like mercenaries at all. His eyes turned around, pretending to be moved by the money, and started talking about the process of capturing the silvers, only hiding the secret message bead. As expected, Ember listened to the very end and found the information that they wanted was missing. He had no choice but to make his goal clear. "Did you get a black bead from these two people?" "What bead?" "Never seen before. I threw them out of the ship and was too lazy to waste time frisking. The thing you're talking about is probably drifting in the universe." Peggy sneered in his heart and lied, following Han Xiao's advice. A flash of disappointment flickered in Ember's eyes. This was the worst result. If the carrier's corpse had accidentally been caught by a star's gravity, the secret message bead would have turned to dust as well. If absorbed by a black hole, it would also not ever be found. "By the way, has anyone ever asked you the same question?" Ember suddenly asked. "No," Peggy denied it immediately. Ember frowned and transferred the rest of the reward to Peggy before leaving with a heavy heart. Now, the trail had been broken. Their task force had no use, so they could only report it to the headquarters. In the spaceship, Peggy looked at the black communication screen before smiling, full of anticipation. Joining Darkstar had always been his goal, but because Darkstar was too mysterious, he had not had an opportunity to contact them. That had always been a great regret for him. And now, the opportunity that he had been dreaming of had fallen from the sky. "I have made a contribution for Darkstar. After waiting for so long, I finally caught the opportunity. I finally can join Darkstar." Near the ruins of the slave market, the players did not have to return to the guards. They were temporarily settling the Volga brothers and Erosia down. They surrounded Erosia like butterflies. Erosia's beauty was over the top, so it was very pleasant to the eyes. Furthermore, she was a beauty suffering from amnesia. With Bunhit Dog as the representative, the hormones of most of the males were flooding, and they chatted with Erosia excitedly. Erosia was very calm. She did not have any interest in the surroundings, so she was only replying from time to time. On the side, the god players of the various clubs kept their distance, maintained their reserve, and chatted with each other. At this moment, all the Black Star mercenary group players triggered a new mission simultaneously. Find the bead. Mission introduction. Some time ago, Black Star lost a black bead. Anyone who finds it and gives it to him will get his reward. Mission requirements. Turn in the black bead. Attached. Appearance. Reward 180,000 experience, plus 200 Black Star mercenary group favorability. Sunil Officer Class Armor X1. Remarks. This mission is a competitive mission. Only one person can receive the reward. Chapter 384, Darkstar Mothership. Chapter 384, Darkstar Mothership. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. All the game players were in an uproar, surprised. freewebnovel.com. How was the mission triggered? Bunhit Dog was at a loss. Should be a sudden mission? But why did Han Xiao only just realize that he lost something important? Maple Moon grabbed her chin and murmured with a thoughtful expression. However, the concern of the other players was different from her. They did not ask why. They just cared about the reward. Officer Class Armor. Second Prince's eyes were shining. This was one grade higher than their enlistee class armor, so everyone wanted it. Competitive mission. Hao Tian's face became focused. Suddenly, the ground shook. He turned around and saw the frenzied sword charging off, full of anticipation. Even the ground was cracked. Frenzied sword had immediately dashed off to find clues, without any delay at all. Only Li Ji's expression was different from everyone else's. His eyes were filled with sparks and explicit surprise. Black bead. Isn't that the one I have? So, Han Xiao is the special character triggered by the bead. That makes sense. The bead was in his hands, so did that not mean that he had already met the mission requirement? No one knew that he was already one step ahead. Every other competitor was fated to work for nothing. What an excellent feeling. Deep joy filled his heart. Looking around at the players' discussions, Li Gu secretly felt great. At this time, Han Xiao rushed back. Just as the crowd was about to go up to question him, Li Gu pushed everyone away, took out the bead that he had kept close to him, and passed it to Han Xiao. Black Star, this seems to be what you have lost, Li Gu said. Han Xiao's eyes sparked. He took the beads and said cheerfully, "How did you know this is my precious? I lost it a few days ago. Didn't expect you to pick it up. You're really lucky. You've helped me a great deal. Let me think. Well, your armor seems to be damaged. So let me give you a new set of armor as a reward." A satisfying smile appeared on Li Ji's handsome face, strongly contrasting the other players, whose faces were all stiff. What the hell? The mission ended at the beginning? It's not a competition. It's a waste of feelings. Annoyed, uncomfortable, and envious eyes focused on Li Gu, while Li Gu enjoyed the attention and shrugged with pride. Seeing this, Han Xiao played around with the bead, smiled, and did not speak. Competitive missions were different to other missions. In addition to the actual reward, as long as Li Gu felt he had an advantage over others, he would give up the bead willingly. This was a characteristic Han Xiao found from Li Ji's past actions. So he had tailored this mission for Li Gu, making him feel advantaged. Hence, Li Gu obediently handed over the bead. Even his pride was in Han Xiao's calculations. He was still kept in the dark and feeling joyous. Walking to the side, Han Xiao looked at the notification on the interface. You have received an unknown item. Giving it to a special character will give you a very high reward, or you can take it to be identified. The item description of the bead was the same. Han Xiao sized up the bead. It was dark and smooth, giving off magical glow from time to time. He quickly filtered his memories in his mind. Something from the magic side? Some kind of energy gem? Enchanting ball? Unlikely. Dark Star took it so seriously. This bead should be more precious, maybe a secret message bead? A secret message bead was a high-grade magic safe, only unlockable with a special verbal password. Its confidentiality principle was the precise magic seal formed by magic patterns similar to a maze. Only the password could trigger the eye. It was very complicated. Of course, since there was a lock, there was a corresponding method of breaking that lock. With the use of large magic deconstruction instrument to analyze the magic lock, or having high-level mages unlock it artificially, the secret message bead would thus be pried open. What's important is not the bead, but the things inside. Originally, he had thought that the bead would trigger a hidden mission, but it seemed like the secret message bead was just a prerequisite. Darkstar's goal could not be guessed with just a bead. The things inside were the key to unlock the next step. The introduction mentioned two ways to use it. One was to give it to a special character. Li Gu had no idea, but Han Xiao was not the same. Darkstar or Godora were most likely the special character. The bead could be exchanged for a reward and determine which side he was on, and if he went for identification of the bead, it should trigger a hidden mission. Whichever option, he could choose freely. Han Xiao smiled slightly and was in a good mood. Initially, he had only been hired to rescue the Silvers, but after unexpected twists and turns, not only did he join Floating Dragon, he also ruined Darkstar's plan. Now the secret message bead was in his hands, and Darkstar had been misinformed about the bead's location. A good result. In the Floating Dragon Island prison, the three large mercenary groups people were resting in their cells. Over the course of their confinement, they had already finished their conversation topics, and it was meaningless to dispute whether Black Star could complete mission. Anyway, they could only watch and wait. Everything depended on Han Xiao. Although Goa said to trust him, everyone subconsciously thought that Han Xiao had no chance. No one spoke, and their faces were all filled with boredom. The room was silent. Footsteps approached. They thought that it was the patrol guard, but unexpectedly, the person stopped in front of the cell and said, "Everyone, I have completed the mission. This voice. Black Star. Goa, Serlini, Porter, and the rest suddenly looked up and saw Han Xiao was standing outside the cell prison with a smile. You rescued the silvers. Porter jumped up to the railing, staring at Han Xiao in disbelief. You're not joking, right? Serlini interrupted, with a doubtful tone but also some anticipation. Han Xiao directly took out the communicator. He had just contacted the employer. The employer had learned that his companions had been rescued again and was very surprised. Han Xiao had saved them a large sum of money, so the employer was not stingy with his praise, almost complimenting him up to the sky. Han Xiao, of course, did not know that there had also been an argument among the employers. The captain who chose to trust him was the happiest, feeling that Han Xiao did not disappoint him, and the person who had suspected it had nothing to say, especially the people who suspected that Han Xiao had worked together with Herlous to scam them. They felt rather ashamed. The employer personally confirmed that his companions had been rescued by Han Xiao, and the hundreds of mercenaries simple stood up with their mouths wide open. The vast majority of mercenaries initially had no hope. Everything had felt helpless when they got caught, and they had no choice but to give the mission to Han Xiao. Yet Han Xiao really succeeded. Goa clenched her fist and said with bright eyes, You have lived up to our expectations. Han Xiao raised his brow and complained, Is that so? The way you guys are acting now looks like you never had any expectations. The mercenaries scratched their heads, embarrassed. When Sky Ring, Blades, and Purple Gold, the three famous armies joined this mission. Although the Black Star was a teammate, they had felt some sense of superiority despite not showing it on their faces. In the eyes of most of the mercenaries, Han Xiao's team was just an optional add-on. However, it was the people that they had underestimated who had completed the missions alone when everyone else was powerless. All the mercenaries were embarrassed. After being happy for a while, they controlled their emotions. Serlini asked about what happened, and Han Xiao described the relevant parts. Of course, he hid the things about Darkstar and such. After he finished, Serlini shook his head and said, Herlous wanted to use his companion to blackmail the silvers. The thought was very good, but the result was him losing everything. This is what greed does. Han Xiao nodded. Herlous had been blessed with a lot of choices, but his appetite was too big. If he had sold the silvers earlier, he would not have been targeted. The word greed was close to the word poverty. The mission was completed successfully, relying on Black Star Mercenary Group. Naturally, after this achievement, the mercenaries recognized Black Star's capabilities and admired them. In addition to informing his comrades, Han Xiao visited also to ask about when they would be released. Our superior in the army paid the compensation. They are rushing to Floating Dragon, and when they arrive we will be free. So it'll probably be just a few more days, Goa said. A few days. That's not too bad. Han Xiao nodded. The good stuff was in his hands, and the mission was completed. He wanted to leave together with the three large mercenary groups, return to get the two-class advancement knowledges from the silvers, and combine them into compression technology. Only then could he be considered to have stepped into the new level of a mechanic. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. He did not want to stay in the Floating Dragon. Trapped in one place was not conducive to the development of the mercenary group. His faction was the basis of the blueprint, and although there were many benefits in Floating Dragon, the opportunities were limited, far less than the vast universe. However, Han Xiao could not give up the Floating Dragon faction. He hoped to submit an application for field activities so that he could have the best of both worlds. There are still a few days left. I hope I can convince Ames. After Han Xiao left, the prison was no longer filled with boredom. It was filled with a happy and relaxed atmosphere. The mercenaries' main worry had been resolved, so they were very contented. In the cell, Serlini and Porter were thinking of the same thing. I wonder if Black Star will continue to be a mercenary. His team is very capable, and he has Floating Dragon as a backer now. They're not the small mercenary group without any backing anymore. By the time this thing ends, I will request that the superiors form a partnership with Black Star Mercenary Group. We can't let Sky Ring have them exclusively. In order to let the floating island travel freely in the universe, Ames had equipped it with top-of-the-line devices. The shield generator was from the Revelation-grade main ship of Federation of Light, and the plasma engine was from the Horn-grade assault ship of the Crimson Empire. Its voyage performance was extremely good, and although Ames had bought all these devices using her own influence, she had still paid an outrageous price for it. Floating Dragon Island passed through the meteoroid shower safely, and a lot of spaceships took off immediately after the shield was deactivated, leaving the floating island before it entered the boundary of the two civilizations. A few days later, Peggy's spaceship had long been away from Floating Dragon Island. It was slowly sailing in an unpopulated star zone. There were no fixed stars there, only dead gray planets filled with dead silence. Suddenly, folds appeared in the dark space ahead, and a huge object hundreds of times larger than Peggy's spaceship came out of the stealth mode, stopping in front of Peggy's spaceship. The size comparison was like a bean and a watermelon. This object was tall and ferocious, completely black apart from some subtle golden patterns. It did not have a streamlined shape but consisted of two isosceles trapezoids fused together from their bases, like a prism. This was not a normal spaceship, it was Darkstar's medium mothership, similar to a mobile base, containing a large number of combat ships. One mothership signified a fleet. Darkstar had no fixed bases. All of their bases were motherships, perennially in stealth and mobile states, moving everywhere. That was why the organization was mysterious and difficult to contact. No one could grasp Darkstar's position. They hid in the dark and waited for an opportunity to make a move. The scavengers of the ship were shocked and began speculating. Peggy was overjoyed when he saw this. Darkstar did not break their word. "They've come to take me in." Chapter 385 Murder and Turn Point. Chapter 385 Murder and Turn Point. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. At this moment, Peggy thought that the Darkstar mothership had specifically come just to take him in. For him, the Darkstar had made such a large display. He felt the attention from Darkstar and was moved to tears. The spaceship approached the connecting channel, and the mothership captain waited at the channel entrance with other troops. Just as they were about to tear open the door of the spacecraft with their power, Peggy opened the door and walked out. Seeing everyone was a hybrid Godaran, Peggy was filled with excitement. He had finally found the organization. With an excited tone, Peggy said, "I've been waiting for you for a very long time." Darkstar warriors initially had cold expressions, but now, they could not help but looked at each other in bewilderment. It was the first time that they had seen a target who not only did not resist but also took the initiative to cooperate, looking like he had just returned home. Did this guy not fear death? Bold. The captain nodded in approval before waving. "Seize them." Darkstar warriors swarmed in. Peggy was pressed on the ground, all the while thinking that this was Darkstar's welcome ceremony. He confidently shouted, "Rest assured, don't have to doubt my loyalty. I absolutely will not resist." "Boss, I think they are for real," one of his men said with a sad face. Peggy glared and yelled, "Shut up. What do you know? This is a method to test our loyalty." The Darkstar warriors cuffing Peggy heard this and sighed. "If everyone could be as cooperative as you, it would save us a lot of trouble." The scavengers were taken to prison and tied to a black metal execution column. The captain walked up to them and said coldly, "I need you to answer my questions honestly. Among the silvers you captured, one of them was carrying what we want, a black bead. Where did that bead go?" Although Ember had already gotten the answer, the style of the Darkstar was never to just trust easily. Letting go of the rest easily was not a terrorist organization's code of conduct. After Ember reported to the headquarters, this Darkstar spaceship had been on standby in the Fawn Galaxy and immediately jumped to intercept Peggy. Their first goal was Peggy's spaceship route recorder so that they could search along the route where the silvers were thrown out. The second was to interrogate Peggy. Darkstar believed that torture could get more information than normal inquiry. Pain could make people honest. Peggy was stunned. "Didn't you already ask me?" "Indeed. I want you to tell us again," the captain subconsciously replied. Suddenly he paused, and his expression changed. "Wait a minute." He thought that Peggy was referring to Ember, but with some thought it did not make sense. Ember had pretended to be a mercenary. So how did Peggy recognize that Ember was a Darkstar member? Ember, who was listening from the side, opened his eyes wide in disbelief. How could I have been exposed? Did not reveal any flaws. How did you know the person who asked you belonged to Darkstar? The captain grabbed Peggy's neck, slowly adding force. Peggy's face turned purple, almost suffocating, and he opened his mouth with difficulty. Tate, the interrogator. Clay. Claimed to be a Darkstar agent. Cough, cough, cough. Ember frowned. Captain Sirota, let go. You're strangling him. Let him finish the whole story. Captain Sirota backed off, and Peggy coughed loudly, as if he was going to cough out his lungs. Eventually, Peggy realized that something was wrong, and with a hoarse voice, he said while shivering, a mysterious hooded man who claimed to be a Darkstar emissary found me. His target was that black bead as well, so I told him of its whereabouts. I have always admired you, so when he promised to let me join Darkstar as long as I lied to the next group of people that came to ask about the bead, I agreed readily. Not long after, a self-proclaimed mercenary came. I followed the orders that the Darkstar emissary gave me and got rid of him. Self-proclaimed mercenary? That's me, Ember realized. His face became very unpleasant, and his tone turned cold immediately. So, you lied to me. Peggy's expression changed distinctly. What? You're the self-proclaimed mercenary? You guys are the real Darkstar, and that Darkstar emissary was a fake. The expressions on Sirota and Ember's faces turned very serious. The situation suddenly complicated. There seemed to be another mysterious force that had their eyes on the secret message bead, and they had even used Darkstar's name to trick people. They must be tired of living. They were directly provoking Darkstar. Once they found the culprits, they would make them beg for death. The problem was, what was the mysterious force's identity? Why did they know about the secret message bead? Was their target the products inside the bead or to destroy Darkstar's plan? Were they money-driven, or were they Darkstar's enemies? Ember was confident that he did not expose anything, so he was baffled. Which part went wrong and exposed him? He had thought of himself as a hunter, but in the shadows, there was a pair of eyes staring at them, hiding deeper than Darkstar, making his hair stand on end. More mysteries arose, and things were getting tricky and complicated. The first thought was a traitor in the organization, or how else would they know so much confidential intel? What about the real whereabouts of the bead? I don't know. I did not throw it into the outer space but took it with me. However, it was lost during the battle on Floating Dragon Island. Ember had a freezing cold look. That imposter mysterious force wanted to mislead Darkstar. If they did not want to deliberately kill Peggy, they would have really fallen for it. Thinking back carefully about that mysterious force's methods, it was secretive yet bold. They knew clearly that they were competing with Darkstar, but still they dared to pose as Darkstar, which meant that they had guessed their thought of keeping things confidential, grasped the psychology of all parties, and finally mislead both Peggy and Darkstar, toying with them between their fingers. And they had almost succeeded. This careful and precise way of thinking made Ember uncontrollably afraid. They came only a little bit late. Since it was not thrown into outer space, it will be a simple matter. Go and thoroughly investigate all the forces involved in the scrimmage, Sirota ordered, with any means necessary. Pry open their mouths. There is bound to be a party that picked up the secret message bead. It's impossible to not have any witnesses. Some wanted criminals have left Floating Dragon, and they need to be intercepted by the mother ship. Anger of having been toyed with was stacking up in Ember's mind, and his tone was very cold. Leave the people still on Floating Dragon to me. During the search for the whereabouts of the secret message bead, inquire about intel on that mysterious force at the same time, Sirota added. I know, Ember frowned. Although he agreed, he really did not have much clue about the mysterious force. What about me? Peggy did not have the same confidence that he had moments ago. He was panicking, but he felt that he had given them the intel and helped Darkstar to find out more about the hidden enemy, which should have been considered a contribution. Sirota glanced at him, then gestured. The surrounding Darkstar warriors all raised their light energy rifles and aiming at the column. All the scavengers were frightened. They struggled and hastily begged for mercy. Don't kill me. It's just a misunderstanding. I didn't mean to deceive you. Darkstar is my idol. I have always wanted to fight for the cause of the hybrids. Please let me join you." Peggy was trembling as he exclaimed. "You really want to dedicate yourself to Darkstar?" Sorota's eyes flashed. "Yes, Darkstar is my faith. I would do anything for you." Peggy hurriedly revealed his heart and expressed his loyalty. "Well, for us, you being dead is more useful than being alive." "Darkstar appreciates your contribution," Sorota sneered. The murder was the biggest purpose of the Darkstar for this trip. The fewer outsiders in the world that knew about the whereabouts of the secret message bead, the better. Bright lights burst from the energy rifles, melting wounds in the scavengers one after another. The screams burst from the captives' mouths before quickly weakening as they lost their breath. The laser expanded in Peggy's eyes, and his line of sight became all white. He opened his eyes wide and roared, "No!" The dense wounds were all over his body. Peggy's head fell limply to the side with his eyes wide open. He had died with so many regrets. He had thought that his dreams of joining the Darkstar was going to come true, but never had he expected that he would eventually die at the hands of Darkstar. Chapter 386, Talent Upgrade. Raid. Chapter 386. Talent Upgrade. Raid. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. 2 days later. Whoosh! The cooling storage case opened, and mist like liquid nitrogen spurted out. Hyers arachnid legs operated the metal clamp, clipping out 10 test tubes filled with silver reagents. This was a gene agent extracted from the Void Dragon's spinal fluid. Void Dragons had very strong vitality, and their carcasses and spinal cords would remain active even after death, only completely vanishing after hundreds of years. By extracting the active factors, it could be made into a strong agent that could enhance physical fitness that most life forms could consume, including humans. 10 refined Void Dragon pith. These cute little things are yours. The sharp teeth in Hyer's mouth moved, and the insect language was translated. The substantial reward that Floating Dragon had given to Han Xiao was 50 kilograms of Void Dragon bones and 10 tubes of dragon pith. It was originally 100 kilograms of Void Dragon bones, but he had asked for half of the bones to be changed to dragon pith. The effect of the Void Dragon pith was a permanent increase in attributes with no side effects. It was extremely precious to the players. Han Xiao picked up a tube of dragon pith and observed it carefully. Its density was not as stagnant and thick as mercury. It was translucent and light silver-colored. The agent was very pure and clear, with a faint glow. A notification popped up as soon as he picked it up. After confirmation, Han Xiao directly inserted 1 tube of dragon pith into the injection gun. A tremor came from the depths of his body like an electric current flowing through his whole body. Han Xiao shivered, and a tint of silver flashed in his eyes. "You used refined Void Dragon pith, high concentration 42.2%, plus 3 STR, plus 4 End, plus 1 Cha." Han Xiao's action did not stop. He injected 2 more tubes, and the random increase in attributes for high concentration agents was in the higher numbers. After 3 consecutive injections, he received a total increase of 8 strength, 11 endurance, and 2 charisma. Agents that could permanently increase attributes usually had usage limitations. The Void Dragon pith could only increase attributes 3 times, and it would not increase again after that. However, although attributes would not increase after 3 times, there was a hidden effect. If the dosage reached a certain level, the quantity accumulation would trigger a quality change, receiving the talent called Void Genes. Its effect on the surface included ordinary effects of increased speed and dodge rate, but the real benefit was that it would affect the choices during his race evolution. In his previous life, he had discovered this coincidentally. Since Void Dragon pith was very rare and did not have any effect after 3 uses, the vast majority of people would not waste it. Han Xiao had to thank that willful rich person, or no one would have known about this secret. According to the cumulative effect, it would need about 20 low concentration tubes. In the case of high concentration ones, 10 should be enough. After some rough calculations, he injected the dragon pith into his body one after another. More silver agents mixed into his blood, and he suddenly felt something. Some subtle changes were happening in his body, and the silver in his eyes became darker. Higher was surprised. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Oh, I'm sorry, the translator dropped just now. You are injecting too much. Are you not afraid of genetic mutation? Enough is enough. Han Xiao shook his head, indicating that he could do it. It was genetic mutation that he wanted. At his 7th injection, Han Xiao's body turned stiff. A cold and hot mixed feeling exploded in his body, and his legs became unsteady. He staggered, and his back hit the shelf as he wheezed heavily. His frown was so wrinkled that it could almost squeeze a fly. He clenched his teeth very strongly. All the nerve endings in his body were transmitting a sharp pain to his brain, and every vessel was beating and bulging. If there was a super who was good at sensing present, they would discover that Han Xiao's life rhythm was changing. Not only had it started surging and become stronger, there was also a mysterious trace of the void. You have gained the talent, Void Genes. Void Genes. Your senses can detect the changes in space, giving you a stronger reaction speed and more flexibility, plus 28% movement speed, plus 15% dodge rate. After what felt like a century to Han Xiao, the pain slightly reduced. He heaved a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat on his forehead. Suddenly, he felt a bulge. Its texture was a bit hard, like a scale. When he looked in the mirror, he found that his pupils had become silvery, and his eyebrows did not appear to be abnormal, but he clearly felt a diamond-shaped piece of skin stiffening. He controlled the energy in his body. When the cells in his body became active, this piece of diamond skin turned from a flesh color to bright silver. It was very obvious. Ooh, what's up with you? Han Xiao was surprised that this silver mark not only did not destroy his handsomeness but also increased his fashion. This was the new organ from the gene mutation, used to increase the perception of space. He opened the interface and took a look. There was another talent that had also changed. After he saw the notification clearly, Han Xiao opened his eyes wide, overjoyed. Your talent, Basic Strength in Life, has upgraded. The original talent has changed into Intermediate Strengthened Life. Han Xiao had gotten this molding talent long ago. It had accompanied him through many dangers, and the last time was through the injection of another gene agent. This Void Dragon Pith had made this talent evolve again. The conversion ratio of endurance to HP increased from 115 to 130, it doubled, and there was an extra effect of plus 25% resistance. This was a completely unexpected surprise. Players could not possess molding talents, so this was the first Han Xiao had heard about molding talents being able to be upgraded. His maximum health directly increased by more than 4,000 points, equivalent to 1/3 of the original amount. I have walked too far on the path of a tank. I'm past the point of no return now. Han Xiao's eyes were shining as he secretly speculated. More precious genetic agents can increase the level of strengthened life. If I want to upgrade, I need to inject more genetic drugs into my body. However, the genetic agents cannot be used indiscriminately, or it might cause rejection and turn into gene distortion or even gene collapse. That would be a miserable end for me. The best choices have to be agents like this that have no side effects. This discovery gave Han Xiao a new idea. His need for powerful molding talents would continue to become more urgent, but unfortunately, they were not easy to get. He held on to the remaining 3 tubes of dragon pith. This kind of precious item was just right to be used as a favorability bait. He could set an extremely high price for it and let the players toil willingly from the bottom of their hearts. After collecting the materials, the communicator rang. Jenny had sent a communication request. Black Star, Lord Ames wants to see you. A new panel of virtual holographic image popped out from the communicator, and Ames' delicate face appeared. She was floating in the vacuum space directly with her body, surrounded by force field protection. Countless rays of light surged behind her, as if every inch of space was filled up. She seemed to be fighting a strong enemy. However, the lights were all deflected by the invisible force field barrier, falling like bombs onto the unpopulated planet under her feet. Apparently, the battle had lasted quite some time. 1/10 of the planet had disintegrated, like an apple that had been bitten once. Shattered meteors and dust rotated around the planet, mixed with the gas and forming a cloud ring. If they fought any longer, this planet might end its life billions of years in advance. With just a glance, Han Xiao was sure that Ames was fighting another beyond a grade super of the Shattered Star Ring. In less than 3 days, the Galactic News would definitely broadcast the following content. Shattered Star Ring News. 2 super strong individuals fought willfully. Innocent planet turned into tragedy. Beyond grade, a supers destroyed the environment with evil intentions. Planet Protection Association expressed strong condemnation. Today's Planet Code Cancellation List. Speaking of it, it seems like it was because of the news that Ames was not in a good mood and looked for someone to fight. How unfortunate for a young planet. Han Xiao's eyes twitched. He coughed and asked, "Your Excellency? Dragon Emperor? What mission do you have for me?" Ames spoke, but no sound was heard. She realized something, then controlled the force field and grabbed a large pile of gas from the planet. Shrouded herself in an artificial atmosphere, and only then was there sound. "I've listened to Jenny's report. Your team has excellent combat capability, and it's a waste for you to stay on Floating Dragon Island. Anyway, you were mercenaries originally, so I approve of your activities to be outside. Furthermore, I have a suitable mission for you. You've met my teacher, so help me find information on him," Ames said. He had made a request to Jenny a few days ago, with the excuse that there was enough manpower on Floating Dragon Island, and him staying here was a waste. He thus applied for the field activities. Floating Dragon Island only had the guards, butlers, and logistics, but they lacked field forces, and the Immortal Black Star mercenary group was the best choice. At least there was no need to worry about loss. Jenny felt that it was justified and reported to Ames, and Ames never doubted her employees. She did not worry about Han Xiao leaving her after leaving Floating Dragon Island. Freeobnovel.com. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. He did not have to be trapped on Floating Dragon Island. This was great news. It would not delay the development time for his mercenary group faction. Although Floating Dragon was great, he had only joined because he had no choice. As long as he could move freely, the distress that this problem had caused him would be greatly reduced. The result was finalized, and Han Xiao hung up the communication, feeling very good. The superiors of the 3 armies would soon arrive, and then he could follow them back to complete the mission. Things are going so well. Han Xiao had a happy face. Was he finally getting lucky after all the unlucky events that he had been through? Arosia was waiting at the door until Han Xiao waved his hand and took her away from the warehouse. He was worried about leaving Arosia to run around alone, so he always brought her along whenever he was free. He entered a deserted street, and after walking for a while, the relaxed expression on Han Xiao's face suddenly vanished. Han Xiao frowned, feeling that the atmosphere was strange. He took a step and shielded Arosia behind her back, then looked around vigilantly. Good senses. The voice of a person seemed to come out of nowhere, with a cold tone of judgment, containing the confidence of his own superior strength. Han Xiao felt the voice was familiar. At the same time, hard walls suddenly extended from the ground around them, covered the sky, and trapped the 2 of them like a cage. The soldiers of the Dark Star Task Force appeared and surrounded the 2 people. Ember stood at the forefront. He stared at Han Xiao with an expressionless face, as if everything was under his control. "Black Star Mercenary Group Captain, we need your help. Come with us. Not resisting will save you some pain." Han Xiao's eyes became extremely serious. Chapter 387, Familiar Witness. Chapter 387, Familiar Witness. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. 2 days ago, Darkstar had coincidentally seen through Peggy's lies. Because of that, they had changed the strategy. They did not have to look for a needle in a haystack anymore. Since the secret message bead was on Floating Dragon Island, they only needed to lock onto the organizations involved in the scrimmage at the dock to find out who picked up the bead. The search range became countless times smaller. The mercenaries had been the main cause of the scrimmage at the dock, so they were the main focus. Skyring, Blades, and Purple Gold had all been captured. Only Han Xiao's Black Star mercenary group was free to move around. Ember was not stupid enough to attack the prison, Hence, Han Xiao became the most suitable target. And so, they laid this ambush. Seize Black Star, take control of the captain of this small mercenary group, make him obey orders obediently, then use his identity to move in and out of prison to ask whether the secret message bead had been picked up by any other mercenary. After all, the first line of Dark Star Task Force Action Manual was in order to reduce the risk of exposure during field missions, avoid using violence as much as possible if the target can be bribed with money. Most of the money spent can be snatched back. But from what Dark Star knew, the mysterious forces that plotted for the secret message bead were hidden on floating Dragon Island. That force had come to know the truth before them and was very likely to have contacted the mercenaries before them. After what happened with Peggy, Ember did not want to be toyed once again. So, he decided to do things the simple way by using force. As a member of a large, violent terrorist organization, they always felt a sense of superiority when facing mercenaries. They were like a god of death hiding in the dark, cool and stylish. Whereas mercenaries were like labor workers without belief and would do anything for money, not even matching up to bounty hunters, who were dedicated to catching wanted criminals. Saying, "I am from Dark Star," and "I am a mercenary" felt completely different. The name of Dark Star was feared by countless races. In contrast, although the mercenary industry was extremely large, it was scattered. It was like the difference between a stone and a sand castle. Dark Star would only pay attention if it were large armies like Sky Ring and Blades. In the case of a small mercenary group with around 50 members and their strongest member being only Trade B, it was a piece of cake. "Who are you people?" Han Xiao asked deliberately while narrowing his eyes. "A word of advice for you if you want to live a little longer. Put away your curiosity and don't ask about our identity." "Don't get caught up in trouble," Ember said coldly. He thought that Han Xiao would definitely be surprised by their identity. What he did not know was that Han Xiao was the witness the night they took the slaves away. Thinking that this was their first encounter with Black Star, they maintained their mysterious identity to put pressure on Black Star, not knowing that Han Xiao knew exactly who they were. Han Xiao looked around. The walls Ember built formed a coliseum-like cage. There was a total of 8 Dark Star warriors surrounding him in the middle. In addition to Ember, the other 7 were not some nobodies, they were all Grade B supers. 7 opponents with the same grade, plus Ember who was Grade B+. The increase in difficulty when facing multiple opponents was not as simple as addition. With a variety of abilities working collaboratively, Han Xiao was unsure of how long he could last against them. Furthermore, he had the burden of Erosia, so it was a tricky situation. Han Xiao tried to use the communication channel, only to hear the sound of electric currents. "Don't waste your time. Strong signal disruption devices have been planted nearby, so no messages can be sent out." "You can't call for help," Ember said indifferently. "It seems that you think you've got me in the palm of your hands." Han Xiao kept calm and said, "Since I have no way to escape, tell me what is it that you want me to do, and maybe we can agree to some terms." "I don't want to fight a meaningless battle. We want you to ask the mercenaries about the whereabouts of a black bead," Ember said. Hearing this, Han Xiao analyzed quickly in his mind without changing his expression. It seemed that Dark Star was able to pry out the truth from the mouth of Peggy. They most likely also knew that there is an imposter using their name who is also competing for the secret message bead. But they don't know that the imposter is me. I've been attacked this time not because I'm exposed but because I happen to be one of the targets. This is very crucial. They don't know I have the bead. If I pretend to cooperate, I might be able to get myself out of this. He was more concerned about how much Dark Star knew. At this point, it seemed that he just happened to be a typical mercenary. Him imposing as a Dark Star agent had not been exposed. Compromising with Dark Star was not out of the question. If giving up the secret message bead could be exchanged for an opportunity of joining Dark Star, thus infiltrating the enemy, it could be considered a chance as well. Yet, the risk of that was unknown and hard to measure. Han Xiao squinted and behaved like he did not seem to know what the bead was. "This is just a small matter. I can help, so there's no need to use force." Ember took out a small transparent box containing a large number of nanotechnology insects the size of sand that were used to control the brain and heart. They would be able to take one's life anytime once injected into the body. "After you inject this, then we can talk about our cooperation." "Looks like I don't have a choice." Han Xiao shook his head. The mechanical suit covered his body in an instant. Injecting the nanotechnology insects meant that his life would be in someone else's hands, and he would never agree to that. Therefore, there was only one choice. Fight. Electromagnetic firearms bounced out of the mechanical suit one after another. Energy flew out like electric currents, covered in lightning in the size of filaments. Han Xiao was not only holding firearms in both his hands, but he also controlled the rest of the firearms with his energy, firing in all directions. 2-2-2-2. In an instant, bullets covered in blue lightning blossomed outward from Han Xiao in the center like a dark blue rose. A battle suddenly erupted. Moving snipe, field-controlling vision, magnetic vision, data flow, surging mechanical force, and overload. A variety of abilities were activated by Han Xiao instantly. The explosive power of these abilities shocked the Darkstar soldiers as they dodged and blocked the abilities in their own ways. A waste of time, Ember controlled the dust and turned it into a shield, blocking the bullets. His face was calm. To him, no matter what the enemy's fighting method was, as long as their grade was lower than his, it would all be meaningless. He could defeat them in a blink of an eye unless they were immune to his power. Ember activated his power and extended his senses. His vision changed, and Ember could see Han Xiao's body's atomic structure clearly. The carbon element was marked with light, covering his body like a river. Ember controlled these carbon elements with ease. He had done this countless times. However, it was like Han Xiao's body suddenly became a mountain. The Esper power that had worked countless times did not work this time. Ember could not control any carbon atoms in his body. Its structure was unshakable. The calmness on the face of the Ember was suddenly broken and replaced by dismay. "It's you!" Ember stared suspiciously at Han Xiao. It turned out that the witness on that night who caused the mission to fail was this mercenary group captain. Black Star. Chapter 388. Amphiptera. Shattered. Chapter 388. Amphiptera. Shattered. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. You're the one that attacked the slave market. Han Xiao acted shocked as well, like he had only just recognized Ember. According to the intel that Darkstar had, he was just an unimportant passerby. As soon as they got into a battle, the fact that he was the witness who briefly battled Ember would definitely be discovered. From Ember's perspective, they had only met once, when they attacked the slave market. Hence, he acted as if he recognized Ember as the attacker of that night from his Esper power. It was a normal reaction. Fruibnovel.com. There was another reason he faked this, to hide the fact that he knew about the truth of Darkstar. At the moment of being attacked, these thoughts were already brewing in Han Xiao's head. And as expected, seeing his surprise, Ember totally did not have any thought of him being the mysterious man who discovered Darkstar's identity. On the night of the attack, due to the area being in a blackout and them wearing a mask and mechanical suit, they did not know each other's identity. And now they met coincidentally again. Han Xiao was the first person that was immune to Ember's carbon atom deconstruction, despite being one grade lower. Although it was just a short battle, he had left such a strong impression on Ember that he would not be able to forget. Ember was shocked. He swept away his careless attitude, and his eyes were filled with curiosity and battle desire. Our last battle was too short to determine a winner. This time I'm not in a rush. The witness was the reason that the attack had been exposed, and his real identity was their target this time, Black Star. With both old and new grudges, Ember was full of fighting spirit. He decided to go all out this time. Ember's hand grabbed the air, and black carbon dust formed a straight double-edged diamond sword, extremely hard yet flexible due to Ember's powers. Boom! At the same time, endless black dust shot out from the ground everywhere, trying to aim for the gaps in the mechanical suit. Han Xiao felt the pressure from the increased fighting spirit of the enemy. Initially, Ember had thought that dealing with Han Xiao would be a simple mission, but he realized that he was wrong. This was a tough opponent. Thus, he became serious and faced Han Xiao with the attitude of facing a strong enemy. 7 sonic spheres flew out and hovered in the air, creating an amplification field. The The space inside the cell created by Ember was limited, perfect for sonic attacks. With the scythe in his hands, the hovering shield shuttle hovering around his body, and the light shining from the armor pieces on his hand, arms, and legs, Han Xiao was at his peak performance. Due to the signal interference, Han Xiao could not activate the backup parts that were far away. He could only battle with the mechanical suit's basic mode. There was no backup equipment. It was very disadvantageous for a mechanic. "Hide aside," Han Xiao said as he pushed Hiroshia away. He swung the scythe and slashed at the wall, but it did not even leave a scratch. He frowned. The wall was too hard, and there was no way to break through. The only choice left was to fight. This time, the 7 Darkstar warriors struck. 3 pugilists covered in flames surrounded Han Xiao in a triangle shape. Bang! With a swing of the scythe, they clashed. The aftershock echoed in the prison cell. Hiroshia was forced to the edge and could only watch. Ember was very curious about Han Xiao's ability to resist his powers. Anyway, the signal disruption device was already set up, and Black Star could not call for backup, so there was plenty of time to find out. As Han Xiao was attacked and having a tough fight, all the players far away on the other side of the floating island who were doing their duty in aircrafts triggered a new mission. Urgent mission backup. Mission introduction. Your captain has been ambushed and is engaged in a tough fight. As a member of the mercenary group, you are his backup. Mission requirements. Arrive at the scene quickly and provide backup for Black Star. The coordinates are: reward. Depends on the speed and number of the backup. Rejection consequence. -300 Black Star mercenary group favorability. All the players became spirited. The Esper's power was very strong. Not only was it strong in close-quarter combat, but it could also control countless dust particles and turn them into spears to strike or tentacles to constrain Han Xiao's mobility. The most dangerous threat of that ability was the dust infiltrating into the gaps of the mechanical suit that changed their form inside the suit to destroy Amphiptera's interior. At least 1/3 of the damage came from Ember. The 7 Darkstar warriors had very good cooperation. 3 pugilists to limit Han Xiao's mobility at close range through exchanging hits, 1 Esper that could secret acid, and another that could inject energy in the galaxy into specially made metals and turn them into bombs. These 2 Espers were hiding at the side while throwing acid and metal balls at Han Xiao. There was 1 more mechanic who was good at electromagnetic disruption and smart hacking, connecting to Amphiptera through his own combat suit and disrupting Amphiptera's system through the hacking program that he wrote. He was even trying to take control of Amphiptera. Han Xiao's smart technology was still within the bounds of basic knowledge, so he had no choice but to turn off most auto functions and leave only the nerves connection controls on, to stop detection and analysis as well as to prevent Amphiptera's system from being taken over. This mechanic was also controlling numerous shield generators to block attacks for his teammates. The last one was an electric mage. His cooperation with Ember was the closest, unleashing his electric sorcery by using the carbon dust as a bridge. Ember turned them into graphene, which was more conductive, to increase the power, attacking Han Xiao from all directions and burning the internals of Amphiptera. Boom, boom, boom. Attacks rained down on Amphiptera, and the number of wounds gradually increased. Facing 7 enemies of the same grade, and one whose grade was even higher than his own, Han Xiao was like facing a terrifying tsunami. He could hardly fight back. Even with Snake Devil activated, he could just barely hold on. The mechanical suit's durability dropped very quickly. After only a few minutes into the fight, it was already at 16%, close to being completely destroyed. Han Xiao took a deep breath. He poured all the energy into the mobility device, and with a sharp arc, he escaped from the close-range battle and headed straight for the Esper, who could secrete acid. He closed in extremely quickly while firing a shot at the mechanic to make sure he could not control the shield to protect his teammate. Then, with a swing of the scythe, he was about to slash at the Esper. Burst! Ember yelled as he clenched his fist. Before Han Xiao could land the attack, Ember could give the wounded Amphiptera one last attack to destroy it. Countless spikes formed inside Amphiptera within a second. The mechanical suit became covered in holes and was on the brink of shattering. At this moment, a blurry white light bloomed. Amphiptera, which was about to shatter, came back together like a miracle. and its energy level recovered to its prime. Machinery continuation. What? Ember was shocked and surprised. The attack that he had been so confident in could not break Han Xiao's suit, and it was now too late to stop him. The acid Esper initially believed that Ember could stop Han Xiao, but now he was horrified and could only watch the scythe growing in his vision. Flaming will. Swoosh. With a flash of light, blood spilled all over. A ferocious wound extended from the acid Esper's head to his chin, spitting his face in half. His health dropped a large chunk in an instant. Ah! The acid Esper fell to the ground and writhed in agony as blood gushed out from his face. Ember hastily moved him away before Han Xiao could land another hit. The next moment, Amphiptera crumbled into pieces. Machinery continuation made Amphiptera last for 5 seconds longer. And in this time, Han Xiao landed this hit and heavily injured one of the enemies even while he was under siege. Han Xiao was breathing heavily. He had wanted to get rid of that guy a long time ago. It was so disgusting to have him keep spitting acid at him. Ember had a very gloomy expression. His subordinate was heavily injured, and his mistake was partly to blame. Anger arose from inside his heart. This was a pure accident, and it was not going to happen again. Black Star had reached his limit after lasting for so long. From the moment his mechanical suit shattered, he was a sheep waiting to be butchered and would not have any chance to fight back anymore. A mechanic that lost his machines was at most half as strong. This is it for you. I've said before, you can save yourself a lot of pain if you don't resist, and I am a man of my word. Ember then said with freezing cold eyes, "Are you ready to feel pain?" Amphiptera shattered, and the backup mechanical suit could not be summoned. Han Xiao's body had no more protection. He glanced at the broken parts all over the floor, but his expression did not change at all. He did not seem to be bothered about his current situation. He casually placed the black scythe on his shoulders and said, "Don't celebrate too soon. The fight only ends when I can't fight anymore." The great mechanic Han was never one to back away from a fight. Chapter 389 What Monster Are You? Chapter 389 What Monster Are You? Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Broken parts were all over the floor, including the sonic spheres and the hovering shield shuttle. The scythe was a melee weapon, so it was very hard. Its blade was quite wide and could be used as a shield. This was the only weapon that Han Xiao was left with. Zoom! The hovering carbon dust in the cell transformed into sharp cones pointing at the ground, which then fell down like rain. The area covered was very large, so every dodge direction was locked down. If the target had a mechanical suit, this kind of large area attack would not be so much of a threat. However, Black Star's mechanical suit had already been destroyed by him. A mechanic without protection was fragile. Ember did not want to kill Han Xiao. They had to capture him alive after all, but he was very willing to make Han Xiao suffer. He was only aiming at non-lethal spots. Swoosh! The scythe deflected the approaching sharp cones, but they were endless with Ember's control. Han Xiao deflected and shielded himself from whatever he could, and he was left with no choice but to let the rest hit him. Electric-shaped energy covered his body and formed a layer of protection. The sharp cones shattered upon hitting his body, only causing scratches. Ember controlled his power casually and said with a cold voice, "As a mechanic, you never learned close-range tactics. You don't have as much energy as a pugilist, and your attributes are totally different from a pugilist's. Yet, you want to fight like a pugilist. If you were a mechanical pugilist, maybe you'd stand a chance, but you're just a mechanic. How long do you think you can last? Your resistance is futile. Are you still not giving up?" Attacks were coming from every angle in the battlefield. The other Darkstar warriors left the area and stopped fighting. They stood aside and waited for their captain to defeat Black Star. After all, Ember could easily defeat an enemy without his fangs, so there was no need to help. The result was certain. Boom! Suddenly, with a stomp that cracked the ground, Han Xiao dashed toward the Darkstar mechanic like a flash of lightning. He was not deflecting the attacks anymore, and he let the countless sharp cones hit his body. With a flick of the wrist, the blade of the scythe split open and turned into around 8 pieces of electromagnetic blades covered in electrical sparks, spinning and forming a drill shape. "Take my electric dragon drill," Han Xiao yelled. The drill penetrated the shield that the Darkstar mechanic urgently generated and sent him flying. The Darkstar mechanic's combat suit turned burnt black from the electric, and the broken parts were flashing with electrical sparks. His suit was malfunctioning due to the damages. "You maniac! You're looking for death!" The face of the other Darkstar warriors changed in an instant. They were shocked that despite facing such concentrated attacks from Ember, Han Xiao still dared to give up on his defenses and chose to attack instead. Although Han Xiao was able to succeed due to them having their guard down, this attack did not cause much of a problem. They were all supers of the same grade, so they would not be killed this easily. On the other hand, this act caused Han Xiao to get hit by a lot more attacks. "Looks like you're not going to compromise. Quite the spirit you have," Ember complimented sincerely, then shook his head expressionlessly. "But resistance is futile, and it shows you have nothing up your sleeves anymore. Yet you're dreaming of fighting a way out. My patience is limited. Since you can't comprehend your situation, we'll have to beat you to near death for you to figure it out." This time, Ember decided to not use his large area attacks anymore. The Darkstar warriors received Ember's order and joined the fight, surrounding Han Xiao. Without the aid of his suit, Han Xiao was instantly placed in a precarious position. Facing the storm-like attacks, he could only passively defend himself. Any movement or dodge was stopped by the enemy's tacit cooperation. He was forced to remain in one place and unable to fight back. Boom! Attacks blasted onto Han Xiao like a tsunami. The continuous explosions stirred up the dust and blocked their vision. Erosia, who was standing at the side, could only see the lightning, bombs, spears, and energy enter the thick dust countless times. But she could not see Han Xiao. Endless explosions and clanking sounds filled her ears, but there was no growl or scream of agony. Other than the sound of the battle, she could not hear Han Xiao making any sound at all. Seeing this, Erosia suddenly had the urge to stop everything. An unknown impulse drove her to take action. However, at this time, Ember suddenly raised his hand, and they stopped attacking. "That's enough, he should be heavily injured by now. Cuff him and let's get out of here immediately." Bang! Before Ember finished his sentence, the sound of the ground cracking came out of the dust. Han Xiao shot out like a cannon, covered in wounds and dragging a tail of dust behind him. Even after taking so many attacks, his wounds were all light wounds, and none of them penetrated deeply. With energy flickering around his body, his scythe slashed down in a flash. Clank! Ember's diamond arm and Han Xiao's scythe clashed, and the sparks lit up Ember's stunned expression. "How can you be okay?" They were shocked. After receiving so much damage, even if he was a pugilist of the same level instead of a mechanic, he would have been heavily injured. Yet Han Xiao was still so alive. "How are you more tanky than a pugilist?" Hee. Han Xiao looked up. Half of his face was covered with blood, but his face was full of mockery. He laughed with a husky voice and said, "Is this all you have? Are you scratching an itch for me?" Ember's face was filled with rage. He activated his power, and carbon atoms turned into a snake, hitting Han Xiao's chest heavily, pushing him back in the midst of dust, and pressing him on the floor. "Continue," Ember yelled furiously. "So what if you're tanky? You're nothing but a living target. We're the ones that have the upper hand." The Darkstar warriors took a deep breath and raised their focus level once again. Attacks submerged Han Xiao for the second time. This time, the attacks were more violent. Dangerous attacks came from Ember continuously, and his eyes were vicious. He had no intention of holding back. Seeing this, ripples formed in Erosia's eyes. She took a few steps forward, picked up an electromagnetic handgun that Han Xiao had dropped earlier, raised her hands, and fired at Ember. Ding ding ding. The needle bullets were deflected by Ember's diamond skin. Ember turned around and snorted. With a casual swing of his hand, he controlled the carbon element in Erosia's body and slapped her into the floor, immobilizing her. When the ambush was launched, Ember had already felt Erosia's presence. She was just an ordinary person. So, Ember did not care about her and left her on the side. Now that she had fired at him, Ember was not bothered at all. He kept her under control casually and continued to focus on dealing with Han Xiao. After a rather long period of continuous attacks, even the terrain had changed. The ground where Han Xiao was standing became a near 1 meter deep hole, covered in a thick dust that blocked the vision. Stop! Ember's breath was a little rapid. His power caused him a lot of energy. The Dark Star warriors backed off with a few beads of sweat rolling down their forehead. Tired as well. It became quiet as they stopped. Is he still alive? The Dark Star warriors looked at the hole. Not dead yet. I can feel his presence. It's very weak. He's really almost dead this time, Ember said with confidence. However, the next moment, Ember's face suddenly changed dramatically. The weak presence that he felt became stronger in a very strange way and was recovering at an unbelievable speed. In the midst of the dust, the outline of a person slowly stood up. Like there was an unknown magical force. Everyone's eyes were staring at that outline. Ta, ta, ta. Every sound of footsteps felt like they were stepping right on Ember's heart. A black scythe extended out of the mist first, filled with cracks. Just as it appeared in everyone's sight, it shattered into pieces and turned into a pile of waste. Right after, Han Xiao walked out. Everyone's eyes turned to look at him. The next moment, disbelief filled their eyes. Han Xiao was covered in dust, but all his wounds were nowhere to be found. He cracked his neck, looking livelier than ever. Are you done? His tone was laid back, sounding like he had just woken up. Ember was dumbfounded. How could Han Xiao's wounds heal themselves? Did he have a regeneration power? Even the alloy scythe shattered, yet the person was unharmed. Han Xiao was very much alive. He was harder than the alloy scythe. The people doing the beating were tired, whereas the one taking the beating was still very alive. How the hell were they going to continue? Han Xiao stared at the people of Darkstar and stretched his body. If you're not done, I will continue playing with you. He had given out the mission to the players long ago, so he was not panicking at all. Furthermore, he had Aurora's character summon card, with only one effect, full recovery, simple and powerful, 6 usages. Just now, when his health was lower than 15%, he used it. Han Xiao was very tanky to start with, and with this ability, these Darkstar warriors would not be able to kill him even by exhausting themselves. Ember's expression changed from surprise to shocked, horrified, then stopped at fear. His posture became lower and not casual anymore. It became very serious. This was the sign of him facing a dangerous enemy. When facing Han Xiao, Ember had taken it very lightly and casually in the beginning. Only when he realized that Han Xiao was immune to his power did he take him more seriously. He had thought that he was serious enough, but he realized that he had still underestimated Han Xiao. In the short time since the start of the battle, Han Xiao had surprised him continuously. His impression of Han Xiao was completely overthrown. Ember stared at Han Xiao and said word by word, "What monster are you?" Chapter 390 Erosia. Grade A Chain Mission, 1. Chapter 390. Erosia. Grade A Chain Mission 1. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The Darkstar warriors looked at Ember with the questioning gazes. Ember stared at Han Xiao. He was in a dilemma. The time that they had spent there was beyond their expectations. They had thought that they could capture Han Xiao in no time, but they had never expected him to have such tough abilities to deal with. Furthermore, they were not sure how strong Han Xiao's regeneration ability was and how many more times he could recover. Ember was confident that Han Xiao definitely had a limit. The problem was, how long would it take for him to reach that limit? Han Xiao's toughness drastically exceeded the average of a mechanic. They had heavily wounded him once, but their energy and endurance were limited. Their breathing was faster than usual, and their hearts were pumping fast. The non-stop attacks made the Darkstar warriors tired and unable to reach their maximum performance. Retreat or continue? Ember hesitated. This time, he suddenly saw Han Xiao look up at the sky that was blocked by the cell he had created, with mockery on his face. Before they could react, violent explosions blasted outside the cell. The walls trembled, and cracks appeared. Boom! The Oxnovel Daseum. The wall above their heads suddenly burst into pieces as a searchlight pierced in. Numerous aircrafts hovered above in the sky, aiming their laser cannons at Darkstar's people. "Drop your weapons and surrender immediately," Herlous yelled through the speaker. The faces of the Darkstar warriors changed. *T, the guards are here. The ambush only lasted a few minutes, and we just checked there were no patrols nearby. Did a team of guards just happen to pass by? Lucky him. Less than 10 minutes had passed since the start of the ambush to the end of the battle. As the speed and reaction of supers grew stronger, the number of actions that they could complete in a second became higher as well. During the battle, time would feel much slower in their senses, and every second would feel 10 or even 100 times slower. Opponents of the same level could make use of every small detail during the battle and exchange hits at a very high speed. However, in the eyes of ordinary people, they could only see shadows and phantoms. It isn't luck. The people on the aircraft are all Black Star's subordinates. He must have called for backup. How did he get through the signal disruption? Someone exclaimed with disbelief. Ember stared at Han Xiao and said in a deep voice, "I admit I underestimated you this time. Black Star. I'll remember your name. Retreat." Just as he finished his sentence, the cell collapsed in an instant and turned into black dust all over the place, obstructing signal detectors and vision. This moment, Ember took out a metal rod. He held on to both ends and twisted, activating the device. A blue dot of light appeared in the middle, its light covering 3 meters. The Darkstar warriors quickly walked into the area covered in blue light. Then, Ember twisted the metal rod once again right after. The blue dot contracted and turned into a string of flashes. The people and the dust inside the area disappeared without a trace. When the dust dispersed, Han Xiao wiped off the dust on his face and walked over to the place where Ember and the others disappeared from. He squatted down and swept away the dust on the floor, uncovering a circle mark on the ground. Directional short-distance teleporter. Leaves almost no trace behind. "We can't chase them." Han Xiao shook his head, a little helpless. Compared to the others, Darkstar's technology was rather ahead of its time, at least very ahead of him at this moment. Boxnovel.com. The aircrafts circled around and did not find anything. They landed, and Han Xiao gave them the mission completion reward. The backup forced Ember to retreat and made Darkstar's plan to kidnap him fail. However, Han Xiao could not be glad about it. Ember's failure would definitely make Darkstar pay more attention to him. He had showcased quite a number of his abilities, so he could not keep a low profile anymore. With the first attack, there was most likely going to be a second one. Han Xiao did not have enough power currently to face such a large organization, and his career as a mercenary group would be affected as well. Looking back, it was all because the job that they had been hired to do that caused them to coincidentally meet with Darkstar's conspiracy. As long as they were going to save the Silvers, whether he had the secret message bead or not, he would definitely attract Darkstar's attention in the end. He had no idea Darkstar was involved in this in the start. Anyway, there was no way to make time go backward. At least he now knew Darkstar's target and had the key item, the secret message bead, in his hands. Not only did he successfully make Ember retreat, he also successfully hid the truth of him knowing about the secret message bead. He was still not exposed. It's better not to give the secret message bead to Darkstar. It's too risky. Darkstar's way of doing things is very merciless, so exposing too much would put me in danger, Han Xiao thought. Herlous walked behind him and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "Not hurt much, you guys arrived right on time." Han Xiao waved his hand. It was the players who had taken the initiative to request reinforcements this time. Herlous had been doubtful at first, and now he had confirmed that Han Xiao and these subordinates of his had some sort of telepathy. Who were these enemies? Why did they ambush you? They're the brutes that attacked the slave market. I recognized the power of one of them. They probably want revenge, Han Xiao said casually. He turned and walked to Erosia, then helped her up. Erosia shook her head, signaling that she was not hurt. Han Xiao contemplated and said, "There's a very high energy reaction inside your body, but you don't know how to use it." He had seen Erosia firing earlier and saw that Ember kept her under control in an instant. She was of no help at all. If Erosia could fight when they were ambushed, he would not have ended up fighting alone. Han Xiao was not an irresponsible person. It was impossible for him to abandon her once the mission was complete. Since he had taken Erosia away, she had to join the mercenary group. He did not need someone who was a burden, and Erosia had a lot of potential. She was worth cultivating. If she became a super, at least she would not be a burden, and she might even be helpful. There's energy in my body? Erosia looked down and pressed on her heart. Really? You definitely have the talent to become a super. I can teach you to realize your potential and become a super so that your talent will not be wasted, Han Xiao said. Boxnovel.com. You want me to learn the super knowledges? Han Xiao shrugged his shoulders and said, I don't know who you were before, but since you lost your memories, you need to learn again. Maybe you were a very strong super before. You might improve at an unbelievable speed. There's one thing I never said, Erosia said slowly. I apparently am some sort of space wonder. You can't bring me away. Han Xiao was stunned in place. They said that I won't really die. I will revive after I die and go back to the initial amnesia state, losing the memory of everything before I died. I remember I have been alive for 3 years this time, and I was sold 5 times. Each time, after 6 days, I return to that cell. No matter how far I am, it will only be an instant. No one can bring me away. Erosia's earliest memory was the moment she opened her eyes in the cell. Her origin and her existence were both a mystery. Everything before that moment was blank. However, this time her life had lasted 3 years, and she had the short memory of these 3 years. She had realized how special she was long ago, but her life form was very unique. She did not have any physical desire or spiritual need. She did not need to consume food and hardly had any curiosity. It was like nothing mattered to her. Although her knowledge of the world was a piece of blank paper, she was unlike an innocent child. On the contrary, she had very strong thinking capabilities. Herlous had not been completely honest back then. Han Xiao did not know about Erosia's secret. Now he realized that Herlous had been promoting her because he knew that she would be back in the end, and he was using that as a scam. Han Xiao was speechless. Freebnovel.com. You can't control this power? Han Xiao said with surprise. Erosia shook her head. No. Hearing this, Han Xiao was more interested. Erosia had self-awareness but was trapped in the cell by a mysterious power, and this was not her choice. If this was a space wonder, then there was one question. Was Erosia the space wonder? Could it be possible that she was originally an independent life form and not part of the wonder, and it was a coincidence that she became the wonder? Which would mean that Erosia's amnesia, her unique life form, her mind of close to completely no desire. All of this could be given by the wonder. Then what was this wonder? Was it something without a physical form, some sort of formless energy? Sadly, even if there was an answer to this, Erosia did not know it. The truth might be in the memories that she had lost. What Han Xiao cared most about at this moment was that Erosia could not be taken away. Is there no way to solve it? I don't know. Erosia shook her head and said, Only 3 more hours to the 6th day. The mission requirement was to save her from the slave market and stay with her for 6 days. Only now did Han Xiao know the difficulty of it. However, since it was a mission, there must be a way to complete it. There should be clues in that cell. Han Xiao ordered the rest of the people to patrol around and look for the enemy. Although he did not have any hope of actually finding anything. He summoned the backup Amphiptera and wore it, then accompanied Erosia to the slave market. Ruins. At the same time, the Dark Star people appeared on the other side of Floating Dragon, with frustration on their faces. The ambush had been too rushed. They had engaged without knowing much about Black Star at all. They had thought that their power and technology would give them an unshakable advantage, which caused them to underestimate the opponent. Their arrogance was the reason for their failure. Ember was furious. This was the first time that he had failed when facing a target weaker than him. He was very concerned about this failure. It left a mark in his heart that he was very unhappy about it. Ember opened the communicator to report the result. He held back his unhappiness and repeated the process of their failure. The superiors of Darkstar were very surprised. Their surprise and disappointment stung Ember's pride once again. His record had always been perfect, and this had left a stain on it. Sirota has already intercepted all the criminals, and there were no clue of it at all. The mercenaries are the only ones left. There's an 80% chance that the secret message bead is in the hands of the mercenaries. Shall I continue to find a chance to deal with Black Star? You failed once, don't take the risk. Retreat. The superiors sighed. Veins popped up on the back of Ember's hands. Yes, sir. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.